Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at 10:03 a.m. We are in person here at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue. And if you cannot make it here so we can see your smiling faces in person, you can also jump online as we are hybrid. Next item on the agenda is roll call, starting to my right.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Arguez.
Geneva Shawnette.
Ian Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
And myself, Teddy Erico. Item number 1 on the agenda, work session, presentation of the Marshals Department annual report. And we have Chief Compt here to present.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I know you guys have a full schedule, so I'll try to get through this relatively quickly. Overall, our numbers from 2024 were consistent with the year prior. We didn't see really any major changes one way or the other. I'll kind of dive into those numbers a little bit later. Overall, we are currently 1 vacancy short of being fully staffed at our department, which is huge. We haven't had that since I've been here. So we have a handful of interviews scheduled for tomorrow. So maybe by the end of the week, we'll be fully staffed, which is exciting for our department. Being fully staffed has had a huge boost on our department morale. It's allowed us to train more, send guys away for training, and it's made Telluride, one of our goals of making Telluride the desirable place to work. So we're retaining our employees at a higher level as well. Wesco Dispatch. We utilize Wesco Dispatch, which is responsible for dispatching for 21 agencies in the Western Slope area. Last year, they were anywhere between 22 of their 26 positions were filled. I only bring that up in that they're also kind of running into recruitment and retention issues as well. So typically, whenever there's potentially a non-emergency call, it might take a little bit longer if they're short-staffed to dispatch us to that call. But as soon as we get dispatched, we either respond immediately or make a phone call on it. Our call volume dropped a little bit from the previous year. We had a total of 5,339 calls for service last year compared to 5,763 the year prior. If you look at the graph, what you will see is coming out of the pandemic, we've been consistently over 5,000 calls a year. So that seems to be the new norm that we're experiencing, with 2021 being our high of over 6,000 calls. So overall, getting into the crimes against people, that was a 5-year low. We had a total of 8 that fell into this category. All 8 of those were assaults. Our high in that category was in 2022, where we had 25. So there was a drastic decrease in the number of assaults and crimes against people in 2024. We did see another decrease in crimes against property in 24. In 2023, we had 104 reported crimes, and that dropped to 86 in 2024. Where we saw significant decreases was in reported thefts. We went from 77 in 2023 to 56 in 2024, but we did see an uptick in vandalisms last year with an increase of 10 from 23 to 33. Another area where we had a significant increase was in residential burglaries. We had 6 reported burglaries last year, where our previous 5-year high was only of 3. Majority of those, I think all but one of those, were linked to one person who was identified and charges were brought against that person. Crimes against society saw a slight increase in this area as well. We went up from 86 from 81 the previous year, but this still remains a second lowest year in the last 5 years. And then hit and runs is another area that we've been monitoring the last few years and seeing significant upticks. Last year in 23, we had 33 reported hit and runs, and that number dropped to 12 last year. So the efforts in that area have been paying off. For arrests and citations, we had 41 total arrests in 2024, which is down from 61 the previous year. And we had 99 citations were issued, which was up from 92 the previous year. Use of force, I included the definitions of our use of force policy in the packet. We had 6 reported uses of force last year. I believe we had 4 in 2023. 2 of those uses of force were pointing of department-issued handguns at a suspect, and the other 4 were hands-on in order to effect an arrest. De-escalation remains a top priority for our department. We currently have 7 of our 11 active deputies that have gone through crisis intervention training. This is an intensive 40-hour training class where they work with role players and actors to identify and recognize the signs of someone that's in a mental health crisis and teach them the strategies to safely de-escalate that. We have 2 deputies who have also earned their instructor certifications in a different form of de-escalation called ICAT, which stands for Integrating Communications, Assessment, and Tactics. With them being instructors, they've been able to put our entire department through that training, which just is another tool that we can use for when de-escalating situations. Training remains a top priority for our department. With the support of the town council, we've been able to send officers to conferences and training classes throughout the country, which allows us to provide the highest level of service that we can for this community, as well as stay up to date on current best practices and trends that are happening everywhere else. Our school resource officers, they issued a total of 8 citations last year through municipal court. 7 of those were for shoplifting and 1 was from theft. And for those that don't know, Deputy Moody will be leaving the school this year. He's going to be coming back to patrol. So at the end of the school year will be Deputy Moody's last day, and he will be replaced by Deputy Brunner Hill. We think Deputy Hill's going to do a fantastic job there. He's got big shoes to fill from Deputy Moody, but we think the service and quality that Deputy Moody's been providing will continue on with Deputy Hill. Code enforcement. So actually the number that I provided in the packet is incorrect. I noticed that this morning. I gave you guys the wrong number. So to update that, the total number of citations that were issued last year were 7,128, with over 3,000 of those coming from Silverjack and the other 3,800 or so coming from staff citations. Again, out of that, 911 were warnings, with about 454 citations were voided. Festivals went off last year without a hitch. Back to normal operations now for a few years. Everything's working well at the festivals. The one big change that we had last year in the festivals was that more of an onus was put on the festivals themselves to help with security. With the challenge in getting reserves that we've been having the last few years, we've kind of saw this coming, and the festivals were able to hire private security staff, which took a huge burden off of our staff from having to be there and staff it. We still put 2 officers at the festival for the entirety of the duration of the festival for safety and security, but more of the searching and other smaller incidents, the security is handling that. So we'll look to continue that this year with our festivals. Community outreach remains a priority of our department. We've been having good relationships with our community. Many of the programs that we're involved in, we've continued to develop and grow in those programs. We're currently still involved with Communities That Care, Cafecito con un Policía, which has been widely successful and popular, and we're still meeting once a month with that. Student mentorship has taken off. This past year, we had 2 students that mentored with Deputy Hill and Deputy Moody that want to explore possible careers in law enforcement or the military. Ride-alongs, we provide ride-alongs to the community, members of the public. And then we put out our first calendar last year, with our second calendar coming this year, and we're open to ideas of doing a third calendar for next year as well. We had our second annual department awards that we held in conjunction with the Mountain Village Police Department, where we were able to recognize many of the outstanding work that our officers do that goes unnoticed most of the time by the public. So it was a good opportunity to highlight the great work and professionalism that our department show throughout the year. That's all I have on it, kind of short and sweet, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chief, thank you very much for that overview of the presentation. I would like to remind everyone listening that if you need details on what he presented, it's part of the council packet today. And as a reminder, that is telluride-co.gov if you want details on Chief's brief overview. Do any council members have any questions for Chief?
I do. With this school code enforcement person, where does the line where like administration steps back and the police officer on duty steps in? Like, is there something for parents to be aware of when there's an incident within the classroom?
Sure. So if there's a safety aspect, like obviously we're going to step in to help take away any safety concerns. The issues that Deputy Moody had were mostly students that had gone over to Clark. Most of those were shoplifting incidents from Clark. So they're students that went over there during lunch. So they're still technically on campus or in their during a school day, didn't pay for food and came back. And then that's when the citation was issued for that. If it's a minor issue, things that we don't need to get involved in, the school's absolutely going to handle that and be first contact and first priority on that. But then we will help out in another way additionally to that. But if it's a safety issue, then we're going to take lead on that.
Okay, so anything like physical within the classroom, you guys are there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Great. Any other questions for Chief?
What are crimes against society?
Crimes against society, great question. So it's going to be disorderly conduct, drug offenses, DUIs, harassment, liquor violations. those are kind of the general ones that for NIBRD is a reporting process that we have to report to.
Great. I was just curious. I
Sure.
didn't know, I didn't tie that term to that. So perfect. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, that one gets me as well too sometimes.
Any other questions from council?
Sure, a few thoughts that, big picture, things seems to still be steady or trending in the right direction. I think we're all very appreciative of that, and a lot of credit does go to you and your department. So thank you, Chief.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. I'll just touch on a few things that sort of stood out to me from your report. One, there was 2 uses of an officer pulling their department issue handgun in it. That seems well within line with the historical average.
Mhm.
But if I may request in the future, some contextualization of that, that is an important statistic that I think I would love to see monitored. I think we're doing a good job in acting appropriately there. But it is important for me in our community that something serious like that is continued to be examined, and I'm sure you are. I'm sure there's many protocols that aren't reported on in here that something of that nature do, but it is something that I think I like noting.
And I can probably give you general overview of those 2 incidents if you're curious, but the way that our use of force report, so anytime we have any sort of documented use of force, we now have supervisors on almost all of our shifts. So a supervisor has to be notified if it's going to rise to that level. Supervisor will come out to conduct their investigation. That then is sent to the other supervisors for review, as well as myself before, to verify it was the correct use of policy or fell within policy and it was the correct use of force. So there is a lot of eyes on that incident, review of body camera, witness statements, our dash cams if possible, interviews with the officer. There's a lot that goes into it to make sure that we're staying within our lanes on that.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll just note on a somewhat similar topic, your community outreach and the work on de-escalation is super important. It really helps personify you as human beings. We're a
Mhm.
small community. Being a police officer is a tough job anywhere, but in a small community, it presents its own unique challenges, and that work to make sure you're in touch with the community as people, not just seeing you as your badge or as your uniform. I think that that's sort of vital to maintaining the relationship our Marshals Department has with our community. And so continuing to emphasize that work and doing the good work you do there, I think is vital and one of your top goals. So I love seeing that. Lastly, I'll just ask on vandalism. It was one of the few that increased within the last year. And I just want to hear some thoughts on that. I know what qualifies as vandalism. I'm assuming you don't count somebody slapping a sticker on the back of a sign, because there is a culture among that. And,
Right.
Even though that might meet the technical definition of it. So just help me understand from your
Sure.
perspective what's going on there.
Well, I mean, a simple example would be, tires getting slashed. Like we had an incident last year where we had a handful of tires getting slashed in Shandoka, which included some patrol cars as well as other people's patrol cars. So one incident, someone going through and slashing a handful of cars, that could be 4 or 5 different reports for that. So it can be something as simple as that. If someone throws an egg at a car and it causes substantial damage to the car, that could be considered vandalism as well.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Mhm.
Chief.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions for Chief? Chief, I have a question for you. I know it's something that it's not in your report and something we had to discuss, but I would love for you to give kind of a reminder, refresher to the listening public on kind of your philosophy with the e-bikes.
Sure.
The weather's nice.
Yep.
So the e-bikes came out and they are zipping around town.
Yep. No, I assumed that would get brought up. So I went back and looked last year at trying to find how many reports we took involving bikes. Our CAD system is not very user-friendly when it comes to parsing out that type of information. But looking at it, we had 3 different incidents where bikes were involved with pedestrians. All 3 of those, 2 out of the 3 were involving adults. One of them was an adult, wasn't paying attention and hit a child on the street. The second one, and that person was actually charged with reckless endangerment because of the way they're riding their bike. The second incident occurred from another adult riding their e-bike. They were riding it legally and within the confines, and a child kind of darted out into the street in their blind spot, and they couldn't stop in time and hit that child. There was no citation issued in that. That was just an accident. There was nobody necessarily at fault in that one. And then the other incident that we could find was there was a high school student who hit a parked car at night. And then that was settled civilly between the student and the owner of that vehicle. E-bikes, as long as all the bikes have to follow the same rules of the road. So there's no, weaving in and out of traffic. They need to go to speed limit. Those apply to whether you're on an e-bike or whether you're on a regular bicycle. We will be stepping up enforcement now that, with summer here and starting to see more of the rollouts of it all. We're hearing the community's desire for more enforcement on that. We've tried the education approach. We've had discussions in schools. We're getting ready to hold our bike rodeo, I think for the 4th year in a row now on May 31st, if I have that correct. We encourage, anyone that has questions about it, we'll go over, the rules of the road, safety aspects of it all. There's a fun little obstacle course out there. The one group that never seems to show up to the bike rodeo is those that ride e-bikes. It's geared for all ages, but it's typically the younger kids that are coming out for that. So if there's any ideas on how to engage and target that group, we're all ears on that. That seems to be the one group that kind of eludes us every year. So we will start stepping up enforcement and kind of hopefully see where that goes. I had just had a class with the chief from Eagle Police Department, who we used last year. I think they're kind of the first department that's looked at implementing certain rules for e-bike riders and juveniles with helmets when, and some other rule. That was the example we gave last year. They've had she said, good success with the rules that they implemented at that time. She says, one of our concerns was that kids weren't going to stop if we got behind them and turned our lights on, that they would just keep going. She says that absolutely has happened quite a bit, but they will terminate their not pursuit at that time. They'll just turn lights and sirens off, activate their cameras, and then they'll try to follow up with the school at that point to see if they can identify who that child was and then issue a citation or however they want to handle it at that point. So they're still working through it. I'm going to probably see that chief again here in a couple of weeks, and I can get more information if that's something council's interested in.
Great. Thank you for the reminder to everybody out there listening, and appreciate that input on e-bikes. Any other questions from council before we move on?
I just was wondering if maybe we could get a point of clarification, because some of the feedback we've heard about the new Anglin parking is
Sure.
Lamenting the loss of the center lane so that e-bikes could pass traffic. Can you sort of weigh in that is not necessarily a legal
So
way to ride your bike down?
bikes need to go with the flow of traffic. So
Staying
like,
in the drive lane?
yes. So what we're seeing, for again, e-bikes and regular bikes is like the weaving in and out of traffic. Like you can't do that. Like
We're
they-
simply passing on
yeah,
the
it needs to
right?
go the same. So, I know there's a lot of discussion. I'm not trying to derail us with the angled parking. Those angled parking spots for my observations are a lot longer than what you would have for normal angled parking. So the onus is, the safety is always needs to fall on the bike riders as well, whether that's parallel parking or whether that's the angled parking, right? So if you're riding your bike next to a car that's parallel parked, you're going to be paying attention to brake lights, or somebody were to open up a door. So the same is going to apply if you're riding your bike, that you need to pay attention to the cars and looking for brake lights. There is a pretty wide gap from where the cars hit the curb to where the end of that white line stops. So cars are staying over more in the lane closer to what used to be center lane. So hopefully gives a little bit more reactionary time to our bikers that they can see a car backing up. So, but the onus is on both the drivers to pay attention that they're not backing into traffic or backing into a biker, as well as the bikers to pay attention to the cars that are backing out.
Great, thanks.
Great. Dan?
And I do just want to add to that as well. On the other side, bicycles are allowed to take the full lane in this. It is incumbent on everyone. If you're going to try to pass somebody, it has to be safe. I have, as a cyclist, had cars try to essentially run me off the road, even though I'm going the speed of traffic and flowing with the flow of traffic in our town. And so everyone just please give a little bit of space. There is nothing in the world worth endangering another person for. It's not that important. So I've seen it go all sorts of ways. So please, everyone, just be respectful and try to be safe as well in that.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Any other questions from council?
Great presentation.
Thank you.
It's a great job, and
And-
so psyched on staffing. That's great.
Yeah, very big thing, and huge thank you to Callie and Charlotte who helped put this presentation together and help me with all the numbers. So I couldn't have done it without either one of them. So big thank you to them.
Awesome. Thanks for your time today and the
Thank
update for everybody. That brings us to work session 1B. and that is update on summer construction projects. And we have Kyle Beck and Kristen to present. Good morning.
Give me just a moment to settle in here. Okay, so this is the 2025 Community Construction Update. Each year, we present to you around this time a snapshot of public and private construction activity and highlights of any areas of the town that could be impacted as a result. I want to start out by recognizing and thanking the dedicated staff members who are part of the Historic Preservation, Planning and Building Department. Sam Samuelson, building official, Tommy Steinke, building inspector, Tammy Brand, historic preservation planning and building coordinator, Darren Candelaria, historic preservation planner, honorary team member, Allie Slayton, assistant town attorney. Breaking news, we have a new planner too who will be joining our team in late May full-time. And in addition, Connor Ficklin now serves as electrical inspector 2 days a week through an IGA with Mountain Village. That's been over the course of the last year. And also, I'm bringing on board 3 part-time consultants with expertise in planning, historic preservation, and GIS, who will provide our team with additional capacity beginning in late May while we work to fill open positions. So I'm going to run through a very quick building permit overview. This shows us, and I want to give a shout out, actually, Tommy, our building inspector, and Tammy Brand, who is our historic preservation planning and building coordinator, are here in the room as well. So these are building permits issued per year, fairly consistent in recent years. And between January 2025 and May 2025 of this year, 66 additional permits were issued. As of May 6, 2025, there were 159 active building permits in town. New construction and additions represent 27.7% of total active permits, 44 active permits. And the largest number of those permits, about 72%, or 115 active permits, are for remodels, repairs, other permits. And typically the construction related to those interior remodels and repairs does not directly impact the neighborhoods in the same way as new construction projects or major building additions. So we'll focus on those impacts in a moment. These are our building permit valuations per year, noting that it's quite high in 2024, but those valuations do include town projects. So you see that here. And then as we move to building permit fees, you'll see the reflection of those town projects in that trajectory that you're seeing here. So we're not collecting those permit fees from those projects, but they do increase that valuation for significant town projects. So construction activities are anchored by many interior alterations, including unit refresh projects and window and roof replacements. Residential single-family permits include a mix of projects nearing completion and those just beginning. And a number of town projects are underway or just completed, with additional town projects potentially coming down the pipeline as well. And current residential, commercial, and mixed-use construction projects. This is just a quick overview. All of this information is included in the staff memorandum that was provided to you in advance, and that is on the record for this meeting. So 26 new residential projects are ongoing, initiated between May 2023 and May 2025. That's just the quick list. And then there are 2 ongoing major commercial mixed-use projects, which is the Nugget and the Town Park Warming Hut. In terms of construction impacts, as we think about this, and Kyle will speak more to this as well during his presentation, we see the largest impacts from projects in the areas of high congestion. And so in the case of the development projects, those located on or in close proximity to Colorado Avenue, impacts may include construction noise, sidewalk closures, large equipment operations. And these are some highlights of where those potential construction impacts may be most prevalent based on the current projects underway. So here we're looking at the east end of town, Primrose. There are 4 residential structures being built. Here we're looking at the Nugget Building and the fact that the adjacent street will be one way. We have a new multifamily project in close proximity at 121 North Pine, and there's a sidewalk closure right now in front of the Nugget. Other examples of potential construction impacts are the fact that there are 7 large-scale construction projects within 2 blocks of each other on East Gregory. So that's an area of potential congestion. And also the start of the Canyonlands and Tower House projects, with the sites located in a heavily trafficked area just as you're coming into town, combined with the delivered panelized construction method. So lots of movement of large equipment and large deliveries has the potential to cause disruptions to traffic entering and leaving Telluride and to pedestrians due to sidewalk closures. You can see the location here. And now this is just a very brief summary of construction completed since May 2023. Again, you have the full list in your packet. Since May 2023, 10 new residential projects have been completed. And the following notable large-scale addition renovations were also completed. Those are just some images of those projects. As we look to future construction, these are just a couple of the highlights. I will say that we have a lot of incoming projects to the historic preservation, planning, building sides of our department. And so, we're partway through the year. I look forward to giving you an update at year end as well. But expected construction activity at Curtis Drive. There are 3 new residences, including a widening of the road. And 503 Curtis Drive is currently under construction. So road widening and 4 construction projects at the same time. Also, Tower House condos, the workforce housing units. The building permit application is currently in review for that project. So we are expecting added construction congestion at Clark's high school entry to town, as the project is to run congruent to Canyonlands East and West. And in terms of overall our department and the building division of our department, our building official and building inspector are currently drafting amendments to the 2024 ICC building codes, and we anticipate late summer, early fall adoption of those building codes, and you will see us back for a work session in July to bring you up to speed as our first meeting on those updates. Now I'm just going to make sure everyone is aware of a resource online. And I want to give a shout out to Tammy for the work she does to keep this updated, and a shout out to Tommy for all of the visuals you saw in this presentation and the data and work they both put into supporting this update for you this year. So there's a construction activities GIS story map on our website. If you go to our website and go to our department, you can find it there. There you will see the location of all new construction. You can also see all of the projects visually, and if you click on any one of the projects in the sidebar, you can zoom in, you can access the plans and lots of information about each project. And every time a new construction project building permit is issued, it gets added to this online resource. So anyone in the community at any time can be aware of active new construction. In addition, it includes addition remodels. And so this other section, if you tab over, will show you where the additions and remodels are. Again, you can click on any of the images and addresses to the left to be able to get more detailed information and access to resources. And then you can click through. It also includes completed projects from 2023, 24, and 25, and then also going back to 2021, 2022. So it's an excellent overview, a great resource. If people have any questions about projects, you can point them there. And this is sort of what you see if you click on a specific project. You get information, you get the HARC planning files and access to those, name of the contractor, the zone it's in, the permit number, and then those are all live links to click through to more information. And so if you want to learn more about any project, go there. I would encourage you to. And that is my brief update today. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions, or I will also be here after Kyle's presentation if you have any questions for both of us at that time.
Great, Kristen, thank you very much for the detailed summary. And that new kind of information piece online for everybody if they want to see details on any project. Are there any questions from council?
I just have a quick comment about that because I love clicking through those interactive things online, and just so everyone knows, if it's giving you an error message, try it in Chrome instead of Safari.
Great tip. Thank you
So
for that.
It's not that it doesn't work.
Can you repeat again where people can find that?
Certainly. So you can go to the town website. If you go to the Planning and Building Department, there's a list of departments. You click there, and then right on the homepage, you will see the development map button. And once you click through to that, you can access all of those resources. So it's very easy to find within our department's page of the website.
Also to add, Ashley, all of those projects that are on that page have the sign that I create for the project, and the
Yes.
QR code goes directly.
Cool. Great.
That's great.
Yeah, and that's something that is a recent approach so that people, when they're walking around town, they're able to click on that QR code and go straight to learn more about the project. And it really helps for that public outreach and transparency.
Awesome.
Great. Any other questions before we let her go?
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the next portion of the summer construction projects. And we have Kyle here to present, and it looks like Hayden is with him as well.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning. I'm here to talk about the 2025 summer construction update. Kyle Beck, Public Works Director. This is Hayden, Deputy Town Manager. Today I want to focus on just a few projects. I'll briefly go towards the end, kind of just briefly cover some of the other projects that are up and coming. But I wanted to focus on 3 projects that are currently going on in town. That way I can hopefully give you guys an update on where we're at on those projects. What's to come. The first one I want to start out with is the Main Street accessibility ramp project. As all of you, I'm sure, have seen Main Street at Pine, that project going on there. For this particular project, the accessibility project, there are several communication platforms to keep updated on this project itself. The main one is the Engage Telluride, and that's at bit.ly/TOT Main Street. And that's going to be the location where it's the current updates, kind of gives a little history of the project itself. It's going to have updated schedules, has links to all these other platforms. It'll have contact information, my contact information, the lead for the project with the Town Telluride, and it'll also give the contractors information. And then there's the text platform where you can text Main to 38276. And that'll give you those text notifications specifically for Main as those updates occur, which there'll be a lot of activity on this particular one because there's a lot of mobilization that is going to occur for this project. I am hoping to just discuss this project and maybe open up a question before we move to the next one. So just be prepared if you have any questions for this project. And then at the end, I have something very similar to Kristen with the storyboard, which will capture all the projects. So just bear with me. I'll kind of go through that at the very end. So again, I want to really focus on the construction part about these projects. This first slide here kind of gives a little history of it. I'll kind of give the background of the Main Street Accessibility Project is an important effort to improve safety and accessibility along Colorado Ave, our busiest and most visited corridor. The project focuses on replacing non-compliant sidewalk ramps and enhancing pedestrian and vehicular safety at a key intersection between Aspen Street and then headed east towards Alder Street. This work directly supports the Telluride Town Council goals and objectives under the Enhancing Accessibility for All ensuring that all residents and visitors, regardless of age and ability, can safely navigate Main Street. Some of the timelines of where we got to this point in time with construction, I want to kind of go over that. All falls back all the way to 2020, which is crazy because when I started here, this is really when this kicked up. So it's amazing how time flies, and we're just now getting to the construction part of it. But it's been part of the town's goals and objectives for improving accessibility around town. It was approved in 2023 for the annual budget for the design portion of the ramps, where we did award the contract to KLJ, who was our supporting engineering firm, to assist with these ramps and the design. And then in 2024, we put out the bid package for the project, which we only received one bid, and that was from K&K. And I'm not sure if any of you have heard about that story. K&K has been around Telluride for the longest time. They were well-known, excellent concrete contractor, specifically doing a lot of the flat work. And then these past few years, change of ownership, that company actually had a bad reputation, specifically in Mountain Village. They had some issues with their ADA ramps that were being installed. And so with them being the only bidder, we actually canceled the contract, but then we did a pilot test with them to give them a chance to see if they could prove themselves to perform the ADA ramp installs in Telluride. So K&K was the contractor that constructed the ramps at Pacific and Aspen. And that project started around June, and they didn't complete that ramp till October. That was just 2 ramps. So it was rough going through that project. They had to relocate a fire hydrant, but luckily I had CJ out there for the project, and he was reforming the work for him. So I pulled the plug and I just said, we're not going to award this project to K&K, which then we found out they actually went bankrupt and liquidated all their assets. And so that's why the ramp isn't complete as today, but we do have a plan. Parks has been a huge help. They're going to help us revegetate just those little islands in between the ramps, and then that'll complete that project. So that's why you're not seeing any grass or anything within the ramps itself. But that was an unfortunate event, lesson learned. And I'm glad we didn't award the full project to them. We did a pilot test to see kind of how they performed. And then January 2025, we actually sent the bid back out. KSK out of Grand Junction was the only bid that came in. And it was the only bid because KLJ, our engineering firm, was able to reach out to certain folks and try to promote the project to get them to bid on it. And so they did bid on it, and that's kind of where we're at today. They are the contractor that is on site. Officially started May 12th, which was yesterday. So we are just fresh into this project, and we are full bore. So I've got a lot of my team members focusing on this project to make it a success. They are currently out there right now at Colorado and Pine on the south side of the street. If you recall, our plan for this construction was to do one side of the intersection at a time to accommodate pedestrian crossing on that same side of the street. Actually, I'll pull up this. Oh, I don't think I have the traffic control plan up here. But it'll allow traffic to do a lane shift and utilize that center lane, then to allow pedestrian traffic to walk along the storefront. So we're not kicking or detouring, forcing them to go across the street. This will allow them to access the frontage of those businesses. And then we'll have pedestrian protected side rails that they can walk along Colorado, as well as the side street that will be closed for staging with the contractor. So the whole goal of this process is to allow access into the business at all times. There is going to be some challenges, particularly with those locations that have heated sidewalk, because you can't phase out that remove and replacement. Once you demo it out and you repair that glycol system, you have to do it all at one time because you can't phase those. So those are challenges we're going to deal with. I have to admit the contractor has actually been really good. Kirk is the owner, going door to door. It's amazing how this project's been out for quite a while. And, you know, it usually takes boots on the ground before people get into a panic and really want to know how to, you know, what's going on, and then they're willing to work with us and kind of get things scheduled out. So contractor's been great. He's been dealing with the businesses. The businesses have been great. Honestly, they've been working with KSK to try to figure out how to get the job done as fast as possible and get them out. They're actually out there tearing out sidewalk as we speak at the last dollar side of the street. So that's really the beginning of this project to demo out the concrete. Oh, sorry. Back a slide. Yep, and then kind of continuing within 2024. Some milestones just to mention that we did receive a grant from CDOT for $250,000 for revitalizing Main Street, and it does come with a deadline. So we do get a lot of these questions of, you know, why can't this be pushed a year? Of course, we were planning on doing this in 2024, and with K&K, that fallout, here we are today, and then we have this year to complete this project for that grant funding that we received. So what does construction kind of look like today and for the future? As I mentioned, they are set up on the south side of Colorado at Pine. Once they complete those two ramps, they will shift over to the north side, which is the bank and Crossbow. And then they will do kind of the same concept as they did on the south side. The contractor did agree to go to all the intersections and start saw cutting. Because I'm sure if you've heard that, that's probably the most annoying part of this project is the saw cutting. And then of course, dust, but they do have that Buffalo water system that helps mitigate the dust. But it's really just to get through that cycle. So they've got two individuals that'll be going corner to corner, just getting that saw cut done for Memorial Weekend, which will be a huge help. And I know the businesses appreciate that. And that is our ultimate goal, is try to figure out what we can do to help mitigate some of these impacts and make this a successful project. So I mentioned the saw cut is going to be going for the next 2 weeks. If I were to guess, it's probably going to be mid next week for them to wrap up that portion of the project. And then at the same time, they will be continuing to remove the sidewalk at the south side of Pine, as well as start the plan for reconstruction and repouring that concrete. Some of the challenges that we're going to have at different intersections, like I said, in front of the Grand, they have the heated sidewalk, which is a challenge. Then we have those corners that have existing fire hydrants that are outdated. So while we're there, we're going to go ahead and remove and replace that hydrant assembly. So that'll be a deep excavation to extract that existing hydrant, putting new pipe, putting new hydrant, and then relocate those to a location that makes sense within that particular corner. And then, of course, once you demo out the concrete, there's several things that you may find underground that weren't expected from random power, electrical, water services. We'll have all those challenges as well, but hopefully those aren't happening at every corner. And then once the concrete is removed, and if it has the heated sidewalk, they put back the glycol system. They'll put back the class 6, which is a road base that goes underneath the concrete, and then they'll form and pour. And so that's the other thing we're working on, is there's businesses that only have one access, they don't have a side access. We have to look into possibly phasing pours, which we can't do for heated, but for those sidewalks that aren't heated, we'll be able to do that phased concept to allow access through half the door, then you have to switch to the other side. And that's where the business and the contractor are working out to figure out those logistics. And then, of course, I have myself and Justin and Chase out there trying to help make sure that this goes as smooth as possible. The schedule, which is also posted on Engage Telluride, and that'll be constantly updated. This was the upfront generic schedule that went out. I did caution everyone that I know this will adjust. This is a brand new contractor. Hasn't been in Telluride before. Once we finish those first 2 corners, that's going to allow me to help update the schedule and expectations of what that looks like for the remainder of the project. And as I've been telling the business owners that we are trying to accommodate and have a contractor move as fast as possible. So the contractor will not be around for festivals. They will be packing up. We have to make it as safe as possible to remove the traffic control, remove the equipment, remove the materials, because the goal is to have everything open back up for those festivals. So we have to work with timing with the contractor to where if he finishes up a project early, I don't want to send them in front of a business knowing they're going to demo and then the festival starts. So there may be some adjustments where we move them over to some stormwater a portion of the project out east that is kind of off the beaten path. So we're going to be maneuvering them to make it less impactful for those during those major festivals. And of course, there's festivals and activities almost every week and weekend. So we do have to work around those. But I'm just want to make sure that they are not going to be around for those major festivals, Bluegrass, 4th of July, Blues and Brews, where we really see that high population, where we really don't want any of this stuff on the street. So before I go on to the next project, I'm sure we have questions on accessibility ramps along Colorado.
So I'll hop in there with one on the last point, and I realize the tricky balance of all of the things we are trying to weigh here of difficulty finding a contractor and keeping this affordable and the limited construction season that we have here in our town. There was one date that popped out on there, if you don't mind going back one slide. And I was approached by a business owner about it. It's specifically the Spruce Block one. You see the start date there is scheduled for 6/17, which is 2 days before Bluegrass. I am somewhat skeptical of the amount that can be accomplished when you both have to set up and then tear down within 2 days, and the effectiveness of that time compared to the importance for businesses on that block in particular, for what is a very necessary weekend for profits there. So talk me through some of that, and is there any way that that can be postponed till after Bluegrass? Because that is the one that really seems the biggest impact to me.
A great question. And that's where I really struggle with posting a schedule, especially when it's the start of a project, without getting a feel of kind of the momentum of it. I've been talking with the contractor, and for me, myself, this is where, especially with Justin. Justin has been fantastic. And I want to give a huge shout out to him because he's been the one that's really been coordinating with the businesses and trying to, establish, okay, major dates, importance, when does the business open? When are they closed? Do they have site access? So they're trying to figure out all these opportunities to minimize the impact. So when I mentioned, if they finish up, let's say they finish up the south side and we're getting close to a festival, or say they finish up Colorado and Pine and it's 2 days before a major festival. There's no way that we're going to allow them to tear out knowing there's going to be a big hole for a festival. That's where we want to adjust and say, okay, here's this smaller project that we can work on. That's kind of out of the way. We know you can wrap it up within these few days, and then everything can be taken off the street. I don't want to have open holes where we're filling a half a block, the half of the intersection with road base that people have to walk on. That's where we're doing our project management work with the contractor and not allowing that. And so, one of the concepts we're trying to work with is, let's say that they're on the south side of Colorado, doing at Pine, doing those 2 intersections. Well, they can't move to another intersection until they're complete, but this might be us having that opportunity to get demo over there, get it removed so we can have everything poured back before the festival. If we can't accomplish that, we're not going to allow them to go over there, create havoc and demo and create anything that would be hazardous or a nuisance to the public during those major festivals.
Thank you, Kyle. I do appreciate that. I also, get the business owner's concern where that might be a little unsatisfying of an answer. And I don't know that I have specific directions or an ask at this point. It is a difficult situation. I understand it. To the best of your ability, mitigating those impacts is greatly valued by our community and those businesses in particular. So that one's an important one, and anything you can do there, push the beginning of that till just after Bluegrass, I think would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And, like I said, I mean, that's my profession, my skill set to where I live here and I have to keep that relationship. And that's where, I ask for that trust. And, from day one, it was the request for the saw cutting, like that is gonna be a problem when the parklets go. So we're making that happen, We're getting everything saw cut before. So we're adaptable and we're trying to make it work. And so far, people have been great. I personally been out with several business owners with my cell number. And so that's kind of just what I ask is give us a shot, trust. Cause that's also heartbreaking for my engineer when, his heart and soul, he lives here and he has that communication and then it's, that trust isn't taken. I get it. He's new, he hasn't been here, but that's all I can ask is, the businesses to trust us to try to help figure this out. There are gonna be some hardships, but by all means, I understand that these busy, festival dates are important. And if we have to pull off a few days extra, we'll stop the contractor from performing work. So that is in our power. That's something we can do and definitely willing to work with people.
Thank you.
Ashley?
This isn't necessarily a question as much as, this is going to obviously be a big project. There's going to be a lot of interruption to people's daily lives and stuff like that for the summer, which we totally recognize. You mentioned it kind of briefly at the beginning of your presentation, but I just want to reiterate it that this project is allowing us to be in compliance with ADA requirements that we currently are not in, that it is a priority of our community to be, safe, navigable for all people that want to come here, and that this isn't just, a vanity project or something like that. It really is to help promote and increase the accessibility of our community and by way of that, getting us into compliance with these ADA requirements. And so I just feel like sometimes, when these projects are happening, people feel like maybe the inconvenience isn't worth the end goal. And I think that it's really important for us as this project gets started for people to understand that this is really to make our communities safer and easier to navigate for people that have different ability levels, and that it is something that our community should be taking pride in, despite maybe some of the interruptions that it may be causing us this summer. So that's, again, not quite a question, but I just wanted to reiterate that as we go forward so that people that are listening online can understand or listening on the radio can understand, and that, we're taking it seriously, understanding the concerns of the community members and business owners, but also recognizing that this is ultimately going to put us in a better position as a community.
Thank you.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah. Any other questions for Kyle on that? I'd just like to add, whether it's council members or staff, to the business owner specifically is making sure that, we act with a lot of empathy. I understand that, we have to do things to protect the high volume weekends like the festivals, but every day is important to our businesses because their rent is not being discounted for this project and their business is probably going to go down. That's the reality in some form or fashion, whether it's a closure or impact where people just don't walk in front of your store, what have you. So just, trying to work with them as best you can. This is a have-to project, not a want-to project, like Ashley said. But we need to make sure that we just, we care as much as possible about these businesses because it hurts. They're paying big numbers on Main Street. And when they lose revenue, it squeezes their ability to be successful as well as potentially reduced employee hours, which is also an impact. So I just want to make sure that we do that. Any last questions before we move on? All right. Thank you, Kyle.
Yep. So the next project I want to go over is the Pacific Ave improvement project. Again, this is very similar for the communication and notifications that are for the accessibility, where it'll be posted on Engage Telluride. You have the email notification options as well as the text Pacific, which will give you text messages specifically for this project. Again, this project was a part, a small portion of the swamp approved project. And that's really to improve the southwest area of Telluride, and it's really linked into several other projects. To complete this project is going to be important before we can complete the Mahoney Bridge project. And this project couldn't have been started until the South Tomboy Sanitary Sewer project was complete. So it's very important to kind of hit these milestones and deadlines. That way we can keep progress on improving that overall swamp plan that was approved back in July 13th of 2021. So some of these important dates, just to refresh everyone's memory, we had from 2019 to 2021. There was a series of dates that I didn't include because it just took up multiple slides. That included public engagements, outreach, just collecting, what people wanted for this area. And then and July 13, 2021, that's when town council approved the Southwest Area Plan as a guidance document for construction for specifically the specific project. In 2022, August 8th, Pacific Avenue street improvements added to the town council goals and objectives. And in the September of 2022, town council meeting reaffirmed that the one-way traffic concept is part of that project. And so that's the design. What the design was based off of is the one-way traffic concept. And then in 2023, July 19, site walk of West Pacific Avenue held with Parks and Recreation Commission. 2024, on March 12th, Public Works presented the 2024 project updates, including sidewalk and street escape design concepts. August 27th, 2024, Town Council work session reaffirmed and committed to the accessibility for all for goals and objective. The swamp implementation included that new 10-foot bike path to be installed on the south side of Pacific Ave. Stormwater bridge culvert. That was originally part of the project, was to reconstruct the Cornet Creek culvert / bridge. That has now been removed from this project, only because we're looking at bringing in a electric low profile dozer, which will actually be able to get into the culvert and remove the material. So we're trying to refurbish the bridge versus a remove and replace. This is a little different than Mahoney, as the Mahoney Bridge is a full circumference corrugated metal pipe that's deteriorated. This is just a half moon with a concrete foundation. So when we discovered the concrete foundation, it allows us to do some trenchless technology improvements, so we don't have to remove that bridge. So that's what we're looking at, bringing that equipment in later this year, which will clear out the invert of that culvert, and then hopefully we can do a trenchless technology to reinstate and refurbish the corrugated metal pipe on the top of the pipe. And so was a part of the original project, but that is now being removed. And then looking at the complete street concept for West Pacific and South Davis. On November 19, 2024, West Pacific Avenue project updated and included in the town packet. And then getting into this year, March 18, 2025, town manager's report announced project was out to bid, where we did receive 2 bids, Meridian out of Grand Junction, and then TGI, who was low bid, and they were awarded the project and is currently out there on site. May 1st, 2025, public meeting held to discuss the construction impacts. And then start date was May 5th, which everything started to begin. So where we're at now with that project, on the May 5th, the contractor was out there just doing their erosion control staging area, which is located in Carhenge on the north row of Carhenge. That's where they're staging their equipment and some material, where they have construction fence, kind of providing that boundary for them. They have their vehicle tracking control pad that's in place. They have the road control that's out in the Pacific, inlet protection, and then wattles for the flow line. And then currently they are out on South Davis. And so the South Davis project is a part of the sanitary sewer relocate from underneath Telluride Lodge. I'm sure if you took Tomboy this winter, it was getting pretty brutal. Because when the project finished, the asphalt plant was shut down, so they put in cold mix, which is a more viscous material, and it's not as hardy as asphalt. And so we're to the point where it was settling so bad that we were due for reconstructing South Tomboy. So TGI is out there right now. They're going to be installing a new valley pan on the west side of South Tomboy, and that's going to accommodate stormwater flows coming down from Colorado, and that'll get it all the way down to Pacific. Existing infrastructure there was just asphalt, low point within the road, and it was just traveling down the side of the road down the Pacific. This will give it a direct path of travel where it should be over concrete, not asphalt. And then reconstructing the road so it'll fix the profile to help stormwater sheet flow in each direction, and it'll just really improve that infrastructure along Tomboy, as Tomboy is going to then be used as a bypass for Pacific Ave when they construct that sidewalk on the south side. So they're hot and heavy on that South Tomboy right now. One thing I know that's important to the public and a lot of folks, we received a lot of comments in regards to the trees that are associated on the south side of Pacific. And so initially when we saw all the tape around the trees, our mitigation plan identified 29 trees that were that could be impacted by the construction of Pacific Ave. And so those trees were marked, and then the town went out there to just assess the number of trees and how close in proximity they were to the actual excavation for the sidewalk. And then we hired an arborist to go out there to give a professional opinion on, okay, do these trees have to go? What can we do to protect them? What are their chances of surviving, post-construction? And so we finished up with the arborist who's currently writing the report, but it was identified out of the 29 trees that were originally marked for removal. Only 13 of them actually have to be removed. 10 of the 13 are around 5-6 inch caliper in size, which can be replaced with in kind, so the equivalent caliper. And then 3 are of larger diameter that can't be replaced. They'll be replaced, but not the same caliper size of tree. 2 of those are a large pine tree, and then 1 is a cottonwood that's located on the west end of the park area by Viking Lodge. And that one has to be removed because of its existing condition. It has a rotted root as well as deterioration. So even if the project wasn't moving forward, that tree was actually recommended for removal. But that's that large cottonwood in front of Viking where the other cluster of trees went down last year. I don't know if any of you saw that. So that tree will be removed, and then the 2 pine trees that are near Carhenge. We did look into, a potential what it would take to relocate those trees, but with the size of root ball and how deep we'd have to go, it would take a specialty contractor to even think about moving those trees. And then it would become at a high expense, and then not having a place to even locate those trees to guarantee their survival was a huge risk as well. The other issue is that they're in such close proximity to the road that root ball, how it would migrate, it would be very difficult to extract it from its space to be able to relocate it. So it's just a pretty high risk to attempt to even relocate it, and then not having a location that'd be big enough for that root ball. It was an issue, and then expense and equipment and a specialty contractor to come in to remove those 2 large pines. And then a lot of the vegetation that you're seeing on the west end, near the river trail will be repurposed, relocated. We're gonna look at doing one of the cherry, trees and relocate that over to Public Works. And then I know Lance is working with the arborist of relocating a lot of the vegetation within that west strip that the 10-foot sidewalk will impact.
Kyle, just because I know this is such a topic of interest at the moment, can you summarize what you just said? So how many trees are going away, never to be seen again? Just the
So-
3?
So technically, yes, because
Great.
10 of them are the small, they will be taken down, chipped, and then repurposed for mulch, but they will be replaced. 3 are going away and could be replaced with smaller caliber.
And so the ones that we're going to replace, we're going to replace on that green space that remains?
Yeah.
Great.
And then
Good news.
yeah, absolutely. And then I want to kind of, let the listeners, since there's no one in the room, know, like, that's my neighborhood and I'm on that spot every day with my dog throwing the ball. And personally, I'm bummed. But when I did a site walk as chair of Parks and Rec to understand the project a few years ago, and it was explained to me the safety issue, and it allowed me not only to pay attention to the safety issue with bikers, but also for the fire department, then it was much easier for me to let it go, because this is a necessary project. This isn't about a first step for other things. This isn't about change for change. This really is a project, and not to be dramatic, is going to prevent somebody from getting hurt or worse. It really is, because when you pay attention, and we love following rules on our bikes, that everyone goes to the densely populated West End on their bikes in that direction. And if you pay attention, you see the goose has to stop because they're worried about hitting you. And cars aren't sure what to do with the bikes going in different directions. And as well as if the fire department says it, then I take great weight of that as well. So I just wanted to kind of point that aspect out of it. And again, it's necessary. And if you really paid attention to it, this isn't done on a whim. And then to add to that, lastly, there's going to be a lot of our projects that go through the approval process that are very transparent, that take public input, that have site walks, that get delayed multiple years because of the availability of contractors and timing that with the ability of the limited funds we have as a town. So, yes, we need to be better when we re-engage and restart these projects because of the delays. But this also isn't a scenario where we just steamrollered this project through. That is just not accurate to be accusing anyone of that. So sorry I had to get that out. Any other questions for Kyle on this project?
No, I just wanted to reiterate what you're saying, Teddy. I know I've reached out to several community members who contacted me directly about this, and I actually was engaged with this process as a member of the public several years ago, because I do also live in the area. I wanted to know what was happening in my neighborhood. So I do remember the public outreach that happened. Again, I think that it is tough when the public outreach happens and the project is defined and everything, and then it's years until parts of it are executed. That's an unfortunate, situation that we're in with this, and we're going to work better as, town employees and town officials to make sure that when we re-engage on these projects that people don't feel like they're taken off guard. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And to add to Ashley's point, this may sound a little harsh, but we better, as a community, get used to these delays. They're not necessarily going away. Finding contractors within a responsibility of budget is only getting tougher and tougher on a variety of projects. We've seen it on the Main Street bump outs. We've seen it on West Pacific. We've seen it with the new warming hut in Town Park. And it's not ideal. And like I said, we'll be better. But this is just a new reality of construction projects in Telluride. Any other questions or comments for Kyle or Hayden on the West Pacific project?
And one thing that Kyle did mention about the chips, we're with Darren to use it for our composting program. So the trees that do come down, will serve a greater purpose as well in composting.
Great. One last chance. All right, Kyle, thanks for that. What else you got for us?
Last presentation slide, and then I'll get into just going over some of the other projects, is the cured in place pipes. That's the CIPP. And this is, we've talked about this a few times. This is whatever refers as the sock within the sewer line. And that project has started up. And again, we have all of the communication platforms similar to the previous projects: Engage, Telluride, email, and text. And so this project is accomplishing two things. It'll be in two phases. We have our first phase that's going on right now. That is all the small diameter pipe within town. And so you can imagine how old our infrastructure is in town. And this is a trenchless technology that allows us to not have to excavate, remove and replace the pipe. It prevents the hairline cracks that are within the old clay pipe or even PVC. It'll help the infiltration from coming in, which will help reduce some of that flow down to the wastewater treatment plant. It'll prevent from, pipe collapse, because once the pipe starts to crack, it compromises the structural integrity of the host pipe. And so this inside liner takes place and completely, even if the host pipe were to deteriorate, it'll take the structural strength over and acts as a brand new pipe. So increases it another 50 to 70 years without having to dig up the street. Saves time on that. What the impacts are with this project is, one, you can't have your water on. So that's why we're doing it at night. And we're shutting the water off for those specific segments, because as this liner goes inside the pipe, you can imagine if someone was showering, washing the dishes, laundry, that water hits the liner and it has nowhere to go. So then it backs up the service line and they get it back up in the house. So that's why it's important that these hours of operation are from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. And then what happens is, once that liner goes in the pipe, it's either it can be steam cured, water cured, or we even have a UV cure. But it takes a couple hours for it to cure, and then they send a robot inside the pipe that goes in with the camera, and it actually cuts out, reinstates the service lines, extracts that coupon out, brings it to the manhole. So then it reinstates the service. So once that's complete, no one even knows that any work was even done, but now we just gained another 50 to 70 years on our infrastructure below grade. And so what we did for the last 3 years is we went through and did CCTV, which is closed captioning TV. We went in with the robot, identified where some of these pipelines are compromised, identified where the infiltration is, and then we built this program for the locations that we want to line throughout town. And so from May into July, we'll actually be going from segment to segment on this process. So the benefit of it is there may be some inconvenience impacts for that one night if it happens to be in front of your location or your home, but then it's done. It moves on, that noise won't be there. And it's really just kind of you'll hear a generator, or you'll hear the steam that's releasing from the pipe. But it's not this continuous loud noise. And so that's really the large impact of that project, is just that potential noise. But the ultimate benefit of it is not having to excavate, not having to remove and replace the pipe, and then the extending the life expectancy for our existing infrastructure. Let's see. I don't think there's any of the nice pictures in here to kind of show that. So once they complete the lining in town, then we move to the larger diameter from town that heads out to the wastewater treatment plant. That's the larger diameter pipe. And that's a UV cure, where another robot goes in and it actually expands the pipe and cures it. But of course, there's no taps that are along that stretch. So that's really just an impact for no one will really be impacted, just street maintenance, because they'll have to be out there. We'll have a day crew, possibly a night crew, that have to manage the bypass. So in town, you don't have to worry about the bypass because we're shutting off water, but that main infrastructure that goes through the valley floor, we have to physically have a bypass to go from manhole to manhole while we cure out those sections. If you recall, that section of pipe has never been maintained. At least Pat Delpez, who's been here for 40 years, has never maintained that pipe. And that's where, when we brought in that mining auger, because our 18-inch diameter pipe was reduced down to 6 inches, that's where we were finding 2x4s and calculators and you name it, we were pulling out of that pipe. And so we've already got that machine to bore out the existing pipe. And then now it's important to get that liner in there to prevent any infiltration from coming in, and then restructure that pipe as it's going to be compromised as you you bore through it with all that brick inside of it. So after July, they'll pack up their stuff here. They'll come back late September, and then that's when they're going to do the valley floor. Just because of weather conditions, it's a more sensitive material with UV, and then just our bypass that'll be required for that. So kind of in 2 phases. Any questions on the cured in place pipe? And then I'll kind of get into the storyboard so you can get another visual of what you can do as a resident or business to kind of see what all construction projects the town has. How it works.
Quick question, if just a ballpark, what is, the life expectancy of the liners and what you're doing? Do you have an rough idea?
So they say it extends like 50 to 70 years. So they equate it to the same life expectancy as PVC pipe, because it's technically the same material. What it is when they either push it through the pipe or they reverse it. And that, what I say, it's like putting on a sock in a reverse fashion where you're rolling it up your arm. Water pushes this material through the existing pipe. It's very flexible, looks just like a sock. And then it's got a resin inside of it. When they expand it with steam or water, the hot steam cures it, and then it hardens just like PVC. So you calculate it based on the thickness and your structural strength needed. So the thicker you go, the higher strength. And so we had it designed to where it could take over as its own pipe and not rely on the existing. So that way, if that clay pipe deteriorated, broke, went away, that liner would take over and act as the main pipe. So it's designed to its pipe thickness to equivalent of the PVC pipe that would be required. And the in situ form, they put like a 50 to 70 year lifespan on that.
Oh, that's great. And obviously reduces disruptions and probably saves us some money in the long run as well.
And then on top of it, we've got a grant for it, over 700,000 grant funding for this project, which is huge. So it's another win to know that we're getting something paid for.
Great. Ashley?
I saw on one of your slides that you said that you were like hand delivering notices to, and I'm assuming property owners and individuals about the disruptions.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what your timeline is for that. Like if people are getting it, the day before or several days before, just kind of like what the pattern is for that so that people can be aware. And, I appreciate that it is at night, but it still could affect people's lives, and especially businesses if they're late night operators, that could affect their operations as well.
Yeah, and so there's a couple things. So the contractor goes door to door with their notification, they hand those out. And then the town also has the Engage Telluride, which when I go to the storyboard, I'll kind of walk you through that, where there's the schedule you can click on, and it'll show you which pipe segment on which day they're going to be doing that work. And then we send out the text notification as well. And that's where that one's important if you want that specific text notification. And that's reaching out to the public as well, that if you are within proximity of this segment, you're getting that notification about the water being shut off. So there's several platforms that we're trying to reach out to people to notify them on that. And then in situ form and CNL, that notification is a couple days before that actual water shut off. And then huge props to Public Works staff. Because this is another one that is extremely time consuming for them. I've got guys doing shift changes because it's at night. They're going in and a lot of our manholes, it's like, I've never seen this before, but they've actually piped through the manhole, so they're having to cut out the top of pipe so they can expose enough for the equipment to get in. They're going around exercising, they're fixing valves, so we can make sure we isolate for the water shut off. So huge kudos to Lynn, Johnny and team, just because I feel bad because I'm putting through the ringer on all these projects going on.
And can I jump in quickly, Kyle? And it's huge props to your team for sure. Just for the text overview, I just remind everyone that people have to sign up for those text messages. So that's Telluride to 38276. There's a weekly text overview on Mondays of what the project looks like, and then daily reminders via text on day of to that.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Kyle or Hayden?
Stop sharing. I just want to show the storyboard real quick.
Okay.
So that QR code that's on the presentation, that's what you would link to get to the storyboard. Very similar to what Kristen was showing, where you're gonna have this overall map with your legend that kind of shows what color means what around town. These are Public Works specific. As you can see, we have the Pacific Ave, which follows that from Mahoney to Davis, up Tomboy. It'll show the Colorado accessibility ramp projects, which you see on Colorado, these square shapes here. And then it shows the mill and overlay program, which I'll get into. And, you know, just while we're on that topic of mill and over, that's another one it's not only timing, but we're also limited to when the contractor says they'll be in town. That's when they're gonna be in town. It's not, you know, we don't have wiggle room to say, well, can you come a month later? It's when they're available because they contract out this mill, large mill and large paver. They bring that into town. And so we try to capture as much as we can at that time and also try to prevent, you know, less impacts. And so with this year's mill overlay, we're trying to time it to get South Tomboy completed because that's a big overlay project. That's a full depth reconstruct. So they'll come in, they'll pave South Tomboy, and then they'll move directly into the streets that we identify for spring. And so that'll be the next project that we'll continue to bring up during the manager's report. But then I'll provide the timing of that. It's looking close at some point in June, which is very similar to last year. I know there were some, I won't say impacts on the festival, but we had some streets that were milled and they won't pay back during the festival and they came back after the fact. But again, they won't be interrupting any major festivals. And then timing is just going to be key on that. The mill and overlay program is always kind of two-phased. There's one shot in the spring and then there's the fall. And so in the fall, we're going to be focusing on once the accessibility ramp project is complete, that is going to be our main focus for the mill and overlay, because there's going to be a lot of transitions that are going to occur for patching to make sure everything ties in. As we build out these bump outs, it'll create some elevation impacts, and that's where we'll really focus on correcting all that down Main during the September, October mill overlay program. Mahoney Bridge is identified on here at this location. And of course, we got the spur bike path, which we are currently crack sealing, which I'll get into what that is. And then we'll be continuing on the crack patch replacements along that bike path to hopefully in 2026 pave that bike path. And then the storyboard also shows our pressure reducing valve locations that we're going to be replacing around town. These are old vaults and pressure reducer valves that are installed throughout town. And what that does is that reduces the pressure where we have a high pressure line to provide water at acceptable pressure rates for businesses and residential homes. And so these are vital because if these pressure reducer valves go, then that sends a surge of high pressure into residential businesses where leakage may happen on the system. Also covers the sanitary sewer pipelining project, includes wastewater treatment projects, and then our public works campus updates as well. And so when you're looking at the map, you can click on any project to see what it is. You can go look through some of the photos. This is West Pacific. You can scroll down, see pictures, and then you could actually click on the view, and that'll be a link that directs you to Engage Telluride, which then you can see the schedule, and you can view everything on that page as well. Then you can actually go into the search, and you can type in your address, and it'll pull it up, and you can see all the projects that are going to be around on that particular address, and you can start clicking around and see what's going on around your location, which this is going to be the CIPP project. And then you can click on view, you can go to the schedule, you can see, okay, this is planned for this particular date. You can plan for it. So lots of platforms to get information.
And I'll tag on to that quickly too, Kyle. Definitely another platform to get information, but the other huge value of this is just like we have, I say, trained our community to look at our construction permits and through the signage that we see throughout town. We are creating similar signage to put near these projects that then will tie to this map, which will then be updated throughout the years with whatever our construction projects are. So again, it's that sustainability piece of having a single QR code and area for all of these construction projects to link to. So those are in production now and should be out soon.
Great.
This is sweet.
Yeah, great update.
So again, like huge thank you to all of the team. They've put a lot of work in trying to communicate to the public of what's going on and prepare them. I know it's hard to ever be enough, and we encourage people to continue to be engaged, but hopefully with some of these added pieces, we'll make it a bit easier. And everyone has put a lot of time and effort. So thanks to Kathy and all of Public Works team and everybody else. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that. And then I won't go over the other projects. I'll hit that on another time, but didn't want to miss out. A huge kudos also to the wastewater treatment staff and water. They have been dealing with me, getting through all these projects and keeping up with all their projects as well. So huge kudos to those folks over there as well.
Great. Any last thoughts, comments, questions for Kyle or Hayden?
Big summer.
Thank you so much for the update.
Big summer.
Yes, hold on.
Yeah, as we know, construction projects aren't easy, so bear with us a little bit. And then that brings us to work session item number 1C, and that is a discussion of conflict of interest. And Kevin, we got you on this one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It'll take a minute just to pull up the presentation. We should be ready to proceed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger, Town Attorney. As I understood it, there was a request for a brief refresh with council on conflict of interest issues. So I have prepared some slides to kind of walk through some of the provisions that we have in our current Telluride Municipal Code, along with our Home Rule Charter. There's one provision in the Home Rule Charter that I think is applicable for this discussion. And then I imagine there'll probably be some questions and comments on a variety of things. We've had training on this. You may remember we had a training with the new council in November of 2023. But I'm happy always to kind of give a refresh and make sure everyone's on the same page. So let's start with some of the provisions in our municipal code. And the next two slides, you're going to see it's a very lengthy definition of what is a conflict of interest. But here's the definitional component that you'll find in the Telluride Municipal Code at section 2-4-20. Conflict of interest. It means when that town official or employee, so we're talking about two components here, elected official appointed officials to boards or commissions, and also employee conflicts of interest. Generally speaking, employee conflict of interest channel through the town manager for almost all employees, as the town manager does supervise all town employees with the exception of a few, including town attorney. This is when, again, going back to the definition of a conflict of interest means when that official or employee has a close personal, or anyone with whom that official has a close personal or close business relationship, that's an undefined term, has a personal or financial interest in a matter involving the performance of an official duty by that official. And then the code provision goes on to say that that conflict of interest shall be deemed when that individual, or again, anyone with whom that official has a close personal or close business relationship, would be adversely affected by or benefit from the performance of the official duty, the official act, if you will. And then here's the other key provision: in a manner substantially different from the public generally. So a couple of components here to keep in mind: adversely affected by or benefit from, and then a manner substantially different from the public generally. But then the code goes on and has an important limitation, that the conflict of interest only arises when those triggers are met on a quasi-judicial matter. We can go through what a quasi-judicial matter is, but generally I think you're aware of it. It's a separate definition in the charter, in the municipal code provisions on this. Generally requires advance notice of a hearing, and then you're taking some applicable code provisions and you're rendering a decision based on reviewing the individual circumstances of a matter to specific code provisions. So think of rezonings, think of PUDs, think of some of the appeals that have been before town council. I think you've had 7 or 8 in the last year that have been before you on an appeal provision. Or the other trigger, or the other box to check here, is that, again, that similar language that you saw earlier, where that town official, or again, anyone with whom that town official has a close personal or business relationship, would be adversely affected by or benefit from the performance of the official duty, the official act. But then remember another important exception, what's called the legislation of general applicability exception. We've talked about this in the past, and I know you're familiar with some of the examples, but the code is very clear. You don't even get into a conflict of interest analysis or scenario where you have legislation, council in this instance, I'm going to use your example, where you're considering legislation of general applicability, where the member of the body has the same or shares the same personal or financial interest as an entire membership of the common class of citizens or residents of the town. Some examples that are provided in the code on this, things like your water and trash and sewer rates, taxes, generally speaking. Another one that came up, and I'll just mention it briefly, business license provisions. There were a number of questions that were addressed when the town did its comprehensive renovation or revisitation of its STR regulations about 2 years ago. There were some provisions there that were very general, and there were some in the community who thought that if an individual on council or an employee had an STR interest or a business license interest, that should be a conflict of interest. Remember, again, the broad legislation of general applicability exception applies, and the reference quite clearly here at the very bottom there is business licenses. It makes good sense. I just looked at the presentation you're going to have on STRs. 782 STRs and licenses issued in the town of Telluride last year. That is about a third of the town population. That's a very broad class of a business license. There's a reason that that is considered to be generally exempt from the conflict of interest analysis. A couple other examples: parking issues, speeding tickets or the speed limit in town, biking. You would not preclude someone who owns a bike or rides a bike or owns a car or drives a car from deciding that issue at a town council level, whether it's a bike regulation or a speeding regulation. That's a broad class of individuals who are subject to the same standards, whether they're on an elected position, an appointed position, or a general member of the public. Okay, so again, those two, let's take a look again. These two slides, these are all the definitional components of a conflict of interest. It's pretty long, it's pretty lengthy. And not only is it lengthy and long, but that specific provision, the definition of a conflict of interest, incorporates two other, at least, definitional components that have their own separate definition. And we talk about them a little bit: financial interest, the one trigger, and a personal interest, the other trigger. So let's go through the definitional component of each. Financial interest. There are a variety of direct financial interests that can trigger the financial interest for determination of a conflict of interest. Ownership in a business, you're a creditor in a business, you loan to a business, or you have a loan relationship with a business. Employment relationship, that one comes up sometimes as well. And then there's the general, and this one is somewhat amorphous, but close and continuing business relationship involving regular purchase, sale of goods or service or property. And those services, those goods are not generally available to the public. This doesn't come up too often, but it does come up when you have an example of, let's say, a lawyer that someone uses on town council, or an architect or an accountant. Those services are not generally available to the public, and they have specific information that may be particular to that client. But we think that the other example on the other side of that spectrum is probably like a hardware store or a grocery store. Those goods, those services are generally available to the public. So there's no unique relationship there between that business and, let's say in this case, the member of town council, if that's what we're focused on. And then, of course, proximity. And that's the one that probably comes up the most. Remember, for financial interest, there are two components of proximity. You either own property or you have a leasehold interest, you're a tenant, in excess of 3 years, within 75 feet of the subject property. And this one comes up sometimes. Remember that in that 75-foot calculation, and also it was reduced from 150 feet to 75 within the last decade. But remember, you always exclude rights of way and water. So if you have a piece of property on one side of a right of way and catty corner to it, you have another piece of property that may be the subject of the application. When you reduce that right of way or you take out that right of way, those two properties actually probably touch directly. You remove that entire component. You do the same for water calculations as well. And then personal interest. And again, I want to say both of these definitional components and our conflict of interest components, we are both broader. And what I mean by that is we encompass more, or we include more in the definition of these components: conflict of interest, financial interest, personal interest. And we're more restrictive, meaning we impose a greater duty on the decision maker on when they might have a conflict of interest. So we are more restrictive than Colorado law, and you're entitled to do that. And there's a clear exception provision in the very beginning of our ethics code that says we are intending any conflict with Colorado law to be purposeful. And under our home rule authority, you can do that. So again, personal interest, you have a similar proximity limitation, but this limitation is not just ownership and leasehold interest in excess of 3 years, it's residency. So let's say you don't own and you don't have a leasehold interest in excess of 3 years, but you reside somewhere, you rent that property. This is where you would look at that proximity limitation applying to your residency. And then the first one is a close blood family or marital relationship or other close personal relationship which imparts the appearance to a reasonable person of undue partiality or undue influence. So what else do we look at? We have a number of factors that are also in the municipal code. So these are factors that are found at section 2460 sub B. These are, I think, the things, the 5 components that you look at if it's not clear whether you have a conflict of interest or not. They're factors to consider, both by the individual making their own determination of whether they have a conflict, or if there's a reviewing body looking at that issue. And they include things like, does it interfere with your independence of judgment? Does it interfere with the confidence in the integrity of the town or the town government? What kind of impact would it have on the disposition of the matter? Your fiduciary obligations to the town. And then purposes of the article. There is a separate provision that addresses purposes, purposes statement or section under the ethics code as well. And again, we think these are more factors that you consider if you're in a situation where it's not crystal clear under the conflict analysis, personal interest, financial interest, then you can look at some of these factor considerations. But you always look at the municipal code for the basic provisions of a conflict of interest. This issue comes up quite a bit. Who decides the issue of a conflict? Well, in the first instance, even though it's, I think, the fifth section in the section that I've cited here, section 2460, but in the first instance, the decision of the official that they have or they are declaring a conflict of interest, that's final. That's dispositive. Results in the disqualification of the official. They step down. But there is an admonition here that the official shouldn't use that conflict declaration to avoid a potential issue that you're not comfortable with. So just because it's a controversial matter, just because you might be dealing with an issue that has a lot of community attention, doesn't mean that you get to declare a conflict of interest because you want to avoid that difficult issue. It has to be true. It has to be legitimate. And of course, you're not going to use it to abstain from an issue that is important. We know you don't do that, but the code has an admonishment to make sure that you don't. So that's final. That's the decision maker saying, I am stepping aside. Here are my reasons. I'm going on the record and stating it, and I'm going to step away. Well, what if there's not that statement or that disqualification from the individual? Then the code's clear. The rest of that body, could be the Planning and Zoning Commission, could be HARC, could be Town Council. The rest of the body proceeds to determine the existence of the conflict or not on each member. The individual member can make some statements on that issue. They are not entitled, obviously, to vote on their own conflict of interest question or challenge, if you will, but they can present information to the decision-making entity on their individual situation. And then who reviews? Well, if it's a lower board or commission, don't think we've ever had this come up, but a lower board or commission decision on a conflict of interest decision can go up to the town council. Town council presumably would go up into district court on what's called a Rule 106 action. Hasn't happened, but there is a hierarchy of appeal or review on a conflict decision by governmental entities. And then the last provision I'll mention is that there's an encouragement that if an individual has a concern about a conflict of interest, they should talk to, and they are encouraged to seek the advice of the town attorney. And I've done that on a number of occasions with members of town council. I've done it with boards and commissions. And usually it's very helpful that you get a complete picture of the facts of the issue. And that's the last point I want to leave my presentation on. The facts almost always on a conflict of interest scenario, they are almost always dispositive, and they're very specific and individual. So while you have these definitional components that while they're lengthy, they are clear in my mind, but they're clear only when they're applied to the specific facts of a situation in question. So you want to look at the relationship and the council member or the decision maker's relationship to the issue that they're addressing, and then compare that with the public generally. And I believe the only last thing, I'll mention two other things. One is, and we've talked about this in your general training, not going to spend too much time on it, but what do you do if you do have a recusal? Well, you know you have to leave the meeting. You are prohibited from trying to influence any of the remaining decision makers on that issue. That would be either before they consider the matter or during the consideration of the matter in that public meeting. We do have First Amendment rights that we protect. So if your conflict is based on proximity, let's say you live right next to the property in question and you have a strong personal view on it, which caused your recusal under the proximity issue, you can still write a letter. You can't submit comments verbally during that public hearing, but you can write a letter to the governing body. Has to be received in advance. We've never had the issue come up of someone trying to present it the day of. The requirement is to submit it in advance. And then we had one clarification in 2015 that I think we probably should briefly mention. We had a scenario where what if you had a member who had a conflict of interest at a lower board or commission proceeding? They're on HARC, they have a conflict of interest. But this issue is going not only to HARC, it's going to P&Z, then it's going to town council, which sometimes happens. We made an amendment in 2015 because there was a bit of ambiguity on that issue. We made an amendment at that time to say you are precluded if you have that conflict of interest from being involved or attempting to influence any of the decision makers at any point in that process. So while you have a recusal at Hark, you also can't go out and talk to the P and Z members. Can't go talk to town council as well if it's on that same matter. That qualification runs through the entire town process. And then finally, I'll mention one other provision. It's in the Home Rule Charter. You'll remember the Home Rule Charter was done initially before the municipal code provisions on the ethics code. So this was in 1977 through 1978, and they include a general provision. I don't find it super helpful, but that a council member or board member shall not have a material or significant financial interest, direct or indirect, or any apparent conflict of interest with the town. What exactly does that mean? Well, that's a general statement. Can't have that significant financial interest, the direct or indirect, or an apparent conflict of interest with the town. I think that's informed later by the municipal code provisions in the ethics code that clearly lay out what the definition is of a conflict of interest, what the definition is of a personal interest, and a financial interest as well. But I do mention that because that is kind of the initial statement that we had in our Home Rule Charter. And then the ethics code, I think, informs and greatly expands on that general definition or prohibition. So with that, I will turn this back to the mayor. Hopefully that overview was sufficient to kick off any questions you might have on this issue.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much. I have a quick comment. It's kind of a two-part question. It's kind of a question for Kevin, then a follow-up to council. I know one of the reasons why I wanted to chat about this had to do with financial interest. And so the two-part question is as simple as this. In its appropriateness, can council set a dollar amount as a minimum? And I'll use an example. Somebody works for Telluride Bluegrass. They make like $200 and they're a council member. Do we feel that that's appropriate enough for someone to then recuse themselves, or do we still value their opinion? And I think it's important to discuss that. But secondarily, only if council feels the need to discuss it. Does that make sense, Kev?
I think it does. Do you want me to answer that right now?
I'd love you
So,
to.
yeah, right now, we don't have a dollar amount or a threshold amount, but I do think you get back into the question of, is it an interest that's substantially different from the public generally? And I pulled back up the financial interest definition. What you could do if you wanted to is you could look at modifying the employment relationship or agency trigger, if you will, for a financial interest. And you could say employment relationship where compensation is received in excess of, and then have a dollar amount there. All these provisions, they're all municipal code provisions. They can all be amended by council to readings of an ordinance. This is not something you have to submit back to the voters. And you may remember we have taken a number of amendments through the ethics code in the past 10 years. And I've mentioned a couple of them today.
Okay. Great. Ashley, she had her hand up first.
Yeah, I think I've got just a couple of questions because I obviously was one person that kind of, prompted this discussion and wanting to have it. Part of my concern is that the way that all of our there are a lot of conflict of interest places to pull from in our code. It's not just like one section. Obviously, you showed us a bunch of different areas. And it seems like because of that and because of the way that some of the verbiage is written in these, it leaves a lot of room for vagueness and, interpretation. It's very difficult as a member, I would say, of council, or if I sat on a lower board, to try and figure out kind of where these lines lie. I specifically had, this question came up for me with when the Planet Bluegrass organization was coming before council asking for a festival permit. And it kind of, I disclosed that I worked for the festival, the Bluegrass Festival, when it is here in June. And then the feeling was that even though no offer of employment or compensation had ever been made to me, that because of this tangential kind of involvement with the organization at a different level, that disqualified me. But at the same time, it feels like it would be difficult then because I think there's a number of us that sit on this board that have worked for festivals, that have the potential to work for them again in the future, or might volunteer for a ticket compensation. And it just, again, it felt like it was a little bit hard to understand where that line was. Because my initial feeling when I was coming into that meeting was they hadn't offered me any sort of compensation or employment for this particular festival or show. And so I didn't feel like I was in any sort of a different position than anyone else sitting up here, considering a lot of people here have worked for the festivals in the past. So again, it's like, it's difficult for me to kind of find when there could be a conflict or should be a conflict. And I think that's a bigger question, is that, you know, there's a lot of spaces, I feel like, in our conflict of interest verbiage that allows for the appearance or the feeling or the da-da, and it's like I feel like we need to have a clear understanding of what conflicts truly are and when it does affect our ability to make decisions. I have one other question, Kevin. The part about like when we are recused and it's saying that like we have to leave the room and we can't be involved in discussions and stuff like that, is that particular to quasi-judicial discussions? Or is that any sort of discussion where like, for instance, like, I don't know, it seems like a little extreme specific to some discussions that we're having versus others, where I understand obviously in quasi-judicial discussions, you would want that person to really remove themselves and not influence. But it seems like maybe on other situations where we would have conflicts, it seems like maybe it's a little extreme. I'm just trying to, again, figure out the specificness of, you know, how we are recused in specific things and our, you know, needing to leave the room and, you know, that kind of stuff. Those are kind of my two starter questions to just jump off on trying to clarify some of this stuff.
Yeah, I'll take the second one because I think it's the clear question. And we can come back to the first one maybe with council discussion. It's probably a more acute issue when it's a quasi-judicial matter because the potential for litigation, the potential for ex parte contact is more severe and consequential. But the code makes no difference between disqualification on a quasi-judicial matter versus disqualification on a general town matter. It calls for the same actions. Remove yourself from the room. Don't influence the remaining decision makers. You can still submit comments if you had a proximity conflict of interest. And again, the conflict applies all the way through the process. So it's not just you and your board, but any other town process or town employees. We had this one come up, and it's a long time ago, and no names will be mentioned, but if you're recused as a decision maker on a quasi-judicial board, which is what a lot of the lower boards are, again, you're conflicted all the way through the process. That means other boards deciding the issue. It also means town staff or a town official who might be looking at that issue. You can't step out when you have a disqualification and go talk to the planning director and tell the planning director how you feel on that issue. You can submit something in writing if you had that proximity conflict, but that disqualification applies all the way through board, commission, council, town staff.
Elena?
So I have two like specific questions for Kevin, but I did just kind of want to follow up with my thoughts on what Teddy and Ashley brought up. Before I was on council, I've talked with Kevin and formerly Scott about this a lot with the case board, because this comes up a ton on case. I think with that specific example, I think the reason that I still have a pause about that example is the applicant in that case was also an employer of yours. And that's where I feel like that did feel a little bit more black and white for me, as opposed to like some of the gray area, if I'm just being really honest. Because, you know, we kind of talk about these things in terms of who the applicant is. And the applicant was Planet Bluegrass, even if the festival wasn't the Bluegrass Festival. Does that make sense? The thing that, because I've spent a lot of time thinking about this in years past, the thing that I always thought would be a good like kind of barrier would be the $600 that you know, that benchmark that you have to report it for your taxes, and anything under that would maybe be like, I like that it aligns with our tax system already, and it sort of feels like anything below $600 does feel like not super consequential. And anything above that, that you're reporting on your taxes maybe could count as the benchmark for a conflict. So that was just an idea that I've had in the past. What I did want to ask Kevin specifically, you mentioned a few times a broad class of individuals. Do we define, so like short-term rentals, we have like 700 and some that you said was considered a broad class of individuals. Do we have any more specific definition around that? Because that also feels like a little bit of a subjective term. And so I just wanted to ask that question. And then the other question I have, and then I'll stop talking. With the lease agreements for conflicts of interest, is that 3 years in total, like looking backwards, or 3 years from the date of the conflict forward? So like if I signed a 5-year lease agreement, but I was 6 months from the end of that, is that still applicable? Or I think you understand my question there.
I do, and I think I'll take that one. So I think the others were more discussion component that you want to have with the rest of council. It talks about a leasehold interest in excess of 3 years. I would view that as the duration of the lease itself. So, but I think you could also have a trigger there. Let's say you had a year lease or an annual lease, and you are now on your 4th lease of that premise. I think once you get to that component, you're 3+, even if it's a yearly lease, I think the trigger would have been met there as well.
Okay. And then the broad class of individuals, I almost feel like it might be helpful to have a little bit more of an idea of what determines that.
Yeah, so I put back up for your review the language in the definition, at the very end of conflict of interest, which attempts to kind of provide some parameters, if you will, for the legislation of general applicability exception. So it talks about that you, the decision maker, share the same personal or financial interests as an entire membership of a common class of citizens or residents. And then it does give some examples. They're just examples. They're not by way of what's called limitation. So these are some, they're supposed to be illustrative examples. Again, water, sewer, trash rates, general taxes, residential zoning or zoning limits, and then business licenses. But I provided a number of other examples that I know have come up in the past: speeding, car regulations, bike regulations. Those have come up as I recall. Sometimes questions have emerged. I think, again, every time you're looking at whether that exception applies, you're going to want to look at the facts or the language of what you're looking to pass and how that applies either to a subset of the community or, again, here to a common class of citizens within the community. And I think, again, some of these, they're fact specific. You're just going to have to wait to see what exactly you're looking at and then make a determination. And I'll also mention the code mentions that I can assist you and make these interpretations. The code's very clear. Town attorney also is not the decision maker on these issues. So again, if there's a conflict, someone says they don't want to be disqualified, then it goes to the board or commission that's addressing that issue and has their member either challenged or with a conflict issue.
Great. Geneva.
Yeah, so I feel I totally see especially with this specific board, we have a lot of event producers on this board. So getting some clarity there, I think makes sense. But there are many times when I would say, especially the three of us are applying as event managers on a liquor license or to Parks and Rec as event managers for a special event to Parks and Rec in case. And I think in those situations, it is cut and dry that you shouldn't be able, that is considered a conflict. You're a key member of that team. You're taking responsibility for the event. You're hopefully getting compensated well for that, because that's a lot of responsibility to take on. So to me, the relationship there between Ashley's role with this company makes sense, that it was a recusal. If it was, say, like, for the last 20 years, I have bartended there and I'm underneath a manager, I can see the let's discuss this and maybe this, you're not part of this, you're not like a special key individual, but if you're going to be the applicant later on an event, special event liquor permit, it doesn't seem appropriate to pre-approve that event. That's sort of the way I've always looked at it. It's sort of why I recused myself from everything that had to do with transfer warehouse stuff when I was running the bar for them. I realized that was an ongoing thing as opposed to a special event. But to me, that makes sense. And I think it's just a unique situation that we're going to be confronting with this specific council with events. There have been other times when council's made up of realtors and developers and more of kind of that genre of industry, and there's a lot more potential recusals for PUDs or applications coming through that direction. So I don't know that it would be super consequential because we also tend to have a very pro-event board up here. And I know that is their involvement going to be consequential to the outcome is one of the factors to consider. So for that reason, maybe having a discussion each time makes sense. But if we looked at this on a, like, if this was a big city and there was a council member, a town or a city council person who approved some project and then a year later turned out to be a consultant or a key role in that project moving forward, I think that there would be some outrage from the community, from the city population of, oh, look, you're creating a job for yourself. And I just don't want to ever have that image for us as well. So that's sort of where I stand on that issue. And I kind of liked Elena's concept of the $600 because we would at least be matching another arbitrary number that is accepted by our nation as like a consequential employment relationship. But I don't think that if you are a volunteer for an event that you shouldn't be able to weigh in on things having to do with that event. But I do think that key employees are different.
Great. Jesse, right?
Yeah, I don't think this needs a ton of explanation. I think that if you receive a paycheck from anything, it's considered a conflict of interest. I think volunteers is one thing, but any type of financial interest, like our current definition says, should be considered a conflict of interest. Leave it at that.
Dan, since we haven't heard from you, we'll
I will echo some of Jesse Ray's statement. I do not want to put in a monetary threshold that would trigger a conflict of interest. I think that if we are going to really try to, I don't have much appetite to amending this portion of our code. I think that there's going to inherently be some realm of gray area in the world of ethics. And this is where there has to be some recourse, which we have and we have seen in this council, of how do we deal with that when there is a difference of opinions on whether the threshold has been met for a conflict of interest. We go through that process then. I think by trying to have a very clunky legislative process with it, you're always going to miss some examples for it. So I prefer a clean and just beautiful in its simplicity element of our code here. And so trying to add in a bunch of minor stipulations, I think is only going to make this area more clunky, add more confusion, and not make this process run better than it has. On some of Geneva's points there, as was noted around that last conversation with that applicant, I have always recused myself for every issue that goes before the liquor licensing authority because of my work as a wine and liquor salesperson, where I feel even though I am guaranteed no future sales with any liquor license holder with that job, there is a potential financial incentive for me. And I see that potential for an incentive is enough of a factor in my mind that isn't a factor for the general community, that is a perfectly good reason for me to recuse, and I always do. So I view some of these other issues that we're discussing through a similar lens. I think that allowing for this process to take place and having these rules that in my mind are working well is good. I am honestly a little lost as to why we're here again. Yeah. Thank you.
Ashley, further comments?
I actually, so I don't think that this is simplicity and beautiful as Dan described it. I think that it's actually got a lot of, undefined or unclear words. So I will have to just, agree to disagree on that part of this, of our code here. I will say, I think that, to Geneva's point and what Jesse Ray was saying, it's difficult again to determine whether or not if you are looking at potential things that are happening in the future, if you don't have a contract or any sort of commitment from these businesses, it is difficult to determine whether or not they're going to use you or not. So there's a little bit of a nuance there. I agree with what Elena said, and I can see the benefit of that. And I think that if we do put some sort of a numerical number on it, it does make it a little bit easier, especially to say like, hey, if you've received compensation at this amount, then, if that same employer comes before us, even if it's not an event that you're going to be involved with or not something that you maybe are going to benefit from directly in that instance, that your past relationship within this calendar year of receiving that compensation is enough. Again, it's like, it's difficult because it's like, to Geneva's point, we all there's a bunch of us on this council that have worked for festivals or, currently work for festivals. I don't think any of us that are sitting up here, well, with the exclusion of Mian's Festival that she operates and owns, but I'm not a full-time employee of that business. I have no guarantee that I'm going to even work there next year until I get a phone call that says, hey, do you want to do it again? That phone call may never come. So I think, again, having a little bit more clarity so that we can determine in that instance, if it's your past an employer within, the last year that paid you $600 or more, that's clear. For me, that feels better. I think it's fine to say that. I don't think that if somebody gives you $200 to be a bartender at Bluegrass, that necessitates you from, needing to recuse yourself from if they're going to do another festival in August. So I might disagree with people on that. I like Elena's suggestion. I think that would have helped clarify for me, particular if it's like, hey, you've been compensated by this company to this tune, even if you're not a current employee or currently employed by them, that compensation would represent a conflict because, they might bring you back or whatever. It's just a little bit tough because I haven't worked for the Jazz Festival in a few years, but if the Jazz Festival comes forward and wants to do something, am I to recuse myself from that? Because what if they hire me at that next thing that they're doing? That was why I wanted the clarification, is because it's also uncomfortable to come into a meeting thinking that you don't have a conflict and then to feel that come from other people and then go, I didn't see that the same way. And to Dan's point, I don't think that you recusing yourself from every liquor hearing is necessary. I think that it's.
But, okay. But on your
Hold on,
comment there, Ashley, the lack of self-awareness from what you put me through last year on, I could come.
We're not going backwards on that. Hold on. We're not going to go backwards. We have not heard from one person on this issue. And before we figure out any direction, if Mian has anything to say, I would like to hear from her.
Sure. I think conflict is something, I think we live in the gray area in regards to conflict in most decisions. And I think, there was the Supreme Court, when they were defining obscenity, the definition was, I know it when I see it. And I think that in a lot of cases, conflict ultimately ends up being exactly that as well. I think there are some places where it's very, very clear, but I also think that there are places where it is very, very nuanced and situational. And I think that that's where we have to look to our fellow council members for guidance as to how they would view this. And I think, to your point, Ashley, I think sometimes, I've picked up the phone and called Geneva or I've called Teddy and said, what are your thoughts? just to get that viewpoint and that perspective that is outside of my own, to ensure that like my own view is not clouded by my personal judgment. And so I think it's why I actually do like this being broad, because I do think that it can be so situational and it can be so nuanced that to try and really put even further bumpers around it wouldn't really serve the point and purpose of conflict. I also think, to a conversation that we had as a council in the past, I can't remember how many months or years it was. I think there is also we have to consider what the public perception of our decision making, not just on that one decision, but on future decisions and other decisions could potentially be based on the decision that we make in regards to that one particular conflict, and how that can or may or will erode the public's trust in the work that we're doing. And so from my perspective, I like the way that we have this set up. I like the idea that if there's a potential conflict, that it's just a straw poll, before you go into a meeting. I don't know, like, am I conflicted on this? Am I not conflicted on this? I feel this way. What are your thoughts? I think getting that validation from people who also sit in similar circumstances and similar seats, and what their perspective is can help inform your own viewpoint as to whether or not you truly are conflicted.
Mian, thanks. I'm gonna wrap this issue up because I'm happy we, brought this topic to discuss amongst ourselves as well as for the public to hear it. I can kind of read the council and the splitness of revisiting this. And one of the reasons why I wanted to revisit this was exactly for that reason, to hear everybody's thoughts, to see if this is something we want to discuss in the future. And sadly, as I was leaning towards, especially putting a dollar amount on something, and thought that would be a really good idea, then I started to figure out, well, let's say it was $600. To every single person at this table, $600 means something different to each and every person, to its value, and further just clouds everything. And so for now, I think we just stay the course with what the rules are. And if we want to discuss it further, everyone has a chance to think about it a little bit more, and we can discuss adding it in future agendas for a longer time frame if we do want to discuss it. But for now, unless people disagree, as a whole on this council, I think it's time to just keep it the same and move on. Okay, great. Kevin, thank you for that.
Sure, certainly.
With that brings us to lunch break. We will take a break for lunch. We're going to reconvene the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, May 13th. We're obviously in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, and we are also hybrid online. The time is 1:01 PM. The next agenda item is public comment on non-agenda items. It looks like we've got a full room today, as well as people on Zoom. So just like the last meeting, the amount of time per person is going to be 3 minutes, and we will cap off the overall public comment discussion in 45 minutes. Please make sure that any comments you make are new. If they're repetitive, we would prefer you not make those comments or keep them super short, per some of the conduct we approved at our last meeting. And then if you're in the audience, I've got to sign up for 5 individuals. And if anyone else after those 5 individuals would like to speak, please raise your hand. When you do speak, we are going to have you come up to a microphone and state your name and where you live. And then once we get through with the people in the room, we will then request public comment from the people who are online for this meeting. Our first public comment person on the sign-in sheet is Eric Dalton.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for letting me come back up here. My name's Eric Dalton. I live at 425 West Colorado Ave. I just had a few more comments to make about the diagonal parking pilot program going on. First off, Dan, I believe it was you last meeting who referenced the city of Ouray and how they do the diagonal parking throughout their main street, which is true. Upon closer inspection, it is through their entire commercial core. But as you head south towards Red Mountain Pass and into the residential last couple blocks of Ouray, before it goes up, it switches back to parallel parking. So I do hope you guys explore with their town manager or whoever it is, what problems, benefits, any of that. I would love to hear that in this June or July check-in that we were told about would happen. Some other feedback about the URL link that's out there for all of us to submit comments to you guys. One thing I want to just bring up is there is no way to really monitor or measure close calls on Main Street. And we see them, and I don't know if Geneva sees them. She lives on our block, I wish there was a way I could submit photos or videos to you guys of what I see going on out there. And I don't feel like there's a way to do that. I think that would be super helpful. And I would ask that when we do have this check-in June or July, whenever that's going to be, I hope you guys share even anonymously the feedback you're getting back, because I really want to hear what our community thinks, so that's important to me. Anecdotal parking observations being on my block for the last 20 years. Most of that parking, whether it's diagonal or parallel, fills up between 8 and 9 in the morning. And what that tells me is that is a lot of commuters, I think people who are coming to work in Telluride and parking on Main Street to walk to their jobs, which is great. But I want to ask you guys, what are you doing to work with employers to incentivize their employees to use CarHenge, to use Silverjack? I assume we want this to be easy access for visitors. I'm a commercial business owner downtown. I would love for folks to have it be easy to come in and shop and eat and all that type of stuff. But when our workers are parking in most of these parking spots, I think that's causing a bit of an issue. So I would challenge you guys, work with employers like myself, help me incentivize my employees to park down at CarHenge and not park a half block from my store to walk to work. And that's what I see happening in front of my house. Lastly, meters. I just feel like we could do dual signage. If you can't pay with a smartphone, walk to a meter. I'd love to see these meters go into the commercial core. If you can, put up signs and have someone pay with the smartphone right there in front of my house or Geneva's house. But what's the big deal? We'll walk it half. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Eric, thank you so much. Next on our public comment sign-in sheet is Sarah Gluckstern.
Hello, Sarah Gluckstern. I live at 571 West Colorado. And I spoke at the last meeting regarding, this is about the diagonal parking pilot program. I spoke at the last meeting regarding safety concerns, and I'll just keep it brief. I'd just like to reiterate that as off-season is getting busier, so is Main Street, and I'm getting more and more concerned about the safety of everybody involved. Backing out into traffic is becoming even harder. If I didn't have a review camera, it would be virtually impossible to not hit somebody. Thank God I have the beeping and the camera and everything. And that's still with most of the spots empty. And I'm still doing the testing as I bike home. I don't ride where the parking spots are. I'm trying to train myself to ride in the lane. It's still really scary, and I've almost been backed into a couple of times. And then the new thing that I sort of was reflecting on is the aspect of the paid parking on the west end of town now. And the challenge that it poses for those of us that live here and have like friends or family who want to come over and might need to drive to the house. I only have one off-street parking spot, and the town only grants one guest pass per residence, no matter how many people live in the house. So to make this this is just very personal for me, but to make it real, I have been dealing with really scary health stuff for the last few years, and my mom lives on the far east end, and she is not granted a G permit. She sometimes has had to rush down to me in a car, park in front of my house. And it has occurred to me that previously she was granted that 2-hour like grace period, right, to park there. But my understanding is that that's no longer true. She'll have to pay through the app or the meter. That's stressful and upsetting that like my friends and family can't come to my home and not have to pay for parking. It just feels like, again, I know that the goal of this is to enhance like the tourist experience in town, and I respect that. But in the end, all of us who live down there, it's residential. So like, yeah, it's becomes really hard to have people, if they need to drive to your house, like they have to pay for parking. And that just feels a little off to me. So one suggestion I have or thought was that if we are gonna proceed with the pilot program, maybe consider giving an extra guest G permit to each house. Just because one is really limiting. One extra car is rarely enough. So I really appreciate your guys' open thoughts about this, and thanks for letting me talk.
Great.
Thanks.
Sarah, thank you. Next on the public comment sign-in sheet, we have Ronnie Palomar. Okay. And then next we have is it Marin? It's a little scribbled.
Good afternoon. My name is Bani Negra. I live in 830 Blackbed Road, Shandoka. And I want to have a couple of things about the new program. I think it's never well thought. There are a few things like bump heads, like family who have a kid of 6, 7, 8 years old, I believe till 13. You cannot leave your kid in a house by himself, I think is the law. And this 1,400 hours of a person is crazy. I don't get it how a family can watch the kid if they don't have money to pay childcare. That's one thing. Second thing, I believe the 30% with the AMA, after a percentage, you cannot go and charge people for that. It's the law again. And one more thing, I think we need to revise everything because it's not working out, and all the community is very, very upset. All my neighbors and people are moving out and pretty much kind of destroy that thing of the community. Another thing is, yeah, you guys have to go back and do that because otherwise, we losing friends. It's not okay how the rules went. Another thing is the percentages, right? So let's say I make $100,000, simple math. 25, 30% I paid for the federal, right? 10% for the state. And then 30% is the rent. So what you have left, 30%? Let's think, you have a car, you pay that $600-700, or, you have like different, so I don't think the math, whatever you guys did, it's not working. So please, just go back, revise that, and come up with a real solution instead of just throwing numbers. And I mean, that's real math. So thank you so much for listening. Have a good day.
Great, thank you. Next on public comment sign-in sheet is Rosie Cusack.
I live at down the street, 417 West Colorado. On the parking and parking meters, it's like a mantra. I heard earlier in the meeting a couple quotes, paraphrase a little, I missed part of it. There's nothing more important, this came from your team, there's nothing more important than safety. So be careful when it was regarding bicycle riding on streets, and stay in your lane, and you are a vehicle. So that's a quote that's near and dear to a lot of people's hearts now, because you're showing some empathy. Then the mayor himself said, we need to work here with a lot of empathy. I'm going to ask you all to really listen to that. Whether it's for the people who are affordable housing, whether it's this angst with the parking meters, the light emission guys, the diagonal parking, I am here to tell you it is dangerous. We've already heard that, so I won't reiterate it enough. But please, I don't want to use this term, but gaslighting and telling us it's not dangerous, guys, it just hits you right here in the heart. It just really crushes, because it is dangerous. The first time the street was full was prom night, guys. It was scary. We were helping locals back out of spaces so that they were safe and they weren't going to hit somebody. They weren't going to back in. And remember, if you're backing up and you do get in an accident, it's your fault, according to the Colorado state law. This is just not how it should be. We shouldn't wake up and go to sleep at night angst, upset about our community. This is not the vibe of this town, but it is now. The town has eliminated 5 of those diagonal parking spaces that you guys painted. You've created 9 spaces of extra money. How much money are you making to make it okay that we feel this way about this parking and the light emission? It's not okay. There's no amount of money that makes it okay. 9 new spaces, guys. Just put the parking back to where it was. It's okay. No one's going to say anything. Just do it. Is it worth creating an environment of danger for the kids? Teachers, kids, people riding bikes are now going, there's a whole new traffic pattern. We won't even talk about what's happening in the commercial district. But speaking of that, we also heard a quote earlier that we want to help, and we got to work with a lot of empathy for the retailers. Then make the parking free, eliminate these parking meters. This summer needs to be free parking. I didn't get a chance to start on the town and county building.
Rosie, I got to stop you
I
at
got
3
you.
minutes.
I got you. That'll be the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Before we go to any online comments, is there anybody else in the room that would like to get up for public comment on any non-agenda item? Please step on up and state your name and where you live, please.
Hi, I'm Leah Heidenreich, and I always have something to say. I live in Placerville. I thought this was just about the diagonal parking, but I've been meaning to say, the new metered parking just up on Oak and Columbia, that is a major bummer. I feel like a big majority of our community commutes in, including myself. And it's already getting harder and harder to exist here. To Maureen's point earlier, a lot of the de-restricted stuff is just not, it's not viable for a lot of us normal middle ground people who are making decent money but can't afford free market by any stretch of the imagination. And now we have to pay to park to get to work, and that just sucks. So anyway, I don't know if it's going to change. It probably isn't because those meters have already been installed in the ground, but I know a lot of commuters are really, really, really bummed about this sudden having to pay to just exist and work in our community. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment before we go online? And just a reminder, I won't come back to the room for public comment once we go online. So if you're sitting there, this is your opportunity. Seeing none, we will then take any comments for the hands raised online.
We
And
have 5 raised so far. I'm going to unmute Susan Dalton first.
great.
I had to unmute, so I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I want to remind town council and the public who are listening about the mission of HARC. The purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the Telluride Historic Landmark District. Although the town council had no legal reason to consult HARC on installing parking meters and diagonal parking on West Colorado, it seems logical that they would seek HARC's advice regarding these implementations in the residential historic district. I have been told that HARC has no protocol over right-of-way issues. Going on, Telluride is a small community, and we should use HARC to protect our historic landmark district, whether required or not. It is not too late to call on HARC to advise on the placement of parking meters and diagonal parking. We don't believe the unsightly meters belong on West Colorado and Columbia, nor do we think the dangerous diagonal parking belongs on West Colorado. I speak for a group of concerned citizens in our residential historic zone, and we are growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan.
Okay, next up, we still have 5. Elaine Schrudel, I'm unmuting you. There we go.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank
Elaine.
you for your, hi, guys. Thank you for serving our community. And I live at 517 West Colorado Avenue. I moved in right after Teddy moved out. Anyway, the meters don't fit our residential historical district look. It feels more like we're becoming part of downtown Telluride. It's not very neighborly. I don't know one neighbor that really likes the meters out there. The diagonal parking isn't safe. I'm just imploring, calling in to say, please give us our neighborhood back. It just doesn't fit the residential historical district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elaine.
Next, we have Andrea Brenner.
Hi, everybody. And yes, thank you, council, for your hard work and efforts. One of the things that Ashley brought up earlier, and you all did, was the huge amount of work that you're doing on the ADA and the compliance, which is great, and is going to make our town even that much more a wonderful town. So while we're making all those efforts for maneuverability, visibility, liability, all the good itties, I think that it is definitely an opportunity for you to revisit the angle parking because of the safety issues, which would be contradictory to all the other efforts. The other thing I would say to the council is maybe putting up some signs that kind of like at the airports now of where to go and park. Where is the short-term parking, the long-term parking, and guide people that don't know, are tourists that don't know where to go park. Maybe there could be some sort of marketing effort that can help through the visitor center, through our marketing efforts, that we have parking spaces that are underutilized instead of having this real fiasco on our hands that's just costing a lot of time and energy and wasted money perhaps to reallocate all of our brains to other solutions. Another solution that we could think about is our second, homeowners, our part-time owners, such as myself. Again, I'm at 470 West Colorado. Come visit me anytime when I'm in town. And my driveway in the back is underutilized. I think it would be an interesting effort for us to maybe get, instead of, sometimes complaining about those second homeowners, engage us and see if we could loan out our parking spaces to that lovely lady from Placerville. She should call me. And if I can lend her my parking space when I'm not there, I would love to. We have solutions, and we have a great community that we could be working united and find some other solutions. The other thing about two-way traffic, which we do have on Main Street and in our historic district, and again, I have to comply with all sorts of historic rules, I found on the internet, and we can find pros and cons of everything, right? So two-way traffic flow, parking spaces perpendicular to the aisles provide the most efficient design. The efficiency decreases as the parking angles increase. And then was the engineer in 2023 told about the angled parking when they did all this ADA and safety compliance? Did the conversation of the angled parking even come into place while we're paying for an engineer's report for them to opine on the consequences of changing that traffic flow? That's it. In my 3 minutes, I want to thank you all again. Have a great afternoon. I'll keep listening, and thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have 3 more. I'm unmuting Ethan Miller.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Ethan. I live at 430 West Colorado. Raised my youngest there. And I have a number of other properties on both the 400 and 500 blocks of West Colorado. So I'm pretty interested in this issue. I would reiterate what a number of other folks have said. Perhaps most importantly, please give us our neighborhood back. I was out there on a Saturday morning early when the striping on the 400 block began, and I was pretty surprised. It really wasn't until I spoke with other folks, other neighbors, that I understood that no notice had really been provided before this quote unquote pilot program went forward. And I think I'd be really surprised if there are any folks on both of these 2 blocks that are not kind of up in arms about this. It is really not compatible with our neighborhood. When I moved in 10 years ago, I mean, obviously things were different in town, but I certainly didn't think I was moving into a block that could have been in any downtown in any large city. And when you come into town as a visitor or as a resident coming home from a long trip, the last thing you want to see is coming into some other city. And that's kind of the first vision that you get from these kind of god-awful lines. And I would add, it's not just the angled parking, it's also the parallel parking lines on the south side, which is my side, because they're necessarily not going to be large enough for the large pickup trucks and other work vehicles that, for whatever reason, park there in increasing numbers back to back to back. I have a large vehicle, and I can't get in and out without doing a multi-point turn. So it's all of the parking, all of the lines. and the parking meters that I really don't think are compatible with the neighborhood. I would request that before something like this happens, that real effort is made to provide notice to the neighborhood affected, including perhaps some sort of physical signage on the lampposts, et cetera, that this is what we're thinking of doing. Let us know what you think. And I'm almost certain nothing like that was undertaken. So I do appreciate what the town is trying to do, although I think for fiscal reasons it's short-sighted. I don't think we're getting our bang for the buck, and I think that particularly with the significant increases in property taxes recently, this all needs to be taken into consideration, and the town needs to be careful stewards of our hard-earned tax dollars. Thanks so much, folks.
Great, thank you.
Next up, we have Lee Zeller.
Hi, guys. Thanks for all you do. I'm glad I'm not sitting in your seats. I just have something to say about the 30% on the employee housing. I'm a business owner. I live in Fall Creek. I collect a lot of money through my business and give it, or, you know, disperse it to the town of Telluride for employee housing. It kind of disheartens me that this money that we give to you to make stewards of this money and how you spend it is a little disturbing when I hear things like what the gentleman said from Shandoka and what we've heard from the people who live out at Sunnyside, that they're basically they're going to leave because of the 30%. My first question is, how do you as a council budget for a moving target of 30% of all these people's income when you don't know what that's going to be? Is it going to be less? Is it going to be more? You know, I don't know how you budget for that instead of saying that unit right there is $2,000, no matter who is in it and they qualify, instead of, you know, taking 30% of the money that they get. Now that leads me into the second point. As an employer, it kind of disincentivizes you to give people bonuses or raises, because someone said to me, oh, I don't really want a raise. It wasn't one of my employees, but of course I give them a raise. But they said, you know, it really kind of makes you not want to accept a raise or not want to accept a bonus when you know that the town's going to take 30% of it. I could be wrong. That person could be wrong, but it is something to consider when you're trying to explain this 30% rent that you take from renters, especially in the, you know, employee housing. So I kind of feel like the money that we work for in our industry and that we impart to you guys, you know, I kind of feel like I'm giving money and then kicking people to the curb almost, because they have to leave the community. So it's something that might need to be like really examined and make the math work. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lee.
Next up, we have Marcus Smith.
Hello, Mayor Teddy.
Hey, Marcus.
Hey, Teddy. Hey, council. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to chime in on the parking issue really quick. I'm neighbors on Main Street with Eric Dalton, Rosie, Ethan, myself. We all live in that block. And I just wanted to let you guys know that, you know, the new parking structure, there was no notice that that was ever changing. It kind of got sprung on us all. And my biggest thing is I ride my bike to work pretty much every day, and I'm like scared to ride home now because there's nowhere for bikers to go down Main Street. Even though I'm only biking from my house to A&B Bank, you know, our office is above A&B Bank. That short bike ride, I feel unsafe, and the cars don't have anywhere to go around bikers. So I would just like to echo my neighbors' concerns that this new pilot program is not smart. No one was given any notice that it was happening. And I would request that the town put the slots back the way they were, and bring back the center lane. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, Marcus.
do have one more hand that went up from Kristen Permakoff, but it looks like she's having a hard time connecting to audio, so she may not respond when I unmute her.
Okay, and then I'll give everyone a reminder that's online, the same way I'd given it to people in the room that for public comment, this is your last chance to raise your hand and be heard.
She's connected to audio, so I'm gonna unmute Kristen Permakoff.
Great.
Hello, Town Council.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi, thanks. My name's Kristen Permakoff. I live at 295 Mahoney Drive. And I would like to jump onto some of the diagonal parking conversation about listening to your constituents. The transparency piece, I think, was missing when you installed this during off-season. And just the transparency piece in general, alerting the public to cutting trees, installing meters. You know, you guys really, 7 people making decisions for the entire town. I encourage you to listen to your constituents moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
No other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised, and we will be closing public comment for online, and we've already closed it for the people in the room. Thank you, everybody, for your public comment today. It's very much appreciated, and we appreciate your time and showing up today.
And just so everyone knows, we don't get to respond to public comment in this forum. It's not a sign of disrespect, but we will try and address these in future meetings. So I just don't want you guys to feel like you came up here in vain at all. So thank you, and you were heard, and everyone was heard. Thank you for making the time to come.
Have a good day.
And that brings us to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. And so this is a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, designating May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Proclamation number 1, Series 2025. Whereas mental health is essential to the well-being of our community. Whereas Colorado ranks 50th in prevalence of mental illness, indicating Coloradans experience more mental health challenges and substance use challenges than every state except one. Whereas, according to a Colorado Health Foundation poll in 2024, 3 in 5 Coloradans, 59%, reported experiencing a mental health challenge in the past year. Whereas stigma persists and being a barrier to accessing care, with nearly 50% of Coloradans who need mental health support reporting that they did not seek out care due to the stigma. Whereas the most recent data on suicide death in our combined region of Delta, Montrose, Ouray, San Miguel, Gunnison, and Hinsdale counties indicates 33 community members died by suicide in 2023. Whereas organizations such as Tri-County Health Network are dedicated to shining a light on mental health and bringing hope to those experiencing a mental health challenge through research, education, advocacy, and resources, and urge that we, 1, recognize mental health challenges affect all members of our community. 2, normalize conversations about mental health, suicide, and substance abuse in open and understanding ways to erase stigma and remind community members they are not alone in anything they may be experiencing. 3, acknowledge that there is no one-size-fits-all program or effort that will be appropriate for all populations or communities, and address the disparity in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups while advocating to end these disparities. 4, support the efforts of social movements like We Are the Ones that build upon the innate ability of every individual to take meaningful action to strengthen our communities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Telluride Town Council hereby designates May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month here in Telluride, Colorado, proclaimed this 13th day of May 2025. That brings us to agenda item no.
We have somebody
Oh.
to come speak
Oh.
on that.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm Ariana with Tri-County Health Network, and I just want to say thank you for sharing that proclamation. Mental Health Awareness Month holds significant importance in shining a light on mental health. And this year, Tri-County Health Network is giving out free green light bulbs. I believe we've given them to the town before, but let us know if you need any more. To bring awareness and reduce stigma around mental health, we also have window decals, and we have a website, .org/MHAM. And you can find more resources specifically on workplace mental health, as well as getting information for community helper trainings or anything that could better the well-being of employees here. So once again, thank you all.
Thank you so much for coming. Sorry, I almost missed you there. Now that takes us to number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, May 26th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, June 3rd, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, this seat is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, this seat is also being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, this seat is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that the town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And then we get to 4B, Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper Miller in the hot seat.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy occurring on Planning and Zoning Commission is Angela Dye's seat. She has served on P&Z since 2010, and she is with us in the room today to speak on her behalf. She is applying to be reappointed to this seat. If you choose to reappoint her, we would staff recommends a 2 year term, and it would be effective June 1st, 2025.
Great. Thank you so much. Since Angela is here in the room, would you like to say something about your candidacy?
I'll make it short. Thank you for hopefully reading the information that I put in the online about why I'd like to reapply. Currently, I'm chair of P&Z, probably by default. Nobody else wanted to do it, but that's how that goes. I'm glad to do that. And we're in a comprehensive plan process. I'd like to see that through. That's one of the reasons I'd like to be reappointed. Now, I've been on the board for quite a while, but I think consistency through this comprehensive plan process is important. I have what I consider experience and some expertise in planning and landscape architecture, so I would like to remain on the board.
Great. Thank you so much, Angela. Are there any questions from council for Piper or Angela as she remains in the room?
No questions, Mayor, but as the liaison, I'll just take a brief moment to applaud Angela and her work on planning and zoning. As she herself noted, she has lots of relevant work experience that ties to this role and helps guide the process and gives valuable input, not only in those areas of personal expertise that she has, but just in the general knowledge of our land use code that she has clearly displayed. On the topic of our comprehensive plan update, the That is a process that was being discussed back when I was a planning and zoning commissioner, so over 4 years ago now. So it is a lengthy process. So on that topic in particular, obviously it's important, slow moving, that's bureaucracy, that's the way it goes sometimes. But it is important to have people with a bit of longevity on that process in particular. So I plan to vote in favor of Angela's reappointment to this board.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. Any other further comments or questions of either Angela or Piper? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Move to reappoint Angela Dye to a regular seat on the Planning and Zoning Commission for a 2-year term effective June 1st, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Jesse Ray. Dan, how do you vote?
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Meehan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Your reappointment is approved unanimously. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve the town of Telluride. 4C, Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term.
Thank you. So we have a brand new applicant applying to serve on the Election Commission. Her name is Shauna Andraco. She is a town resident, and I believe that she is joining us. Yes, I see her online to introduce herself. If you choose to appoint her to the Election Commission, we recommend it has to be a 2-year term, and it would be effective immediately.
Great. Piper, thank you very much for the introduction. Sean, would you like to say anything while you're taking the time to join us today?
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Shauna Andraco. I've been a resident of Telluride for almost 8 years. Prior to this year, I worked as the school psychologist for the Telluride School District, and am in the current process of becoming a licensed professional counselor to be able to serve the community in a different way. I've never served on a local commissioner board, but do believe that my training and experience as a school psychologist gives me a unique skill set, combined with analytical, interpersonal, and systems-oriented skills that make me well-suited. The ethical framework that guides my career as it relates to confidentiality protocols, professional boundaries, fairness, mirrors the ethical requirements of the Election Commission, and I would draw upon these strengths to collaborate with fellow commissioners, election officials, and community representatives.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Shauna or Piper in this application? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move.
Oh.
I want it.
Go for it.
Okay. I move to appoint Shauna Andraco to a seat on the Election Commission for a term of 2 years effective immediately. Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Meehan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Meehan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. You are approved unanimously. Thank you so much for stepping up and decided to jump in on one of our commissions.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
4D, Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2-year term, and Piper Miller remains in the hot seat.
Thank you, Mayor. So this vacancy is being made available due to Angela Dye's term ending and her terming out of a regular seat position because this board does have term limits. So we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 applicants applying for this regular seat. And then Angela has also submitted an application to fulfill an alternate seat vacancy that would occur should Mandy Jew, who is a sitting alternate on open space, be appointed and be elevated into that regular seat. Mandy Jew has served in an alternate seat on open space since November, and she is applying to elevate to the regular seat. Our other new we have 3 other new applicants, Audrey Morton, Aaron Howe, and Tucker Brumley. I believe they are all in attendance today, either on Zoom or in the room. And should, as I said, Mandy Jew be elevated to the regular seat, it would create an alternate seat vacancy, and you could appoint any of the applicants to that alternate seat vacancy. A reminder that alternate seats do not have term limits, only regular seats do. And whoever you choose to appoint to the regular seat, the term is recommended to be for 2 years, and it would be effective May 23rd, 2025.
Great. Piper, thank you so much for the introduction. I think it's important to state that I know everyone sitting up here on town council as well as staff is very, very appreciative of the number of people who have stepped up to apply for this position, and makes decisions very tough for us. And for the people who may not get the result they want today, I really encourage you to stay engaged, look for openings, whether it's this board at a later time or other boards that will serve other aspects of the town of Telluride in our community. But we are thrilled to have this many applicants. It's just very challenging for us when we know we will have, some happy people and some not so happy people. I would also, since we have a number of people here applying for this, would love to hear from everybody in person. And what I'd probably like to do is start with Mandy. If you choose to just say something about why you want to be elevated from an alternate to a full-time position on this commission.
Okay, can you hear me? Just want to verify.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Mandy Jew, and I have been serving as an alternate over the last 4 or 5 months. And I just want to say that I've really enjoyed learning, and it's been quite a learning curve. And it just seems to make sense that I slip into that spot so that we're not starting from ground zero with any other candidate, not to disparage any of the other very qualified candidates. But I have been there and I have been learning, and I look forward to being able to serve, whether that be in this spot or to continue as an alternate.
Great. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next candidate, does anybody have any questions for Mandy specifically? Seeing none, are there other candidates who would like to say something about their application? We'd love to hear from you. And you don't have to either.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Erin Howe. I've lived here for almost a year now. I just graduated college and moved here, and I majored in environmental studies and architecture, and I'm currently the planning tech for the town of Mountain Village. So I've learned about land use policy and development review and community engagement through that. And I'm passionate about environmental stewardship and also engaging myself in the community. So I definitely will keep an eye out for other commission spots. But yeah, so thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Erin? Okay, seeing no questions for Erin, we will give the opportunity for any of the other applicants to say something.
Hi, guys. I'm Audrey Morton. No pressure. I didn't realize there were so many people interested, and I just wanted to throw my hat out there. I've been in the area since 2003 and haven't, I've been on a couple of nonprofit boards, but nothing with the town. So just kind of thought I'd throw my hat out there. But no pressure. I know you guys had a lot of people to consider. So just thought I'd throw my name out there and interested in preserving our open space and our community. And that's why I've applied. So thanks.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Audrey? There's still 2 more people. Angela, I know we've heard from her on the other appointment, but if there's something you want to add, please do.
Please do. Yeah, thank you. I'm here again. I know that you have set some goals to mix up the boards and include new folks, and I think that's great. In this particular case, I feel a responsibility, having been chair for a long time, as well as a member of the Open Space Commission, because there are so many things that are going to be coming up. With the new members, which practically all of them are less than 2 years on the board, We have a lot of projects coming up, and I'm just offering my, again, expertise and dedication to open space as an alternate to guide in any way I can be of service to the board in terms of institutional memory and commitment. And that's why I'm looking at the alternate position. You have a lot of great folks who are interested. I think that's wonderful. We've had to scramble in other times to get new candidates. But in this case, I think we have a lot of new candidates. And so I'm just offering that I could provide some of that institutional knowledge and stability. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Angela. Any questions for Angela? And so I believe Tucker is the only one we haven't.
He might be with us online.
I talked to him earlier. Speak to what he told me if
I was seeing him online.
Yeah, will you?
Sure.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier. I know him well. He again wanted to throw his hat into the ring and get involved. He's recently, he's almost a born and bred Telluride citizen, and he's looking to get more involved. He didn't expect to be appointed, but he wanted to put his name forward. He's on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation on a service mission of the Mountain Club, or sorry, Mountain School, where he is an employee. So in the future, if not today, I suggest you consider him too.
Great. Angela, thanks for stepping up for Tucker and saying that. And hopefully he's having a good time on his trip.
We also have another open space member in the audience if they want to.
Edith, do you want to speak?
Sure.
Provide any comment. I just didn't want us to skip that part.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, I'm Edith Willie. I currently serve on the Open Space Commission. I started in December of last year. Thank you for inviting me up to speak. And I've only been on the commission a fairly short time, but in that time, it's just been like very clear how strong Angela's leadership is and how important her depth of knowledge and experience working on the commission has been, and I think would be, were she to take that alternate seat. I think it would be pretty invaluable to continue having her input with these ongoing projects that we're continuing to work on. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak? We'd love to hear from you because we do have multiple applicants for this. Seeing none, I know there's a hand raised online with Sophie, and if we could unmute her, that would be great.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. I just was hoping to reiterate what Edith said. I am also fairly new to the commission and started as an alternate when Edith did, and we are a new group, and Angela has brought an incredible amount of just wisdom and knowledge and strength to those conversations. And I would be psyched personally to continue just learning from her on this path. And then also have been serving with Mandy as well. And she has just, I feel like, shown a lot of interest in learning and being part of it and things like that. And I've enjoyed spending my time with her. All the candidates seem great. But I do really want to advocate, especially for Angela. She's been just a huge piece of this for everybody. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. That's much appreciated. Are there any questions for Piper or any of the candidates before we go to discussion on the appointments?
I have a question for Angela, actually. I'll just let you get up to the microphone first. Your experience has obviously been brought up quite a bit, and I cannot tell you how much we appreciate all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Do you feel as though if you were not put into this alternate position that you would no longer participate in open space meetings or conversations on the topics that you feel are important, or would you still be a participatory member of the public?
Well, my favorite part are the site walks. Anybody can go to those. So
there you go.
That's fun. I don't mind having an alternate position without a vote. I would be there to offer experience that we've had over the years to support staff in some cases and other members who want to discuss about a topic. I would like to say I could attend, or would make that commitment. But once you're released from a board, sometimes other opportunities come up. I would prefer to remain involved, and I would make that commitment as much as I could. But it's more, I think, more important to actually be at the meeting. So, but that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other further questions for any applicant or Piper before we discuss? So, anybody else in the room? Amy, come on up.
Hi, Amy Levick. I'm also an Open Space Commission member, as one of the longer serving ones, which is less than 1.5 years. I think it's really important to keep some sense of what the commission has been working on, and I hope you will consider moving Mandy up and keeping Angela involved in some way.
Great. Thank you, Amy. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to comment on this appointment? I will open it up to discussion amongst council, or if someone wants to make a motion.
I'm the liaison for this commission and have been working with Angela on this board for almost 8 years. And I think she was on there for you've been on it 14 years now, I believe. 12?
Since 2011.
For some time. And we've made an enormous amount of headway in the 8 years that I've been on it. And since this is a fairly new board, I do think that there is an enormous amount of value of keeping Angela on this board as an alternate. I think it would be to our detriment on this board actually to not have her remain as an alternate. So I'm in full support of keeping her, voting her on as an alternate. And I'm also in support of raising Mandy Jew up to a full seat. I love that there's so much interest in this board. To Angela's point, we went years without anyone wanting to be on this board, applying for any of the seats. So it feels good to have so much interest, and obviously encourage people to continue to apply to any board that has an open seat, and to reapply to this one as seats become available. But continuity is important. And I think historical knowledge and Angela's expertise is of the utmost importance at this particular time.
Great. Jesse Ray, thank you. Kevin, quick question for you before I go to Dan. Because technically there is just one seat, regular seat, do we do one motion for the seat first, and then depending on that decision, that will determine if there is an alternate seat available or not, and follow that path? Is that the best way to handle this?
I mean, of course, you're free to craft your motion the way you see fit, but I would think if you're looking at possible pieces of the puzzle moving around, and that's entirely a possibility here, you might want to take this motion by motion.
Okay, great. Thank you for the direction on that. Dan, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that it was a near unanimous recommendation. We only didn't hear from one member, who was the member appointed last meeting to the Open Space Commission. And it was a unanimous recommendation amongst the rest of the current open space members for the path forward of elevating Mandy Jew and appointing Angela Dye to the alternate seat. So like I said in the last meeting, that those thoughts and recommendations from the commission members are highly valuable to me. I take that with a lot of weight, and I'm inclined to follow their recommendation on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments from council? Last opportunity for any of the public to chime in that we have not heard from yet, either online or in the room.
I just want to throw out, I'm a bit torn on this, because obviously I think that everything that has been said about Angela's dedication and knowledge is super relevant and important. But I also look at Aaron's resume, and it's like too good to be true, having a really young new person who has expertise in all of these areas, and in fact works in government at one of our neighboring municipalities. So please, Aaron, keep applying to things. And I think the timing on this one was just tough with so much interest.
I think I'm going to sort of second Geneva's sentiment as well. I mean, I also
chafe a little bit at the concept that any one of us is irreplaceable with our knowledge. And if that is the case, then we need to restructure the way that we are keeping our information, our historical knowledge, in a way that will allow us to pass that information down from member to member as the years go on, as these commissions continue. Because to me, I think when we chose to put term limits onto boards and commissions, we did it for a very specific purpose, and that was to bring new blood, new ideas, the younger generation into these roles. And I very much appreciate everything that Angela has done and very much respect the guidance that she has given this organization. And Jesse, to your point, and to the point of all the commission members, that is incredibly valuable, and those opinions are very, very heavily weighted. But I will, sort of follow along, because it does seem like that is the majority, but it is a disappointment to me that we cannot do what we set out to do when we put term limits on these commissions.
Well, perhaps we can put something in place, but we don't have term limits on P&Z or HARC, so let's be,
We have them on this board. That's what she's talking about.
I know, but not all of our boards and commissions, because of the knowledge that those particular people have,
That
which
was
is,
not a unanimous agreement, though.
it wasn't, but
Yeah,
let's
we're
not call a spade.
We're not
I
going
don't think
we're
that's
not going to digress on that.
Okay,
now.
but
Okay,
let's-
we're just sticking to the topic at hand,
Let's make
please,
the-
and move forward. I know Elena had her hand up.
To weigh in, and I don't feel like, and I don't know if this is necessarily like decided, as you kind of just alluded to, because I'm feeling torn as well. I think, Geneva also said what I was thinking. I think there is so much value in this institutional knowledge, but how do we create new new people who hold that knowledge too? Because if we don't foster new qualified applicants, then no one has the opportunity to then be the holder of that knowledge, because you really just need the opportunity to take up the space and absorb the information. It's hard for me to not go on the recommendation of a lot of the board members that spoke to us, but I really think the term limits are good, and we put those in place for a reason. So I'm sort of feeling conflicted here, because I see the value in both directions. And I'm still kind of undecided, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I think we're heading towards change in a lot of our boards and commissions, and the direction we had implemented a while back as council is working. So I think we are making positive headway towards, diversifying the people who are on our boards and commissions and committees, and that just, we will continue to do that, but we'll also continue to work with those boards, committees, and commissions closely and take their input as well, in addition to trying to have that balance. Ashley?
I actually am going to disagree with you a little bit, Elena, because I think that we did put in term limits, but we also allowed in our decision there to allow for people to remain as alternates. And I think kind of for this very specific type of situation, I actually didn't have strong feelings one way or another. Honestly, I had, person that I'd put at the front of my list, but wasn't necessarily completely married. I really wanted to hear what we heard here today. And for me, it seems that it would be really going against ourselves to go in opposition to all that we heard from all of the members of this board. I might feel differently if we hadn't heard so strongly from those other board members, and might consider what you're saying. But I think in this case, because we have created this system that says if you term out, then you can become an alternate, I think that is specific to the situation that we're seeing. And I think that it's very much in keeping with the spirit of what we tried to do with the term limits. And I, having heard the testimony, would be strongly in favor of putting Angela in as the alternate, and don't feel that that's in opposition to our goals.
And just a reminder, it was the advisement of council to have two separate motions. So you can do them, we have the freedom to do what we want. We can do two at once or them individually. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Dan?
Thank you. And sorry, Mayor, I'll try to keep this brief. A slight aside, but in response to what Mian said, one of the things you said on term limits, one of the purposes, your words were that it was to get a younger generation in there. As you know, we should not and cannot discriminate on the basis of age. That is not what term limits were about. I think what you said was more of a slip of the tongue than a substantive.
Said I should appoint someone last time because they were a man.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
Okay.
you should be making that point
So
right now.
I'm going to rescind my comment and I will say that I would like to see fresher viewpoints.
And that is a different thing. And yes.
So
and-
thank you for
yeah.
thank you for the nudge to correction. I appreciate it.
Great. Perfect. Anything else, Dan?
No, thank you.
Seeing all the discussion we've heard, unless we have any other discussions, I would entertain a variety of motions based on who makes it.
Sorry, I'm a little taken aback.
I'm just gonna make a motion, actually.
Okay.
I move to elevate Mandy Jew to, sorry, let me go to this, to a regular seat, effective May 23rd, 2025, and place Erin Howe in the alternate seat, effective immediately.
And
We have,
we need term limits
Which,
for 1 or 2 year terms.
for 2-year terms.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
okay, we have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second from Geneva. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, no.
Ashley, no.
And sorry, Mian, can you just clarify? I just got distracted for a moment while you were making your motion by all that was going on there.
My motion was to elevate Mandy to the full seat and then Erin as the alternate. Your turn.
Thank you. Dan, no, thank you.
And Teddy, no. That motion fails 3 yes to 5 no.
Before.
4, sorry. I was no math major in college.
I move to elevate Andy Jew to a 2-year term effective May 23rd, 2025. And appoint Angela Dye to an alternate seat for a 1-year term effective immediately.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
A second?
We're doing both for 1-year terms
No, 2 years for
and 1.
and 1.
Got it.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan, yes.
Hold on a second. Confirm the second on that motion?
I was the
Dan.
second mayor.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
just want to make sure of that. Great. So we had Jesse Ray, please revote. Just make sure we're all
Jesse
clear.
Ray, yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, no.
Me and no.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved. Again, all the applicants, this was a tough one for us. And taking all the qualifications, comments from the commission. And we please consider running again. When seats open on this board or others, we would love your participation. And congratulations to the Angela and as well as Mandy. Thank you so much for your willingness to continue to serve, and thank you for our other applicants for spending your time with us today. And we were in a tough spot, so please keep that in mind. Piper, thank you very much.
Sure.
That brings us to agenda item number 5, consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Bill, I think that was a motion from Ashley and a second from Dan. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
And Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. Agenda item number 6, public hearing. There are no public hearing items. That brings us to item number 7, action items. Consideration of a memorandum of understanding between the United States Forest Service and the town of Telluride regarding river restoration on federal and town-owned land, and authorization to proceed with implementation of the Reach 3 River Restoration Project on the Telluride Valley floor open space. And we have Lance here to present.
Thank you, Mayor Erico, and good afternoon, council. Having stated what this item was, before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge some of the people that have been involved in getting this item to this point. We have Brian Barrett from the Forest Service here today. We also have Megan Eno and Curtis Cross online as well. Tanner Banks and Jason Willis from Travel Limited. Jason Wilson, Assistant Town Attorney, helped on the MOU. We have open space members, Amy, Sophie, Edith, Mandy, all in attendance, and Angela. And we also have the liaisons to the Open Space Commission from Town Council, Jesse and Dan as the alternate, and Chris Hazen from the San Miguel Conservation Foundation as well. All of these participants helped craft the plan that's coming forward for you guys, for consideration. I am going to share my screen.
Should we?
That all clear? Yeah. Feel like it. Okay, so as Teddy mentioned, this is the Telluride Valley Forest Reach River Restoration Project and MOU with the United States Forest Service. Before we leave this slide, the area that is under consideration is the area that's following with my cursor here. The Forest Service land that's on the property known as the Wedge, starting from just upstream of the Boomerang Road Bridge and extending down about three-quarters of a mile to what's called the Barrow site, which is this area here. And then the town's property immediately downstream to the north. So this is a multi-jurisdictional river restoration project on the Forest Service and Town of Telluride open space lands. Memorandum of understanding is necessary between the town and the Forest Service to implement the project because the project goes over jurisdictional boundaries. The plans have been collaboratively developed through the Forest Service's community outreach and the Telluride Open Space Commission work sessions, and those occurred in 2023, 2024. The plan is consistent with the open space work plans, the conservation easement for the valley floor, the management plan for the valley floor, and restoration in this area was also called out in the conceptual stream restoration trails plan. In addition to the ecological benefits of the project also provides a proactive pre-wildfire resiliency to anticipated hydraulic changes in the headwaters of the San Miguel River. And this is due to revegetating these areas that are currently barren are susceptible to mobilization if we would have a very strong climactic event or say a fire event that would increase erosion, say upstream of the site. So revegetating the sites, anchoring the river, providing good floodplains, improving floodplains is very important at this location. There's two sites in the project area. The first site is the United States Forest Service's Travel Limited area, which is on federal land upstream and downstream of the Boomerang Road Bridge, and Reach 3, which is located on town-owned valley floor open space. Let's go through a little background on the Forest Service site, and some of this is well known, but it would be good to go through this. The past assessments identified significant contamination from tailings containing lead and arsenic at the site around Boomerang Road Bridge. The site was referred to the EPA by the Forest Service in 2020. EPA conducted removal actions from 2020 to 2022, removing the hazardous tailings and reconstructed the stream channel. EPA delegated Circle Authority back to the Forest Service to conduct revegetation efforts and perform monitoring and maintenance. Subsequent evaluations of the site indicated eroding stream banks in the upper portion of the site, and the EPA utilized the on-site Barrow area for clean backfill, which removal led to flooding and potential recontamination risks post-removal. And the recontamination risks are associated with having the stream go into the Barrow area, jump the bank essentially in a minor flooding event, and perhaps compromise some of the river tailings restoration or remediation we have done downstream from the site. The Boomerang Road Bridge was replaced in 2024, and this tripled the flood flow capacity of that structure. To develop the restoration plans, Travel Limited and the Forest Service conducted several community outreach sessions and consulted with the Telluride Open Space Commission to review potential alternative or alternates. The alternate that was selected by the Forest Service to pursue was developed by Trout Unlimited and their subconsultants. It involves 1,940 linear feet of river realignment. This basically will pull the river off of the town of Telluride property in Reach 3 and have the river enter the town's property about 1,700 linear feet downstream. And then the town would pick up the river at that location for restoration efforts. The in-stream habitat, there's in-stream habitat improvements with the new sinuosity that you'll see on through the Barrow area. This will also improve the floodplain connectivity and also addresses the flooding and potential recontamination issues that I mentioned. Repairing habitat improvements and revegetation will occur with native species and willow cuttings. And I believe in the memo, it indicated 7,500 native plants will be planted and 30,000 willow cuttings they're anticipating placing throughout the reach on the Forest Service property. This covers the downstream portion of the Forest Service's project. Upstream, which is immediately upstream and downstream of the Boomerang Road Bridge, the focus is to maintain and stabilize the river channel to reduce erosion. Repairing habitat improvements will be incorporated, such as vegetation and native species I just mentioned. And there's also the lowering of the banks adjacent to the river to increase flood capacity and flood safety in those areas. So the river will be basically stabilized in its current location, but the floodplain connectivity will occur and revegetation will occur. Before we go into the project, the Reach 3 project on town property, I'm providing this slide as a sense of scale and also a summary of past activities. And you'll see that the orange areas are areas of tailings that we have either capped or moved tailings onto it and consolidated. You can see in the Reach 5 and 6, that was a considerable project. That was approximately 26 acres of tailings. The red areas are where we actually removed tailings and then consolidated them into the areas with the yellow that are outlined with yellow. When we did Reach 1 in 2017, there was a small tailings area, basically just upstream across from Public Works, that we also removed out of the river channel where the new river channel was going to consolidate those into an area and cap them as well. With this new project, there's a small area that we will be proposing to remove tailings and then capping them away from the river. When we cap the tailings, it's taken to a level of low intensity recreational uses is safe for low intensity recreational uses, such as ball fields, walking, things like that. It's not conducive for permanent living, residential living. On the town property, you'll see that we are, thank you. On the town property, you'll see that there is 1,320 linear feet of new river channel to be cut. That's will accept the river where the Forest Service is proposing to run the river through the Barrow site and enter the town's property. You can see the new sinuosity that's being proposed. Also, the crosshatched area on this will be basically taking off that peninsula, which is tailings, and consolidating that into the yellow dashed area within the orange area. And that'll be away from the active stream channel. And in doing that, we also widen the flood capacity of the river at that location considerably. The green areas are revegetation areas. And the next slide shows the upstream part of the town's restoration project. And the green area that extends to the right, that's the filled channel on the town's property where the river was formerly located or will be formally located. That'll be revegetated into a riparian habitat. Also, a benefit of this project is you can see how the river in its current configuration goes pretty hard at the railroad grade and the sewer line, which is embedded in the sewer line. The town over years, even before the town owned the valley floor, was having to riprap those sections because the river kept eroding into the railroad grade. pulling the river 300 to 200 feet south definitely will help that concern with future erosion next to the sewer line. We do have one point where the river, the new river channel will be close to the sewer line, and that will be armored with boulders and riprap and then buried, so it's not going to have this riprap appearance. And then we're also revegetating the areas, as I indicated before, in the areas indicated in green. And also the orange areas will be revegetated as well. It's just called out in a different color because that'll be a capped tailings area. Okay, so a memorandum of understanding is necessary because the projects will be happening concurrently and are contingent upon one another. The lead agencies are the Forest Service on the federal lands and the town of Telluride for the town-owned lands. The key points of the MOU are to coordinate the project scheduling and execution, handle legal issues, public noticing, and also to ensure that the fundings, all the required funding and permits are in place by June 15th this year. The budget for the project is expressed as a guaranteed maximum price of just under 900,000. It's 896,600. The CWCB has indicated to us that they will be providing us a grant of 250,000 through a sub-award from Trout Unlimited, and I want to thank Trout Unlimited for their efforts in securing that grant for us for our project. The number of 250,000 could go up or down a little bit because the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited are still working through their plans and have not yet completed their contracting process. So depending on where those numbers lie, this number could be lower or a little higher, but this is the number that we are projecting, and this is the number that Trout Unlimited has indicated would be available to our project. The proposed funding source is the open space fund set aside, and as you may recall from our discussion in April, the beginning balance in that fund was $4,910,000 for 2025, and the council did approve $424,300 in expenses associated with the open space work plan for this year. Provided that council would like to proceed with this project, implementation would begin mid-July with mobilization and be completed by mid-November. There's a motion provided for you in the packet, and it's consistent with the Telluride Open Space Commission's recommendation to go forward with this project, provided that council agrees with entering into an MOU with the Forest Service. And with that, I would turn it over to questions. And we have a variety of different folks available to answer hopefully any question that you may have.
Great. Lance, thank you for the detailed explanation of this project on the valley floor. As we know, there's some barren spaces out there, and improvement to it, in my humble opinion, will be great. Any questions for Lance or any of the members that are also joining him?
I just have more of a comment. You know, this just continues the work that we've already been doing out there with tailings remediation and getting our river back to its original sinuosity, and will also allow us to continue to do more weed management and introduce the cutthroat trout. So this is just one more step to get us towards this kind of ultimate goal with getting the valley floor to the glorious place that we were trying to get it to. So it takes a lot of people and a lot of time to get all the pieces in the right place, but we're getting closer every year, Lance.
It's been about every 3 years.
Every 3 years.
This will be one of the last major restoration projects on the valley floor. There's a few other projects that could occur, but it's really best to see how this one takes before you would look at Mill Creek, for example.
Great. Any other questions for Lance or anyone else who's joined on the conversation from council?
I just would love to hear from the other people we have sitting up here since everyone's here. Just Lance gave a very in-depth presentation, but since you're here, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Sure. Angela Dye, Chair. We have Amy Levick is also on the Open Space Commission. Everybody else take off? Yeah, okay. And we might have, let's see, is Mandy still on? Okay, great. Anyone else? Tiffany? I just want to acknowledge that they're here in support of the MOU because we do partnerships. And we're really, really pleased to have the Forest Service as a partner, to have Trout Unlimited as a partner. A lot of the grant money that we receive is because of our track record and the restorations that we've already done. And that's thanks to Lance and ERC, our consultant. And looking forward to having this last piece fall into place. It's really critical. You can see the track record of work. I think the ability to work with a federal agency is pretty important and unique. And in this situation, the Forest Service scope of work has changed and we've all adapted, and the project scope has changed for them, as well as the amount of funding required, and the cooperation, I think, is indicative of the way we get things done out there. So I'm really supportive of that. I think the rest of the commission indicated that in the vote too. Thank you for moving forward with it, I hope.
Amy Levick. As somebody who spends a lot of time out there, the barrenness of that area it's pretty daunting. And I'm just so excited that working with the Forest Service and Trout Unlimited, as Angela said, that we can bring that section of the valley floor and the river into a much healthier condition. So I'm all in favor of seeing this move ahead.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say. I think Lance covered it pretty good, but yeah, excited to see this project go forward. I think it's pretty important work that really needs to happen. And
Great. I also want to point out Sophie is also on the call as well. Since you pointed out some of the other members. Any other questions, Dan?
Yes, I think as we all know from other recent topics that changes can hit our community hard, and one of our goals should continue to be informing the public of changes coming. So to anyone up here, thanks for the detailed summary, but if we could condense it down and talk quickly, what can the public expect to change on the valley floor?
Dan, that's a good question. What you'll see on the valley floor this summer is heavy equipment working adjacent to and in the river on occasions. Basically upstream of the Boomerang Road Bridge and downstream approximately 1 mile. The points of egress or the construction access, we're looking at having the Forest Service be using Boomerang Road. The amount of traffic associated with that will be likely a lot less than when the EPA was doing the removal actions. The town will be using Eider Creek Road across from Hillside. We'll be coming at the project from that angle. We will start staging materials soon, perhaps in July, and we will come up with a trails plan because this could potentially impact the river trail, although preliminary discussions have indicated that would stay open. The Boomerang Road Trail should be able to be stay open across the bridge. And the railroad grade trail across the valley floor, we're not sure about that, but our efforts will be to keep that trail open as well, because the work will be happening just south of that. But the Forest Service also has a process as well of communications, and that's one of the items that's specified in that MOU, which is that the Forest Service, and the town follow a set protocol as far as how we notice things, what the signage says, and so forth.
Great. And Lance, it also for our paddle boarders and floaters, it would most likely occur after a significant of the runoff is through and not impact that too much. Is that a safe thing to say?
That's a safe thing to say, but we will still have signs up across the river that lets the folks know that construction is underway.
Great.
So read the signs. We're gonna sub the valley floor, please.
Amy?
Yeah, Dan, as you know from being at the last meeting, I think we're all going to try and do a much better job in getting information out to the public on any of the projects that the Open Space Commission is working on, because there are probably some other things in the work plan that I think people will be interested in.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, and I'm a DJ on KOTO, and we could do an access or something like that. I volunteered that. It looks like Megan, the
I've
district
got
manager?
a council hand up that.
Yeah, and just to continue that thought, I think this also is something that should be communicated through our email subscribers, because so many people are going to see it, even if they're not walking the trails, they're going to see it when they drive the valley floor. And those are the people who I think might have more reactions with less information. So I think we can't just inform the people who are walking the trails. It has to be a bigger umbrella of our community. I think that would be really important.
Great, thank you. We do have a hand raised. Tiffany, if you could unmute.
Megan should be unmuted.
Great.
Everybody, I saw that Zoom had an invitation for me to unmute earlier and I missed it, so I apologize. But I'm Megan Eno, the district ranger here in Norwood. I'm also answering the front desk right now, so I had to step away to do that. But I really appreciate Lance's summary. I think you did a phenomenal job, Lance. I did want to add one or two things about public engagement while activities are going on and how long this work on the Forest Service parcel may end up having to take us. So it is very challenging right now for us as an agency to publish things in the newspaper or to get press releases out as the administration is kind of taking more time to review things. So in order for us to be responsive and timely, I know we're going to rely very, very heavily on whatever mechanisms that the town, the radio, any other partners may have to offer us, because it is going to be hard for us to get press releases out. And so just know that we're going to come to you and say, hey, this activity is likely to occur. Can you help us make sure the public gets this information in a timely manner? One of the things that will be very timely and restrictive is while we're flying materials from Mountain Village down to the Telluride Valley floor, while those helicopter operations are happening, there will be a complete closure on the hillside and on the valley floor, because we don't want to risk any kind of incident with materials dropping and people being in the area. So those will be restricted to certain days, and we'll have people staged to physically close. But I know that just because of the severity of that we're going to need as much help as we can to get that information out. So and then I kind of second what Lance had to say. The physical presence will be much less than it was during the removal action, but we may be there a little bit longer. So that leads me to the Forest Service parcel itself. We're realizing that this work may take us more than one summer. Part of that is just limiting to the sorts of activities that we feel comfortable taking under the CERCLA authority versus having to potentially do NEPA and do kind of like a phase 2. And that's a really administrative boring answer to that, but we have a solution that we think is going to work, and it's likely going to take more than one summer for us to complete our activities on the Forest Service system lands. And then my last plug is just, I am so grateful that this work is also happening on the town property. It really only works if it's a complete picture, right? Whatever work we do could potentially be undone versus upstream or downstream activities. And so the continuity of this work is really important. And I'm really grateful for the partnerships that have brought us here. And I cannot thank Trout Unlimited enough for sticking it through, because managing multiple bureaucracies to get us to a single decision point is challenging. And I just really want to, give a special shout out to Trout Unlimited. I see that Jason is on, and then also Lance, thank you for being champion for this project. So that's it for me, unless folks have Forest Service related questions. But yeah, thank you for the opportunity to add.
Great, thank you. Maybe with some of the communication challenges that the Forest Service has, that we can engage the town of Mountain Village and the county to help put the message out, since they border the property as well with Hillside and obviously the town of Mountain Village and Boomerang Trail. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this action item? Seeing none, or any hands raised, Tiffany? Unless there's any further discussion or questions of council, I would entertain a motion.
Didn't load it. Dan, do you have it?
I do not. I'm looking for it.
It's page 5
I
of the
have it.
subsequent packet.
I move to proceed with the reach. Hold on, I have to zoom in because I can't see it. I move to proceed with the reach 3. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, I just hit back. I'm sorry. Wait. I don't know.
I move to approve a memorandum of understanding between the United States Forest Service and the town of Telluride regarding the river restoration on federal and town-owned land, and authorization to proceed with the implementation of Reach 3 River Restoration Project on the Telluride Valley floor open space.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Wait.
Oh,
Could you also include the wording that was in the memo? It talks about authorizations to the town manager to sign contracts and things like that.
for the motion?
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's just a
I
little-
just pulled up the memo. Sorry, when I zoom in, I have to move over, but then my computer goes forward and backward on the
won't look,
page,
yeah.
so it keeps like,
Do
so you
it.
have to see close or I can read it.
I don't know if I can read that small with my contacts.
can do it.
I have it.
Okay.
You can always withdraw and have someone else read it too.
I move to approve a memorandum of understanding between the United States Forest Service and the town of Telluride regarding river restoration on federal and town-owned land and presented in attachment number 5, subject to minor non-substantive changes, and proceed with the Reach 3 River Restoration Project on the Telluride Valley floor open space as set forth herein, and further authorize the town manager to execute all documents and agreements as necessary to implement the project, including a Part 2 design/build contract with Ecological Resource Consultants pursuant to the Reach 3 River Restoration Plans, guaranteed maximum price budget $8,960,000 and $896,600, and schedule as to attach hereto with the town's contribution from the town's open space set aside fund to not exceed $896,600 net grant funding.
I accept your amendment to the motion.
Great.
Second.
We have an updated motion and a second. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Ellen, yes.
Yes.
Me and yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes, it's approved unanimously. Thank you so much for the detailed presentation, and let's hope all the work gets done timely, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Action item 7B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing and extending the terms of a franchise for the supply and distribution of natural gas granted to Black Hills Colorado Gas Incorporated, doing business as Black Hills Energy, successor in interest to Source Gas Distribution LLC, and we have Kevin to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Geiger. I'll introduce agenda item 7B. This is a first reading of an ordinance before you. You may recall, I don't think anyone was on council at the time because of term limits, but we approved a franchise agreement with Source Gas, which is now known as Black Hills, back in 2015. That franchise agreement had a duration of 10 years. We're close to that with a late June expiration date on that 10-year franchise agreement. We are suggesting that a 1-year extension be granted to that agreement, keeping all of the current conditions and terms of that contract from 2015 in place so that the parties can have a little bit additional time to negotiate discussions, possible revisions, and bring back a new franchise agreement before the expiration that we're recommending, which would be June of 2026. I do believe we have a Black Hills representative in the audience. His name is Mr. Jason Auslander, if I've pronounced that correct.
Correct.
And I believe he may want to address town council also in your consideration of this matter. But we are recommending that the ordinance that's before you on first reading be approved and referred to a second reading of the ordinance at your June meeting. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Great. Why don't we hear from Black Hills? Come on up to a microphone, please.
It's okay. Yes.
Yeah, it was great.
My name is Jason Auslander. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Black Hills over here on the Western Slope. I'm based in Glenwood Springs, up the road from you all. I don't really have anything to say. I'll just answer any questions if you have any, or.
Do you think the year will be sufficient time for negotiations?
Well, we're ready now. So I would assume, but I'm not exactly sure what the outstanding issues are. So I guess I don't have an answer.
Great.
Neither do I.
So, yeah, what are
We
the?
don't really have, the staff just needs more time to look at the agreement and identify if there are any outstanding issues. We don't have any currently at the moment, but we just wanted to do a little bit extra due diligence in looking at that with all of the current staff that we have in place.
Great. Zoe, thanks for that clarification. And I also want to thank you for taking the time to be here in person and making the drive over from Glenwood.
Absolutely.
That's a long haul for this, and I appreciate that. I'm sure we all do. Any other questions for Kevin or Black Hills? Ashley?
I just want to make sure that by extending this another year, no other terms of the contract will change in any way that we need to be made aware of, or that, could result in anything that we might regret in doing. So I'm assuming not, but just want to double check.
Yeah, so along with the memorandum on this is the actual ordinance. And in that ordinance, I think there are provisions that are pretty clear that you're just extending this existing franchise from 2015 an additional year. We've done this before. We had an example with your cable franchise where negotiations took a little bit more time. We extended that franchise an additional year back around 2006 or 07. So nothing unusual necessarily.
Great, Kevin. Thanks for that clarification. Before I open it to public comment, are there any other questions from council? Seeing none, since this is an action item, is there anyone in the room for public comment? Seeing none, any hands raised, Tiffany? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing and extending the terms of a franchise for the supply and distribution of natural gas granted to Black Hills Colorado Gas Incorporated, DBA Black Hills Energy, successor and interest Source Gas Distribution LLC, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the ordinance on June 3rd, 2025.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Neva, yes.
Me and yes, sorry. That's rude.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes, is approved unanimously. Thank you so much again for making the drive over.
Yeah.
Much
Thank you.
appreciated. And we really do appreciate you being here in person for this. Although
Always a good
quick.
excuse to
Yeah.
come down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Card, by the way.
I do.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item 7C. Consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 155 West Pacific Avenue, West Pacific Avenue, right? Not street, just to be,
Sorry.
that's okay. Silverjack Unit 305, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado. And we have Zoe to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I think I was able to collect all the information that was requested the last time that we had these discussions to put in this packet. One additional thing, as this came in again quickly before packet deadline, we did reach out to see if the town staff were interested in this unit. And we do have 5 town staff that are interested in this unit for your consideration. So with that, I will leave it open for questions or discussion.
Great, Zoe, thank you very much. Is there any council people have any questions for Zoe?
I think this is pretty, at least to me, cut and dry of the owner prefers the town to purchase the unit and we have a lot of interest, so let's buy it and tell its town staff.
Yeah, and it's coming to us from staff?
Currently,
As
the
so,
current owner is a town staff member.
so it'd be nice to keep our number instead of have it go opposite against our goals as well?
So
And
we
we
would
haven't
change the deed
exercised-
restriction, right? Make it a town staff deed restricted unit.
I don't think we need to.
Wouldn't we have to if we were gonna resell it directly to town staff?
We wouldn't have to, but
That would be a discussion for when
Okay.
it's time to sell it.
Okay, because that feels a little more impactful long-term.
thanks, Sally.
Not
Yeah.
bad.
I think I can provide a little bit
yeah.
more context there. So we've done both. So
Okay.
some deed restricted units, so everyone knows I purchased one. I'm subject to the guidelines. So it's not tied to my employment with the town. There are some units that used to be subject to the guidelines, which are now under the special town deed restricted for town employees, the 2 Entrada units that we just dealt with. And then there's some units that have always been town employee units. So some of the older Entrada units that we have. So if you decided to purchase this unit today, today it's just a purchase, but you could go ahead and give us an impression of what you would like to do with it. Either sell it to town staff enter it into a lottery, sell it to town staff and have it be a town employee unit, or sell it to a town staff and have it subject to the guidelines. So there's a lot of different ways it could go, even if you do decide to purchase today.
Great. Ally, thank you for that additional information. Anybody else with any questions for Zoe? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that would like to, Tammy, come on up.
Doesn't sound like I need to make public comment, but I'm just gonna read this anyway so I can stay on track. I'm the owner of this unit in question, and on May 1st, my divorce was finalized. This was a hand that I was dealt, and I didn't see it coming, leaving me as a single mom in a tier 4 unit that I can no longer qualify for and I can't afford. I've been offered Colette and Max unit that you looked at 2 weeks ago. We're under contract. And you not purchasing this today would jeopardize that opportunity and our contract would be null and void. Anyways, sounds like you're heading in the right direction. I can't read this anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is there anybody else in the audience for public comment on this action item? Seeing none or any hands raised, Tiffany? Any further discussion from council?
Can I provide a little bit more staff comment, just because this is going to come up again? So at the THA subcommittee meetings, we're actually reviewing the guidelines right now as part of our biennial process. And we have recognized that this lottery, so this unit, if you decided not to purchase it today, would go to a lottery for anyone who is qualified under the guidelines, which we love. We love to see that happen. However, there is some burden on current owners because of the timeline associated with the lottery and the to a certain extent, uncertainty there. There's a problem with current owners being able to transition into existing housing, deed restricted housing because of that timeline. So it's one thing if someone's leaving the community, it's another thing if they're trying to purchase another deed restricted unit that might fit their household better because of divorce, change in household size, whatever the situation might be, change in income, maybe tier 4 is no longer affordable to them. And they have an opportunity to downsize or go to a different tier, which is an incredible opportunity. But because of the lottery requirements, they can't necessarily exercise that opportunity. So what we're going to be bringing forward to the full THA board when we're ready, after we've gone through the full guidelines review, is consideration of the town potentially purchasing more of these units that are already subject to the lottery, but to assist the current owners who otherwise wouldn't be able to take advantage of that opportunity to right size, which is what we want to see. So we recognize that there is a bit of a disadvantage associated with the lottery, and what we're trying to do is help current households with that process and let them get into other deed restricted housing that better fits their situation. So this is the first time it's come up before you in a real context, but it's something that we did anticipate being a problem that we're trying to find a solution for.
Great. Ally, thank you for that clarification. I'd also like to point out that Zoe did a great job summarizing kind of the history of the recent history of what we've let go and what we've decided to purchase. And for anyone in the room or listening, that's in our agenda that's online. Unless there's any, Dan, you have a
Yeah, just to comment on that last topic really quick, because it seems that there are two questions in front of us. First, whether or not the town purchases, uses its right of first refusal, and then second, what does the town do afterwards? Seems very clear to me that the answer to question 1, should we buy it? Yes, I think we should. I think we're all in agreement there. On the second part, I will just say, I think we just need a little more regimented of a process, or just some guidance within that, and we'll discuss that at THA sub, but we're kind of going a lot by feel on what we do with these units. And I think I would prefer long-term to have a structure of the town has purchased this unit, what then? Because I just don't think we have that currently. I think the right thing to do is to purchase this and help facilitate that for our citizens wanting to right size, because that has been a topic we have talked about on numerous occasions. And I think we all agree on, of getting people into the right fit housing. And so we as the town can help facilitate that. But then there is a question of how do we meet these multiple goals that we as a town have as well. Leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments from council? Seeing none, would entertain a motion.
I have to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 155 Silverjack West Pacific Avenue, Unit 305, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Ian and a second from, you guys can fight it out.
I don't care.
Oh, I'll take it.
Not a big deal.
We'll accept a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, Zoe and Ally, for stepping up as well. That brings us to agenda item number 8, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, and there are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority today. That gets us to work session, agenda item number 9, and that is 9A, discussion of economic benefits of events, and we have Kiera Skinner, from the Telluride Tourism Board, here to present.
Well, good afternoon, council members and staff. Kiera Skinner with the Telluride Tourism Board. Thank you so much for having me today. Today, I'm here to discuss mainly the economic benefits of events, but it really wouldn't be a TTB presentation without some lodging metrics and marketing for events. So we'll be covering a little bit of that too. So first, as we head into our summer season, we thought it would be helpful to revisit and discuss the economic benefits of festivals and events for Telluride. And first, Telluride is seen as a model among mountain destinations for developing a successful and healthy summer economy with world-class festivals and events. Really, a lot of our mountain destinations, competitor mountain destinations, are more winter economies, and they're interested in becoming more year-round rather than seasonal. So here, this graph, the spaghetti graph, illustrates Telluride really leading the charge here. So we pull these metrics from our lodging metrics platform key data. And as we can see, Town of Telluride is in the blue at the top there. And the other competitive destinations, these are mountain destinations in Colorado. There's one mountain destination in Utah included as well. We're not able to publicly share the names of them on this graph. But we see that the Town of Telluride's total occupancy for the summer of 2024 was at 60%. And then the next second highest destination comes in at 46% for total occupancy. So that's paid and owner occupancy. So there's a 14-point spread there, which is pretty significant and really shows that we're leading the charge there in terms of our summer economy. Also, you can see with this graph on the Telluride line there, really where the peaks are representing the festivals. You can see Mountain Film there, Bluegrass, 4th of July, and I don't have a pointer, so sorry, but Jazz there, Film Festival, as well as Blues and Brews. And really over on the left, during our core summer months, you see it's really steady and stable and more peaks and valleys in the fall when the kids go back to school. We're seeing those similar trends really with air. So when we look at our air service, Telluride has more summer air passengers than any other Colorado mountain destination, with the exception of Aspen, who also has a very robust, vibrant summer economy. So here we're comparing, we see Aspen up top, Montrose and Telluride, followed by Eagle, Hayden, and Gunnison. And Telluride retains more of its air capacity in the summer versus winter than any other Colorado mountain destination, which is pretty impressive. You can see Montrose retains 72% of its winter flights for summer. Next behind that is Gunnison at 67%. So again, speaking to our robust summer economy in Telluride. All right, next, festivals deliver significant economic impact to the destination, contributing to local businesses and boosting tax revenue. So I know you've all seen our economic impact reports. we've been working for a number of years with the town of Telluride as well as with the festivals on producing these reports. And a huge thanks to Zach at Bluegrass and to Courtney at SBG for sending over their most recent metrics from 2024 so that we could apply those to 2024 reporting. So here on the screen, we have the Bluegrass Festival, and then in your packet, I also included jazz and blues and brews as well. But just to dissect this a little bit, we see that for the 2024 Telluride Bluegrass Festival, direct lodging revenue totaled 11.5 million. And we calculate that by ticket allocations and average ADRs. We do not incorporate occupancy rates into those numbers. The occupancy rates are really just directional for us to show. Yes, Jesse, right?
How do you back out campers?
So we have the campers, camping usage down there, and we remove them from the hotbed usage. We do include the campers in incidental expenses, but not in lodging. And then incidental revenue comes in at 9.4 million, and we pull those daily visitor spends from our guest surveys. So RRC helps with those guest surveys, and we pull average daily spend to incorporate in reports to determine incidental spends. We add those numbers together, the lodging and the incidental, to come up with a direct impact of 20.9 million for Bluegrass. And then we apply a 1.5 economic multiplier to that to come up with a 31.3 million. Now, the economic multiplier, we worked with RRC and Associates again to determine that number. And RRC and Associates works with a number of mountain destinations on formal economic impact reports and studies. So they are the experts in that field, and came up with that 1.5 as more of a conservative number, which we would rather use in these reports than go big. Any questions before I move on? All right, Dan?
Yeah, going back to the competitive set where we're looking at our total occupancy, where we sort of led that. I am just thinking about some of the anecdotal feedback from the community from last summer and this previous winter of overall visitation being down. Does that align with that occupancy, or is that, I do know that sometimes people's memories that the past was always better and everything right now is, the sky is falling for some folk. So I just wanted to touch on that feedback that I've heard and see if the data you're seeing correlates to that or contradicts it.
This summer, and I'll go through the lodging metrics in terms of the year over year, we're pacing ahead this summer in terms of last summer. We were about even with the previous summer. So, and those numbers represented summer 2024, where we were at 60% occupancy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, I understand it wasn't a comparative metric, but, and we'll perhaps be getting more into that later in your presentation, but always trying to monitor those who have concerns and see what the data supports or doesn't support. So that's sort of what I'm nudging you at. Yeah.
Happy to follow up. Yeah, I think you're asking me just about the year-over-year metrics and how that applies to the graph that I was sharing, and maybe how that applies to year-over-year metrics for the competitive destinations as well.
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's an accurate summary of what I'm trying to ask.
That's something I could certainly pull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, and something that we don't often think about is the PR value that our festivals and events bring to the destination. So festivals and events generate PR coverage for the destination, complementing the marketing campaign through earned media, both domestically and internationally. And although we appreciate our marketing funding, our budget is still lower than a lot of the other mountain destinations where their ski resorts are marketing. So for us, PR is very important as it leverages our media plan. And here we pulled these media metrics related to Telluride festivals from our media monitoring platform, Critical Mention. And we found that Telluride festivals were mentioned over 10,000 times. in articles in 2024 to an audience of 57 billion, with an equivalency value of $540 million. You need to note, though, that the Telluride Film Festival is included in that, and they get a lot of ink generated during festival weekend. So I think that number is high due to that. On the left here, we have a travel and leisure piece where we highlighted the summer music festival that they call out in the article. But I also wanted to note that in the beginning of the piece, they do encourage people to visit early or late in the summer, which is what we want, right? We want to encourage that visitation during non-peak times of the year. All right. Any questions on that before I jump into travel trends? Okay. I know travel trends are a hot topic right now, and tourism industry experts are really hesitant to make any forecasts or solid predictions about what will happen. And I don't know if we'll really know for sure until we have 6 months to a year under our belts in terms of the current administration and policies, due just to the uncertainty of the economy. But what we do know, and I'll cover the bad first, is that 52% of American travelers expect an economic recession in the next 6 months, which is a 10-point increase compared to the previous month that these numbers were reported. 80% of US consumers say their travel behavior will change as a result of recent financial news. So those change in behaviors could be traveling domestically instead of internationally, or traveling closer to home and maybe driving instead of flying, or maybe reducing their length of stay for a vacation that they're taking. We're also seeing a slight drop in travel intentions over the next 12 months, a drop by 4%. So the good news at this point is that air travel is holding steady. Although US inbound international arrivals are down, Denver is currently about flat year over year. And Denver also recently announced new air service. So the Lufthansa flight from Denver to Munich on the A380 started at the end of April and will run through September. We also have a United flight from Denver to Mexico City coming up this winter, among others. So also with the potential decline in international outbound travel, domestic travel may increase. And destinations with higher household income demos are expected to be more insulated from a forecasted tourism decline. So we are in that bucket. And I just wanted to call out that it is a priority for both the Colorado Tourism Office and the Telluride Tourism Board to ensure that our international guests, especially our friends in Mexico, are welcome and that they feel comfortable when they are visiting. So with that, Governor Polis proclaimed April 23rd as Colorado-Mexico Friendship Day with an event at the Capitol. And those are Wagner skis in that photo. As I mentioned, United Airlines also announced nonstop service from Denver to Mexico City starting this winter. And the timing is perfect because the TTB received a CTO marketing matching grant in the amount of $75,000 to execute a digital marketing campaign in Mexico, as well as exclusive Telluride and Mountain Village events in Mexico City with travel, trade, and media to promote winter. And Semana Santa and Easter also fall within the ski season. So it's really all coming together in terms of our international promotions in Mexico for the winter. And now we'll jump into some summer pace. So as I mentioned, we are pacing slightly ahead, and I'm always cautiously optimistic about that because with summer, the booking windows are tighter and the numbers are still somewhat small. But for the destination, we're pacing 4% ahead in total occupancy, 5% ahead in paid, and ADR is pacing 3% behind, bringing us to a 2% increase in RevPAR pace for the summer season. And just to note, the summer season is May 22nd through October 19th. So really when the gondola is operating. When we look at Telluride, we see that total occupancy is currently pacing 2% ahead for summer at 32.8% compared to 32.3% last year. And paid occupancy is pacing 5% ahead at 27% occupancy. Average daily rate is pacing 4% behind at $508, resulting in a 1% increase in revenue per available room at $138. And then here's the monthly occupancy pace, and this is for the town of Telluride, exclusively. Mountain Village isn't included in this. And we see that the core summer months, so June through August, are flat to ahead, where the bookend months are pacing slightly behind. And again, this isn't the whole month of May. This is the 22nd, starting on the 22nd. So we are seeing that Memorial Day weekend in Mountainville are currently pacing 12% behind last year, which is contributing to that overall decrease of 15%. Mountain Villages, they're behind in May, but not as behind. So they may be pulling a little bit of that market share.
And then Kira, for May, is it a little more worrisome that we have more days in May this year than because it's pretty early this year, Memorial Day, right? Or is that just not really matter?
You know, I did the year over year from the 22nd, the same day of the week. So it's really comparing, it should be accurate in terms of that comparison.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Memorial Day last year was.
Was it early last year too?
Was the,
It's the same weekend every,
yeah.
it's right around my daughter's birthday, so.
It could be anywhere from the 25th to the
Yeah, it's the
31st.
last Monday of the month.
Yeah, it can change and make it different. That was just my question. We don't need to rehash it, but
It was the 27th was Memorial Day last year.
Yeah, I think so. We run the pace really for when the gondola opens. So this year compared to last year, gondola opening.
So really there's just a 1 day difference this year.
Oh, okay.
That's it. So it's not that big a deal.
Great. Any questions on pace before I jump into summer marketing? All right. So we launched our summer marketing campaign last Monday on May 5th, and we are continuing ahead with our Beyond the Bell theme that we launched last summer and just did a creative refresh on it. So here is our full page, our spread in the visitor guide, our print execution. And then this is our 30-second video that we're running on connected TV, as well as online and through paid social in 15 and 7-second spots. So this is the 30-second spot. Great.
Wake us all up.
Love it. Nice.
Is that Pretty Lights? That's the music, you know?
I don't know. I think it's an audio agency that we work with that we buy, but it does sound a little bit. So these are the digital banners. So these are running programmatically in our key air markets with demographic overlays. We are also launching a local regional paid social campaign as we did last summer to promote the town of Telluride to people who are already here. And we will be launching a new destination stewardship campaign that we're building internally. So we're excited to get that out there. Stay tuned.
You should make those available for people to put them as their phone backgrounds. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, we have a really cool high impact piece actually that for mobile devices and have like the background is one of the banners and then has a video on the inset to play. So that would be kind of cool, actually.
It'd be fun if you could download it as a wallpaper.
Like that. Quick additional updates. I don't want to take up too much time here, but we just published our 2024 annual report. That is available on our website. Like more details about what the TTB has been working on. And then our summer visitor guide will be on stands on May 22nd, as well as our summer maps. Those will probably be available sooner than that. And the summer peak sheet resumes on May 22nd.
Great.
Questions?
Kira, thank you so much. Before we hit you, I'm sure with some questions. I do see one of our event producers in the audience. Are you here to say something, Courtney?
I'm on soccer duty, so make it quick. I just want to echo what Kira was mentioning about the economic uncertainty in the festival world. It's not just Telluride feeling it, it's the whole country, and we're seeing a late buyer. If you're seeing buyers, so you don't come to Telluride last minute. So we are looking at all avenues, meeting with Kira tomorrow, kind of come up with some new ideas and hopefully attract some new attendees to Telluride. Ticket sales are down for both of our festivals this year. I still have VIPs. It's the first time in 18 years they didn't sell it on the day of. So I think that speaks to where we're at right now with sales. And as I mentioned, it's not just us. I am on a national, speaking with a national panel in June, and we're seeing this everywhere. So I just want to make you guys aware of the trend that we're dealing with because of those uncertainties. People are holding tight. They're not spending. And we are going to feel that this summer. So just throwing it out there so everyone's prepared and it's not shocking come, October looking at these numbers.
Do you have a percentage or number you can share?
It's
I
not
mean, I'm
pretty. Let's
curious,
just go
right?
with that.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Camping's not sold out for us either. And I know the last minute buyers is what's happening. And unfortunately, it's not easy to come to Telluride last minute.
Yep.
So
Thanks for
Yeah.
telling us that. Certainly doesn't sound good. Any questions for Kira?
I just have a question. Obviously, a lot of our reporting and, everything that we do focuses on our winter and summer season. And I was just curious if you guys had any insights about off season, about the length of off seasons, about, it seems like, every year there is some visitation that happens during the off season. And just kind of like, because we're about to wrap it up, I'm just a little bit curious just to hear if you've got any insight about our off seasons and if we're looking to promote them more or, encourage businesses to stay open, or if we're sticking with the status quo. Just curious.
I think fall off-season offers the best opportunity and we've seen the most growth there. So yes, I think it's up to the businesses in terms of what they want to do in regards to staying open. However, I think more and more businesses are staying open because we are seeing more people even after the gondola closes coming to visit. So I think the properties that stay open, like the lodging properties, they're really pulling, business at that time. Probably not a huge amount yet, but it is an opportunity. We've done it before where we've promoted when they extended the gondola, we extended our marketing campaign in response to that and promoted that the gondola would be open longer and to come up, because I think that's an important component into extending the season is to keeping that gondola operating. This spring, not as much, just because of mud season. It's just not as attractive, but yes, I think fall we have a nice opportunity there.
Eleanor?
I was wondering if you've noticed like more bookings for the new concert in August, I think it's like the 19th and 20th or something. But if you've seen like a little bit of a bump on what we usually expect that weekend.
We are seeing a bump in August right now, and I think it's probably due to that festival. I need to go in. I think, the last I checked, we did see a bit of a bump, but I don't have exact metrics to share, but would be happy to get more granular with that. So, well.
Any other questions? There's nobody in the room for any public comment on this work session? Is there anyone online with their hand raised? Tiffany?
No.
Okay. Kira, thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate your patience and as we're a little behind. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for your partnership and support, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kira.
That brings us to agenda item number 10, administrative reports, and we will hand it off to Zoe.
Oh, great. All right. So today's manager's report, I'll start with communications. Just a reminder that our next merchant meeting will be a joint merchant meeting with the town of Mountain Village. So take place on Tuesday, June 10th at 11 a.m. More information at bit.ly/TOT merchant MTGS for those that are interested. And then continuing on with our website, I don't know who else looked at it, but it continues to get better and better. So thank you, Lindsay, for looking at that and all of the staff for updating those pages to get our communications a lot more navigable and digestible. I think it's pretty obvious we're trying to communicate a lot to the public, but sometimes too much is also not good. So strategy is everything, and the website is key to that. So thank you for that. From the sustainability side, I know we have seen this from a couple of different partners, but our spring cleanup and trash bash, once again, is really coming up. So this is going to be on Friday, the 16th at Carhenge is where the Telluride cleanup event will be held, and Saturday, the 17th, followed by this trash bash at Elks Park on the 18th at noon. There'll be drinks and snacks and a raffle for all that come out. So hopefully you all come out and collect some trash. There'll be gloves and trash grabbers and bags will be provided to all trash pickers. Another great piece of news, we have an all-electric street sweeper. So Public Works and Sustainability and Grant Administrator paired on 2 successful grant applications in 2024 that enabled us to purchase an all-electric street sweeper. And this has been delivered. This will be delivered and put into operation in 2026. And it's built in state, and the new sweeper will eliminate hundreds of gallons of diesel fuel consumption per season. Compared to the current street sweeper, this is equivalent to over 5,500 pounds of CO2 emissions reductions each year. So it's a great win for the town. I feel like we just had the housing update 2 weeks ago, so I'm not going to go through all of our housing projects, but I do want to pause on our Lift 7 neighborhood planning, which is, of course, the Lot L redevelopment and Carhenge redevelopment, and point out that we will be re-engaging in our neighborhood meetings virtually on May 21st. That communication will be going out. Again, this is for that larger stakeholder group. We've gotten their feedback, and we have now worked with our consultants to refine the plans that we have, and we'll be showing them what that refinement looks like with their comments. We will then take additional comments before going back to the general public in June to show the first iterations to the larger public at hand and hold workshops for that. So looking forward to that continued engagement from the public. Just on that note too, from the gondola station planning, we will also be seeing some engagement opportunities in June to go over those potential designs. So look out for that communication. We'll talk about that in a future manager's report as well. For those that came out, we did have the Shed grand opening and program launch on May 5th. Again, a huge thanks to Ryan McGovern, who led the tenant finishes design and construction, and Don Kantz and Ryan Dagnall with CTC, who oversaw the youth engagement throughout the design and operational planning process. I don't know who came, but it really was nice and inspiring of all the work that we've done and how many teens showed up to that grand opening, and seeing them use that space was pretty great. So thanks for everyone on their work on that. Speaking of kids, but of the younger generation, Elaine's Place program openings. So we mentioned this last time, but Elaine's Place currently has openings in its childcare program following several children graduating to preschool. So there is daily availability is open with limited space on Thursdays. So to learn more about enrollment, visit bit.ly/TOT childcare or email childcare@telluride-co.gov. From the building and planning department, they are starting the applications for the annual Hark Awards, which will open Friday, May 16th. These awards recognize outstanding efforts in historic preservation within the town of Telluride. The staff also participated in an annual Certified Local Government Ski Town Forum, which provided a platform for peer exchange on preservation practices and shared challenges in mountain communities. It's always great to have that like-to-like conversation. Also, just to note that there is active project review and public hearing volume continues within the department. Obviously, we know that we are down to key staff members, but as was mentioned in the early report, which I will just reiterate, that we are now going to be engaging with outside consultants to help with that workload, 3 in fact, and to really help bring some more expeditiousness to that design. But each monthly HARC meeting includes approximately 4 public hearings reflecting the sustained development interest and activity in the historic district. Also, we have from the building side, the building code update is underway, and we plan to adopt the 2024 International Building Codes later this year with a proposed work session in July. And we are having regional Energy Code collaboration with Eco Action Partners, the Regional Energy Code Cohort, and other alignment with sustainability efforts across the jurisdiction as part of those conversations. And for the comprehensive plan, we look to start the engagement kickoff in mid to late July with Logan Simpson, where they will hold a 3 to 4 day in-person outreach of events to gather input from residents and stakeholders. And then and that was for planning. And then finally, for Public Works, we obviously had a construction update, so I'm not going to dig into that in this manager's report, but I do want to touch on the water and wastewater divisions, that we are completing our sewer main cleaning and inspections to prepare for the trenchless lining of the pipes. The Ilium wastewater treatment plant, this is an update from the town of Mountain Village, but just to keep our council aware that they are looking to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Alexander family, the county, and Mountain Village as the next step prior to submitting the necessary applications to the county to perfect the land entitlements for the land area to be used for the regional wastewater treatment plant. This is on the MV, the Mountain Village May agenda, and also on the county's agenda in May. Staff is prepared to prioritize the applications next so that we can begin the public review process with San Miguel County this spring and summer. We're also looking to do more pretreatment program development as the staff has attended the EPA Region 8 Annual Pretreatment Conference. The team has gained a lot of key technical insights to be really connected with the industry and help advance the town's pretreatment program. We also have a long-term goal of hiring a full-time pretreatment coordinator. We're also doing more engagement on grease trap compliance and regional collaboration and facilities tours. So offering coffee tours with the fire department to improve emergency response planning and interdepartmental coordination is one of those pieces. And we look to do more spring public outreach initiatives like a bug talk at local daycares so that they kind of understand the biology behind wastewater, water conservation awareness campaign, and other ongoing education from backflow and fat oils and grease, the FOG program. So that's it from the manager's report.
Awesome. Zoe, thank you very much. Before we go to a short-term rental update, any questions for Zoe? All right, Ashley, that means you are on for 10. Oh,
I have one quick question. How come the shed is only open up for middle schoolers on Monday?
So as they're looking at the programming, the focus for them at the front end. So CTC does all the operational programming. So I'll start there. The IGA specifically just calls out some high level expectations. So we don't oversee all of that programming. So I might not be the best person to answer that question, but I do know that they're focusing on a lot of the high schoolers because that's a lot of where the demand and mitigation that they were hoping to do laid.
Okay, there's just been some concerns from the middle schoolers, and then also a request from the Gay Straight Alliance of the school. They want to get more involved with the shed too.
Great. I would say reach out to Dawn with CTC.
Thanks, Zoe.
great. Before we go to Ashley, any other questions for Zoe? Okay, 10A1, short-term rental update. And you can see Ashley patiently waiting.
Good afternoon, council and mayor. As you can see, this is just a brief update of how the STR program is going. We have done a lot of catching up due to the late launch of Rentalscape, but I feel like we're in a really good place as far as compliance goes, and tax and license delinquencies. We're looking really good. I will say just that total number of rental licenses is 782. 28 of those are midterm and long-term, which leaves us with 754 for short-term rentals. And without further ado, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer those.
Great. Thank you very much, Ashley. Any questions for Ashley?
Thanks, Ashley. I know one of the challenges facing you and staff generally has been the platform, the electronic platform that we're using. I'm sorry.
Rentalscape.
Thank you, Rentalscape. Can you give us some thoughts or perspective there? Because that seems to be one of the biggest impacts to you directly. How is that platform working for you, Rentalscapes?
Yeah, when we first got started, just like any other new software launch, things were challenging, I'm not gonna lie. We hit several bumps and bugs, but we have a really great representative who we're in touch with every other week. We meet to work out issues. The support is wonderful. They have a great support platform. Certain reconciliations are taking a little longer because our payment processor, Express Bill Pay, does not talk to Rentalscape directly, but we are working on solutions going forward with that, which I'm very optimistic about. And I think we've been with them for a little under a year now, since the software has been launched, and I'm really happy with where things are at. Things were a little more limited with MiniRevs, and I feel like with Rentalscape, they have the ability to grow with us, and they take our feedback and work that into their programming for other municipalities. We were one of the first Colorado municipalities to get them, and since I've had other Colorado municipalities reach out and just, with their interest in Rentalscape, because MiniRevs is just not cutting it for them either. So things are going really well.
And the feedback from the users, from the short-term rental license holders, has been generally positive as well on that front, on the switch to Rentalscapes?
It definitely has. People have noted that it's a lot easier to navigate and to use, especially when remitting their taxes, when looking back to see what they've paid in taxes over the year. And the software is always getting better. So it's just, we have all of these updates and upgrades, which are really nice. So it's great to be with a software that's willing to grow with us.
All great to hear. Thank you so much for the update.
Awesome. Any other questions? Ashley, thank you very much for the update. We really appreciate it, and
Thank
enjoy
you.
the rest of your day.
You too.
That brings us to 10A2, rental housing policy implementation update, and Hayden jumped up into the hot seat.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am filling for Delaney, so I'm gonna do my best to fill you in with what has been happening. As you guys know, in November 19th, 2024, we adopted the new rental policies, and since then we've been tracking renewals and kind of just how it's been going. So I'll start with Shandoka. So of the 31 potential renewals, 24 have renewed. There was 25 pre-renewal meetings. This is year to date. And then of those 24 renewals, 11 have seen increases, 13 have seen decreases. And then for Sunnyside, there was 20 potential renewals. 19 meetings were held, 17 people renewed. And of that, all 17 saw rent increases. Virginia Placer, 7 potential renewals. 4 of them had meetings, 4 renewed, all 4 increased. And as you guys know, Voodoo is too new to have renewals, so that'll be coming in October. Update on Voodoo, the 3-bedroom does have a contract that's been submitted. After our meeting, we adjusted the occupancy requirements for living here, and within 2 hours, someone actually submitted to live there. So that actually had a huge impact. And then there's a little bit about the JDF 99C that's been going around. In 2024, the state required us to post a no-fault eviction. It's just scary language that the state made us put on there whenever someone doesn't submit on time. So those are kind of floating around. Just the state required us to submit those. So with that, I'll take any questions on the handout I gave you guys.
Great. Hayden, thank you very much for that update on rental housing. Any questions for Hayden?
I would love to get some numbers on the number of people who have moved out of
Yeah.
their rental properties.
Yep. So on the far side, you can see on the additional notes in the handout, it kind of in the packet there was a handout that had an Excel
130
spreadsheet.
Page 134 or
Yeah.
133?
I'm just looking at
No,
the.
you're on it. That's it. That's
Yeah.
it. Right. Additional notes is this.
And all the way to the side, it breaks down kind of how each lease was set up. So some people renewed for a shorter period, given the rent increases. Some opted for longer increases. And then it breaks down the JDF 99Cs and kind of what that means, how many of those there were as well. Some holdouts, people who were right sizing them, so they're on a month to month while they relocate to another place.
So in total, how many people have moved out?
So I guess if it was 51, 58 total potential, 24. I can calculate real fast.
6, 2 at the bottom on the boarding house.
Oh, thank you.
I think it's 7. My quick counting. No, 9.
JDF 99Cs that are counted in the additional notes there.
Mhm.
There 7 are noted. If those are the only move outs, but there might, I don't know that that necessarily includes those who opted on their own terms to not renew their lease and then moved out. I don't know that that has been tracked or.
We'll check with
That's what-
Delaney and make sure that we have that in the future report.
Yeah, that would be great information to have.
And I think maybe just to piggyback on where I think Jesse might be going, I know that we've had some of the people that have been renting have purchased homes, which is really exciting. And so I think just to be very clear, because I think there has been some question as to people leaving the rental program. I think it would be nice to know if we have that information, to know if they're
Why they're
where
leaving.
where they're going.
Yeah.
It's just helpful as we implement new policy.
So my rough math says there were 90 potential renewals and 20 people did not renew.
And for example, just in Sunnyside in May, just pointed out, not that this solves the question, but points that there was more data needed. There was 14 scheduled renewals and only 11 renewed of that same period. And in notes, there was just the one JDF 99C. So there's at least another 2 people not accounted for in that tracking. So I do agree. I would like more information as well.
I mean, I think it depends on what kind of data we're really trying to get to. At least my perception of putting some of these policies in place was so that people would move to what is a more appropriate lodging or housing solution for them. So maybe I'm misinterpreting the intention or the tone of these questions, but I don't think that somebody not renewing is necessarily a bad thing, nor do we know whether they left the community or not. Like Mian said, some people are buying new units, some people are not new units, but some people are buying a home. Some people are finding something in the free market that works for them because they can afford it and making room for other folks who need a place. So I just don't think we should. I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if that's the intention of this line of questioning. But it sort of feels like that.
Well, and I think, and that's to your point, Geneva, I think it's more maybe a little sensitivity to questions that I feel like we're hearing in the community and narratives that are out there in the community. And I think making sure that everyone is as informed as possible, I think would be really helpful in that.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I want to be responsive to that concern from the community. I also worry about getting too personal for people, and sometimes people move out and don't want to talk to Delaney or to us about why they're moving out. And, I don't want that to be a knock on our staff or on our residents who are choosing to not renew. And, this is a cyclical thing in rental housing in general, of people moving on, moving away from the community, whatever it is. So,
Well, and I think there's also like a space where people are moving into different units, like people from Shandoka who got into Voodoo, that would be a non-renewal.
Right.
So there is a lot more information that adds different perspectives to what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I just
context.
I want all this data too, because we love to be able to look at a spreadsheet. I don't want to bog down our staff so much with answering 15 exit questions so that they're spending most of their time doing data collection as opposed to providing rental housing services. So I don't know where that boundary is. And I just feel like we are often like, well, get back out there and find us more information about this incredibly complex dynamic thing that's going on. And I just want to have that in our minds too, when we're asking for more data, more tracking, more info.
I appreciate where you're coming from, but I just also want to make sure that like our intentions are in fact what our result is, and because there is so much public feedback about people having to leave, being priced out or whatever, I mean, we do need to collect the appropriate data to make sure that this program is working, and that these new changes to the policies are in fact achieving what we set them out to achieve. So if that does mean that we have to collect more data, and then that's what we need to do, because we need the right end result, period.
Well, we shouldn't be trying to collect data to get to a certain end result. We should be collecting the data and looking at it at the end. We're 5 months in, we're looking at this pretty detailed, granular chart. And we're in the process of getting course of an annual snapshot of renewals. So I do think we are like following the footsteps of what we said we would do to monitor.
I think staff understands the direction of wanting to understand more of the non-renewals and contextualizing them so we can look into that. And if it does seem something that's burdensome or not complete, we can bring that narrative to council and we can work through it.
Great.
I just have a question because I want to clarify this. I think I know the answer to the question, but we have gotten a lot of public comment from people who are going through renewal process, and they're saying things like my rent is going to go up 50%, like these really large increases. My understanding was that if people were faced with those large rent increases, that they were going to be given options to do 6-month chunks that were around like 10% rental number increases to build them up to that point. So I just want to, I don't know if you're even, Hayden, because you're not, working in that office directly. So I feel a little guilty asking you this, but I want to make sure that like that understanding is there, that even if you're putting in your potentially new rent numbers into these, calculators, that there's an understanding that that's not going to be your rent necessarily on day one.
Yeah.
And hopefully then that as people see these, because my understanding would be like, okay, let's say I am going to see a huge jump. I have a 6-month lease. I might pay that 10% increase, but then in the next 6 months, when I'm coming up on my next renewal, if I am starting to take more of my pay and put it into a savings and stuff like that, then that could ultimately reduce the amount of rent that I'm working my way up to.
Yep.
So I feel like I think that this system is complicated, and like understanding all of the steps in the system, like is really like, it's burdensome, I think, a little bit on the people that are in the actual system themselves. So I think it's really important that people understand that like when you're getting these renewals and you are seeing large increases, it's going to be incremental. And in that, if you have a change in what your applicable income would be, then that would reflect in your new rent.
Yeah. And I think to your point, too,
Deductions,
you can see that, of the pre-renewal meetings, only 3 of them didn't convert to a new release or a new renewal. So I think that points what you're talking about of, if you have that meeting, have that conversation about here's the options in front of you, there's more than one way to make this work. Some people do a 6-month lease, some are doing a 2-year lease to lock in their current rate for the next 2 years. And so I think the folks who didn't have those meetings, they didn't renew because they just didn't know kind of what the answers could have been. And so, like I said, of all the renewal meetings, only 3 of them didn't actually convert to a renewal. So I think that kind of speaks to Delaney's efforts of meeting with folks and kind of portraying what is out there for them available and give them options.
So, yep, I think everything that's been said has been fair, and I don't have any particular objections to it. I do see some different things perhaps than others see when I look at these numbers. Most notably of the renewals that have happened so far. So it's been 29% that have had their rent decrease as opposed to 71 having an increase. It also doesn't tell me how much those are changing each of us. I know from going through the process, the amount at which rent could decrease is much smaller than the amount rent could increase for people. I am also very curious as to the breakdown of those unit types or people, particularly amongst the decreases. It is my guess, but would love to see the data if possible, that the majority of those are either single family homes living in studios or one bedroom, or families with multiple people living in their households that are not generating income. And so I would love to understand the breakdown there, to see what kind of impact those are having, because I feel it is my gut instinct that the majority of those rent decreases are going to certain unit or certain household makeups by and large.
Yeah, that'd be easy to provide. We can provide the zone everyone's in.
Any other questions? Hayden, thank you very much for that report. Looks like you're staying in the hot seat for 10A3, which is the update on parking meter analytics.
Thank you, Mayor. Last meeting, we talked about the just overall parking and how it's going in town. And of that meeting, we discussed kind of what does the transaction data look like in town. And so from that, we were able to pull all the transactions from Q1, which is January to March, and see where the payments are deriving from. So there were 10,705 total transactions in the first quarter. Of that, 9,918 or 92.6% were mobile transactions. And then 787 were meter transactions, but that meter transaction is a little misleading because to use the free 30 minutes, you have to go to the meter, and that counts in that transaction count as well. So the true meter usage is actually 515 of 10,705, which is 4.8%. And just for your guys' record, I provided a map from 2016, kind of just showing how meters used to look. And then we updated the meter system to a newer meter and then downsized. And so just kind of showing you where we were. And then in there is the current meter map as well, to kind of just show what it used to be, what it is today, and get direction on what you guys want to see in terms of meter policy placement, and you want anything to happen with your guys' direction. But again, the data shows that about 92% of transactions are coming from mobile and about 4.5% are coming from the meter.
And remind us, we can't, with the current system, the mobile payments using your phone
Yeah.
cannot accommodate the 30-minute free.
Not currently. We're exploring options.
Do you think that there will be a demographic change in the summer that could increase the use?
We could see that. I think we could let it go another quarter and see how it looks as things pick up. I think it's pretty steady though. Even last year, if you can do the whole year, it was pretty heavily mobile transactions were definitely more favored. But I think if you want to do another quarter, you could. But I think it's pretty predominant that mobile is the preferred method of payment.
Okay.
Are the red ovals on the map, do they
Yeah.
signify anything?
New meter.
Those are the new meters. So they're part of the rollout in January.
They look like it's the majority of the ones that are in the residential
That's
area,
correct.
essentially.
Yeah, where we expanded paid parking. Makes
Exactly.
sense, yeah.
I think we got a lot of obviously comments about in the public comment about parking and stuff like that. I thought one of the interesting things that I heard was about the commuter use of the parking in these new paid for parking areas. My understanding was that previously that parking was not day-long parking for anyone, that it was permitted parking. So if you lived in the area, you had a G permit or an O permit or whatever that allowed you to park on the street as part of your residence. But then if you were a commuter, presumably you would not have that. And then that would just be a maximum of 2 hours.
That is correct.
So this shouldn't have changed for commuters too much, with the exception of, whereas they may have had to get out and move their vehicle every 2 hours, in this case, they would pay. They do actually have an hour longer that they're able to occupy in one space of up to 3 hours for paying, but then they would need to move their vehicle every 3 hours. But the commuters still, under our previous program, were not permitted to just park all day long in
That is
these,
correct.
in the residential permitted areas. They should have been moving their vehicles every 2 hours.
That's correct.
I'd also love to add, I think that, Eric brought up the point that we needed to be doing something to incentivize commuters who are on the street to be using the parking garage or Carhenge. And I think that by putting meters there, that's what we're doing. Because they have to pay in both places, but one of them's closer to all the businesses and covered and provides conveniences like that. So
That's a good point.
I think that that was sort of part of our rewinding to 3 or 4 years ago. Most of what the comments that we got about parking from the community were, people park all day long. There's no enforcement. There's nowhere to park. You need to do something. Parking's broken. People are leaving their vehicle all day long in downtown areas or a block or two off of downtown areas. And we need to create circulation. And so that's where the parking study and understanding how many spaces we have and how they're being utilized and what we can do to address that, that's where all of that came from. So here we are implementing this sort of plan, and we can't. I just wanted to recap that, I guess. and point out that, I think that the utilization of those first couple blocks into town for more parking, whether it ends up that we review this at the end of the summer and we say, you know what, we don't want to continue doing this, we may choose that. But also just wanted to bring attention to the hour or so that we spent this morning with Kyle and the Public Works Department talking about all of the construction projects that we're going to be having that are going to be impacting parking specifically this summer, especially in the commercial core. And so I think that that's important to recognize that this is sort of an opportunity to address some of that lost parking, and that we are listening, and that we are going to see what happens and decide whether or not to do this again.
That's right. No long-term decisions have been made, and it's important to gather that data in addition to some of the new regulations on distances between crosswalks, driveways, intersections that are also going to chew into our number of parking spaces. And if you don't try new things, it's then bigger problems will result, and some work and some don't. We'll figure it out.
And to your point, the reasoning why you do the paid zones in these areas, because before it was just the free 2 hours, it's a really hard measurement to make, because if someone's car tire does move, you can't tell if they've been there for the full 2 hours. Whereas if it's paid, the person's either paid or unpaid. There's really no in between other than a G permit that would let them stay there all day. And so by doing these paid zones, you do have a measurement now you can make of if someone's been there for too long.
All right. Ashley?
I don't want us to get too far into the weeds, but hearing a lot of the public comment and stuff like that, and our own metrics on this the parking garage, Silverjack parking. I'm wondering if maybe we should look at if that were free for the summer or something like that to encourage people to move down there, because I think that the parking down there, there's some confusion about that parking too.
Yeah, I'll just quickly step in.
And,
So
and wayfinding will help once we,
and wayfinding will help. We hear that, and man,
we heard
can't
that.
get here soon enough.
Right.
And
Just might incentivize people to
So
utilize
with
that.
Silverjack in particular, that is why it is less expensive than the Main Street metered parking
Oh, I didn't know it
areas.
was less expensive.
Yep, so we changed the rate council changed that rate structure. So it's $2.50 on those high traffic areas and then $2 on the auxiliary, including Silverjack. The reason we cannot make it free, if you remember the previous council conversations as well, is that we have some requirements from the bonding that we used in financing to build Silverjack. So we do have to have revenue associated with Silverjack in order to meet our bonding
And
obligations.
it has to be specifically from the public paying for parking. It couldn't be like the general parking fund.
I think we can look, correct, it has to be associated with the Silverjack, but we can look more specifically at the bonding documents. But I believe it does stipulate pretty specifically on that.
We do have some, business
Correct.
monthly spots in there.
Yep.
Are those all sold?
Those are, and again, according to the bonding documents, there's only a certain number of spaces that we can take away from that public charged use. So there's a lot of things holding our hands just from the financing piece on that.
I would like to just say, I just think it's important to reiterate, sounds like the wrong word, but to call attention to the fact that we do have some business spots down there that
Mhm.
we rent that are for commuters, for employees. And that to avoid, increasing property taxes or sales taxes or other forms of revenue generation for constructing a parking structure, which we desperately needed, we're using parking fees to do that. And so there's a reason why we ended up here, and we got to keep moving forward and trying to solve our problems.
And the parking is still free at Carhenge and down at the Shandoka lot, even in the summer for commuters.
And Lot B, which
And you
nobody
could-
knows about, but
Lot B.
which is over by Longwell.
Oh,
There
Longwell.
used to be a sign. There's no sign.
Yeah. So yeah, so there are places for commuters that are free parking, that are all day parking, that don't require you to move your vehicle every few hours or pay anything. You might have to, hop on the bus or walk from those locations depending on where your office is, but those are available, and I would really encourage people to use them because they are the most economical option.
Yep, every free lot has Goose Connection, so you can ride the bus.
And then one other thing I want to also say and remind people, because we have talked about it in other council meetings, is that we are working on our wayfinding. I know that was some of the public comment that the signs just weren't clear, and we know that. And it's not something that you can just do quickly, and it's part of its look, feel, and effectiveness, and we're working on it, and we're going to implement wayfinding eventually, which will also help direct people to Shandoka lot, Carhenge lot, Silverjack, and just other general information.
More on when we'll have wayfinding.
The wayfinding is going to Hark just for a work session for them to review it. That's coming up here in May. And then we are working with our consultants right now on finalizing some of those design pieces in parallel with the implementation strategy and looking at our budget on what that phasing looks like.
So if you're interested in what the wayfinding signs would look like, attending the next HARC meeting would be a good place to see what some of the options are and weigh in with HARC. If you're listening.
Oh, yep. It's
Good
the
plug,
last-
Janine.
last item. And I also think it's important to mention that Hark doesn't really touch parking. That keeps coming up a lot, and that's just not what that board does.
And even wayfinding, while it's not, to the public's point, like it's not in their
Yeah, but parking is
purview
historic.
to approve any of this wayfinding.
They do approve signage though, don't
They
they?
approve private signage within the public right of way, but not, the town has no requirement for their public signage to be approved by Hark. But it is going
But we're
through a work
volunteering
session
to-
because
Yeah.
because wayfinding, this is going to be another change. And so having that feedback is going to be valuable.
And we've had member of the public, comment on, the look and feel of the parking changes. And I have not personally heard from any members of HARC or any other commissions outside of the people who speak, against it, for it, or anything. So, if they have every right to chime in, just like anybody else in the public, if they choose.
Yeah, as public citizens, they definitely
As
can
public
have a
citizens, they can.
opinion. Yep.
Dan, I know your hand was up.
Thanks. Yeah, just quickly going back to the data presented by Hayden on usage of parking transactions. It leads me to be very open to removing some of those meters. I would perhaps want to see the next, through the first half of the year, so we capture at least some of the summer season, see if there is a difference between summer and winter visitors and their usage on that, but I'm I feel likely that it'll still be strongly weighted towards using an app or using your smartphone for it. So I definitely, I don't want to remove all parking meters. I think there's reasons to keep at least some, especially the ones that have, when is this San Miguel map from?
2016 is when it was.
2016. Okay. So, there's been as a relatively new 13-year resident of Telluride, there's been parking meters as long as I've been here. So I think some is fine, but I get the concerns and I certainly don't want to have more than are truly necessary. I think we could maybe rein in at least a few of them.
I agree with you, Dan. I think the one thing that I would actually like to see these meters stay through the summer, just because our summer visitor base tends to drive so heavily that I think we would be remiss to not just keep it through the rest of the season. But I agree with you. If we can, I don't love the meters. I don't like the meters. But I think if we can eliminate some, I absolutely want to do so. But I do want to make sure that we really capture the information from the people that truly would potentially be using them more than others.
Because we told the public that we would revisit now in July, at the July meeting with some of these. I feel like, that to me, I don't feel like I need to go all the way through the entire summer. I feel like if we go like into July, you've got Mountain Film, you've got Bluegrass, you potentially have some 4th of July traffic and stuff in there. If we have numbers that show how many times specific meters were utilized in that time period, I think that would give us that would be the most influential piece of information that I would need, is to say, hey, if one meter got used 4 times in the last, 6 weeks of us being busy versus another meter got used 80 times, there's going to be a big differential on which one that might be. And that's the problem, is we don't know which one it could be. It could be one that we're not expecting is actually the one that's getting tons of use. And so just having that number to say, hey, we know that this one was getting used a bunch. We know that this one wasn't, or these two were splitting the difference. These were, if you only had one here, then they would equal what a busy one is. I don't know. That's kind of the metric that I feel like I would need with the meters. I don't feel like I need to have that through the whole season. I think that pattern would be apparent just once we have busyness. And we have metrics from when it began, which these got put in
right
a while ago.
June would be enough. I mean,
I think so.
the only point why I raised it originally was that, to me, without knowing anything officially, there's a difference in demographic in the summer versus the winter.
Totally.
There's more drive traffic. They're probably older. And hate to say it that way, that means maybe less technologically savvy. So that may make the change.
If that's specifically what we're looking for, then what we should actually be doing is waiting to go all the way through the fall season, because the age demographic for the people that are traveling to Telluride significantly increases in end of September, October, leaf peeping. Like that is, so I understand wanting to appease people that are concerned about this and feeling like but I would rather we just do it once and we do it right. Then we cut it short.
Yep. A couple of months of time in the long run is not very much to make the right decision on where we need to go moving forward.
I think
on a variety of things.
Still getting the metrics though would
To see
be
where we're at.
beneficial.
I think let's
Regardless.
check in. I think let's
Yeah,
do
the
the
check-in
check-in.
in
I would like to have it be at the end of July, frankly,
And
then another one at the end, and then make the decision in the fall.
And that's why we discussed doing a check-in in July, because we heard so much public comment about it. And so we weren't originally, it's my understanding, we originally weren't going to check in July. We were just going to do it in October. But we listened to the public and said, okay, let's review what we have in July and see, is there anything we need to do right at that point? Or do we keep through the pilot for that specifically, let alone meters more throughout the town, and make decisions, later in the year?
I'm in agreement with you guys about letting this play out. I think that's why we're doing it, and let's do it once and do it right. I also wanted to mention, like, not to be the one who's always bringing up our public art commission, but, or Hark, I wonder if there's some kind of like project we could do with the parking meters we choose to keep to make them more
Adequately placed on.
yeah, to make them fit our community more. Like, you know, in my hometown, they had one summer, they had people apply to paint all the fire hydrants. So all the fire hydrants were painted by locals and they all look different. I don't know what would work here, or if it's something more like, we talked about with our cellular towers where they're like, we're picking ones that look historic. I don't know what the direction is, but I feel like there's an opportunity to take something that people are calling an eyesore and make it feel like Telluride, make it feel fun and funky or historic, whatever the direction we choose is. I don't know if that would draw more attention to them, but I feel like it's worth kind of brainstorming. Because I hear what people are saying, they're big gray boxes. Like, I'm not obsessed with how they look either. I don't think anyone loves
We
parking
did that with the
meters.
garbage pails in like the early 2000s, like that, and that's why they are what they are. Like there was a art, I don't want to call it contest, but and then an artist was commissioned to create the shells for the garbage.
Yeah,
I
I
think like
it's
that
an opportunity.
that is something that we can, and I agree with you. I think that was the first thing that I said too, is that that was a missed opportunity that we could possibly, take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think we have to like decide which ones we're keeping before we do anything like that. But
Right.
I just think I again also just want to like hear everyone's feedback. And I agree with some of it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and defend them and say that they're beautiful. I think they're functional. But I think there's, form follows function. So once we figure out the function, we can work on the form.
Yeah, and also I always throw this in there when we're talking about art on public spaces, is the walls of the staircase coming out of the ground next to the market.
Mhm.
And how that wall would be a cool opportunity to be a mural or for the
Mosaic.
kids to paint something,
Yeah.
right? Instead of just a blah, concrete wall. That's what it is, right? And I don't like it. So we can make that cool too.
I have one quick thing to say just about the parking, the diagonal parking. Just the safety component of the bike riders, the public is concerned about it. I'm concerned about it as a parent. I realize that we're just going with it and revisiting this in July, but I don't think I could live with myself if I didn't express my concerns about how this is all going down too, and reiterate what the public is saying and my concern as a parent and the number of kids going down the street. And
I can.
It's
I can-
fair.
Can I mean, I think it's a fair and valid concern. I think I've struggled with that argument. I don't know, Teddy, if you have. I know that some of the people in the public that are speaking out against the diagonal parking as well also grew up in Westchester County, New York, where diagonal parking was everywhere. And that's how we didn't have backup cameras, and we had gigantic Ford station wagons, and children weren't hit as they were riding their bicycles. And so I think that this is change. I mean, I'm actually curious to see if there is some studies that actually, I'm sure there's a study that will prove one side or the other in regards to the safety of the different parking elements. But I want to say that this is a very, very common parking
it's
style.
it's such a big change to Telluride.
Understand, but
I want to chime in real quick, both personal and what we being told by Chief. One is, as an avid cruiser bike rider, I much rather deal with a car backing out of a space than a door opening.
Awesome.
Yes, I know there's room, but that is way safer to me personally. I do know it's different, and my brain is wrapping itself around it as I try to figure out as I pedal home. And then we do hear from the chief about certain studies, and I know they haven't been very specific in what studies they are, that this is safer. And we're being told by the public it's not safer. And I'm not sure how to quantify that, but I do know, and I'm not trying to say the public aren't experts. I'm not trying to say Chief knows all or Hayden knows all, but what we're being told is that it's a safer the studies show that the diagonal parking in general is safer. I don't know the details of it, but I want to bring that up as well.
And on our Engage page and FAQs, we do link to all of our studies. We did research on this. So you don't have to take our word for it. Obviously, there's studies on both sides of the argument. You'll always find conflicting studies. But from what we compiled, you can go on the FAQs and you can see everything we provided in terms of studies that showed angle parking being a safe option.
Great. There were a few hands raised over here.
I was gonna say that, yeah, I did a little bit of research on my own, and statistically, diagonal parking is safer than parallel parking for drivers and bikers.
Yeah.
I think that maybe working with CTC or the school or some other organizations I know that we also do the chief talked about the
Bike rodeo.
rodeo as well. But to those that are concerned about bike rider safety, to remind bike riders that it was never allowed to go around cars by going through the center lane, and that they have to go with the flow of traffic. And I too need to adjust my Zoomy bike habits, but I think that this is like a good learning opportunity for all of us to try and slow down. That's the goal of the bump outs for one of the goals of the bump outs for the accessibility ramps, and just like more education of how to be a good participant in road traffic.
And West Pacific as well. I mean, it was dangerous flat out, and that's why we had to make that change.
And like Dan said earlier, bike riders are entitled to the full lane. So you don't have to scoot over one side of the whole lane is entitled to a bike rider as well, their vehicle.
I love doing that, by the way.
I think it's also like, in terms of the kids' safety on bikes, I get nervous about kids learning how to bike in Telluride and then going to a city, because I learned how to like road bike in a city. And if you do what people do here in Telluride in an actual city, it's illegal and really dangerous. So
Walking too, by the way.
Yeah. So, I hear all of the concerns, but I think this is a learning opportunity for everyone to travel more safely and to be more aware of what the road rules actually are. Because I think a lot of this is just a lack of information and a lack of need to learn how to safely bike with traffic. And I feel like in some ways we'd be setting up our kids better for when they go to college. Yeah. And you actually do have to kind of abide by the road rules, or you do get hit by a car and, or not, hopefully not. Sorry. I want to take back what I just said, but, but it is shocking sorry. I know. I don't know why I said that.
I don't know why you said.
Yeah. But I'm thinking like, I learned how to bike in college, and then I lived in Portland for a while, and you could definitely not do what you do here. So I think there's a reality of like what the expectation should be of people who are bike commuting, and I think we can all like grow from this change in our traffic pattern.
Yeah, and speed and all kinds of stuff, right? I mean, we all choose to do what we want, and that's part of the problem.
Thank you all for that feedback and discussion. Just 2 points to kind of bring it back. One, if you are interested in the FAQs or some of the studies that we looked at in making this decision, it is on the town's parking page. So not an Engage page, but directly on the town's website, the parking page. It's an FAQ in general of all of the parking changes, as well as specifically an FAQ on diagonal parking. And we look forward to continuing that conversation. And then 2, just to bring it back to the manager's report and the meter analytics, from a staff perspective, if there was any direction coming out of council for specifically the meters, it sounds like we will not be making any changes quite yet and wait until July. Or would you like us to look at the meters right now and see if there are any ones that we can maybe remove, but make sure there is at least like one per block or something along those lines?
If I think I can say for everyone that the more data we have to make the right decision instead of just making decisions too quickly would be good for everybody. And so I think getting more data and the update in July is a great path. And thank you for keeping me on track. Hayden, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate the
I would
update.
agree. I think take out at least one on the 400 block of Colorado, because we have 3 on one block. And I don't want to go too down a rabbit hole, because I get and agree with the spirit of what you're saying, but also we've made a bunch of changes already. Things have changed, and now we're like, well, does the data support it? And so it does feel like a backwards thing. I think some of the concerns are reasonable. Some of them I think the data supported the decision we made with. But on that one in particular, yeah, I view 4 parking meters on the same block. One of them that is, I'm guessing by the little orange triangle on it, means it doesn't work still.
It's working.
No,
Working.
those are old maps.
This is
so
an old
don't
map.
use
Yeah, it's
that
from
side.
last council meeting.
Okay. Anyways, 3 on one block seems excessive if they're not being used to me.
Yeah, but
I don't think anyone disagrees with you, Dan. I think what I would really love to see, because of the public interest in this, is that we take our time, we make clear, informed decisions, and we inform them. Because I don't want us saying, well, there's 3 on this block, we're gonna pull one out, and then we pull one out, and frankly, the public hasn't weighed in on which one we pull out, and then we're in another set of controversies. I think I would like us just to take it like slower and do things right. I mean, I very much believe we are taking some of these parking meters out. I very much believe there are parking meters that are gonna be removed from that block. But I would like us just to do it in a way that it allows us to feel comfortable that we were making the right decision.
And I agree with both Dan and me and with that, but the key that multiple council member did suggest was the summer demographic can be different than the winter demographic. And that's a big reason why not to make that change yet. Because we don't know. And then if you take it out, then your data is going to be skewed and not being able to be compared to what you did in Q1 versus Q2 at minimum, let alone going through Q3. So I think you have to keep it the same. And there were multiple people on council who wanted that direction. Because of that, some was demographic, some was just getting more information so we could decide, not rushing, and then going through the process of which meters to remove, and if other meters would then need to move if you remove them to balance it out. I don't know the answer to that. So, I mean, I think we need more data.
I mean, I made my point earlier that I feel like after a little bit of summer month busyness to account for, I would feel comfortable making a decision in July about which meters we could keep and which ones we could cull. I also think, to Dan's point, that I could make a pretty educated guess on which ones are going to be low use, or their use is going to get split by two meters that could easily be transformed into one. But I also, I hear the benefit of waiting at least a little bit to get some more of that hard data. We also don't have any of that data in front of us right now. So making a decision to remove some of the meters right now would be purely based on opinion and speculation. Like, I could guess how many meters we probably need on Colorado, but I don't know. So like I said, I feel like we could make a decision in July.
Well, let's
And-
look at the data in July.
Look at-
It might be very obvious to all of us, and
Yeah.
boom,
Great.
Yep.
make the call.
Yeah, we're not making a decision for October. We're going to shoot for July.
Well, appreciate the feedback. I think we have a good understanding of all the data you would need to properly make that decision, and we'll make sure to get that to you for July.
Great.
Thanks.
That brings us to 10B, attorney's reports with Kevin Geiger.
Thanks, Mayor. It's just 2 weeks since your last meeting. I don't have any update for the public.
Great. Thank you so much. That brings us to 10C, council reports. We will go round the horn, starting with Ellen.
Yeah, nothing too heavy. There was there were a couple things I wanted to flag on the last HARC meeting. We saw an application for an addition on a building that was historic and was moved in the 70s over on the East End on Colorado Avenue. It was talked about a lot. The big question was whether it was a rehab of a historic building or an addition to a building. It's non-designated because it was moved. So there was a lot of discussion around that, and there are different guidelines that apply to each of those categories. And ultimately, they went with how it was originally approached, that it was just looking at it. And since it's non-designated, the homeowners could have applied to demolish it, but without throwing too much of my opinion in, it was a proposal that really did honor the original structure. So we've seen a few of these recently where property owners, building owners have proposed some renovations, additions that have really
taken into consideration the character of the historic building. And so it's really nice to see another one of those be in the mix. The other thing that I just wanted to follow up on was the developments that are happening up on Primrose, like up on the East End. And I had said in another meeting about how the steep slope guidelines were a little tricky to apply on downhill slopes. And I kind of wanted to follow up a little bit more on that because that came up again. So you know, you have your access point off of the road, and typically garage structures just by nature are kind of blocky. And with the way that we look at mass and scale and kind of stepping things down as the building goes up, it's really hard to have those blocky structures at the top of the building and then have it go down the side of the hill. So that was just talked about. And it's sort of forcing anyone who's building down the hill to look at like carports and outdoor parking, because to get the right, to follow what we want for mass and scale, it's really hard to have parking, like enclosed parking at the top. Whereas if you're going up a hill, you can kind of build it into the foundation or a basement, and it's sort of that those blocks can fit into the base, and it doesn't contribute that much to mass and scale. So I just wanted to follow up on that because I feel like I didn't do a very good job explaining that, and that still is coming up in how we're looking at this one project, and it's right across the street from another project of a similar size. And the way that parking has to be handled is just so different because how the guidelines sort of are more accommodating to looking uphill from the pedestrian view. So I don't want to get into too much specific information, but I just wanted to follow up on that just so it's on your radar that that's just a problem that, not a problem, but a discussion point that we're facing in a few of those steep slope lots on the East End. Oh, and I actually had to miss the case meeting because my travel plans changed. So I have to listen to the recording, but we did have a discussion of grant process and materials that addressed some of the concerns from this year's grant process. So I'll listen to that and have a better follow-up because I think that's important for us to keep tabs on. That's all.
I think Teddy discussed our vending committee last meeting when I was on the road, and we discussed most of open space today except for our 2024 weed management summary. Things are looking good weed management wise on the valley floor. Last year we pioneered a plan called Happy Bees, where we kind of holistically work with what we've been calling invasive species on the valley floor historically. And we are hand pulling them, making them into like biochar and tea, and actually like pouring them back onto the valley floor. But we're seeing like this really cool resurfacing of indigenous plants. And this is actually the most successful weed management that we've seen on the valley floor. It's actually like utilizing the entire plant that we've been trying to get rid of in the past, which is fairly interesting. We're still doing some herbicide on, we call it Area 51, just because it's where the most invasive species are. We will be bringing to town council an amendment to the original emergency ordinance when we took over the valley floor for the use of livestock, so we can discuss the goats. So town council, I hope you come to that meeting with open hearts and open ears, because this would be a really cool project for us to do. I don't know, Lance, if you have more you want to add.
Are they baby goats?
No, they're not baby goats.
No support.
Thank you. No, you got it right. So Open Space Commission will make a recommendation on goats and what the goat plan is. But council has to approve the use of goats by unanimous, or not unanimous. Supermajority. And this is if we also amend the ordinance that Jesse was referring to, because presently that ordinance prohibits the use of livestock, although the conservation easement allows livestock for range management purposes. So there's a process for the goats, and heads up.
So essentially what we'd be doing too, if we changed our emergency ordinance, that kind of is the overarching document for open space for the valley floor, it would be more in alignment with the conservation easement that's on there. So it would actually be beneficial for these two pieces of these two documents to mirror each other more. In my humble opinion.
Harmonized.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's kind of exciting. It's been a year of us talking about goats, and we've finally gotten to a place where it might happen. If 5 of us agree to it.
That's right.
All right.
That's all I have to say.
I don't have a ton to add from last council meeting, but I will just remind everyone that we are at the THA subcommittee reviewing the deed restricted guidelines, our normal every 2 years. So if you're an owner, please tune in. That's the first Wednesday of every month at 9 a.m. we meet. And you can also feel free to reach out to myself or one of the other subcommittee members to talk about specific issues as well.
I think we're gonna be early next meeting though,
Oh,
8 or
true,
8:30.
8:30.
Yeah.
We're gonna have an earlier meeting because we've got some other agenda items as well. That's it. Oh, and well, no, that's it.
Can I also say big congratulations to the Telluride girls, 7th and 8th grade teams, it's a lacrosse team for bringing home the championship this weekend for lacrosse.
All right, great.
I did just quickly want to touch on the communication for the guideline update. Ownership guideline is through SMRHA. And so they're doing a lot of work on their website and communicating to the homeowners that they have. Just a heads up with that.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you. Man, that you're up.
Okay, the only meeting that I had since the last meeting, that last town council meeting, was a meeting for SMART. I think probably the most important thing that sort of was discussed at that board was a resolution of support for the Mountain Village excise tax question on the June 24th, 2025 ballot. Just for the listening public, if you aren't familiar, SMART had signed a memorandum of understanding with the Telluride Ski Resort in regards to a fee collection on lift tickets. The fee collection agreement was announced by TSG on their social media channels, as well as in a joint press release that was sent to the newspaper. However, after months of contract negotiation, TSG submitted a final agreement that removed the audit provisions that the board felt were essential to ensure that they were being responsible stewards of the municipality's citizens and the finance collection. And so Mountain Village has put this question to ballot. So it'll be a 5% tax on lift tickets that are not season passes. And there's a little bit more information that Mountain Village can provide. And you can see in a couple of different SMART meeting replays if you're interested. But other than that, the meeting was great. We just looked at some operational controls. But anybody has any questions in regards to that ballot initiative, please let me know.
Great, Mian. Thank you very much. Ashley?
I wasn't able to attend the SMART meeting that Mian just briefed you on, and I didn't have any other meetings.
Great. Dan?
Thanks. Mine piled up, busy couple, so I'll just get through them as quick as I can here for y'all. Snuffles Energy Board met at the beginning of the month. Couple topics there. Got some more information on some testing on a potential pilot program that Mountain Village is exploring for geothermal heating of buildings that they are looking into using for their town hall / the grocery store there. So that is going to be informational at first, but based off of feasibility, hoping to explore that later this summer. With that, there was the big topic discussed, 2 big topics discussed at the Energy Board. One was around the idea of point of sale auditing for home sales. So as you all know, the largest contributor to our regional greenhouse gas emissions do come from the energy sector of homes, buildings. Heating and cooling are regional businesses and homes. So trying in an effort to address some of that use, the first step is tracking, as we're all big on here on this board, lots of data. So the initial proposal is simply tracking home energy audits that would be responsible for the responsibility of the seller, generally speaking. We examined a comparable plan that's been in effect in San Francisco for in excess of 50 years. I forget the exact date, but a long period of time. Some support, some pushback from at least one representative on SEB for it. Doesn't feel dead yet, but it is a challenge. We are getting past the point of low-hanging fruit as far as addressing climate change or our regional greenhouse gas emissions. And so targeting the big slices of that pie are sort of some of the next steps. I believe it was at an IG meeting 6 months ago or so where we had an update from Eco Action Partners showing that we are not on track to meet our stated goals of greenhouse gas reduction. So we're starting to have to answer the hard questions of if we do not meet those targets, what then? And how do we work to reach and address those targets? So that's some of the conversations starting to happen. There isn't a specific action there, but if any of you are more interested in that program or discussing it further, I'd love to talk more about some of the specifics. And then both at SEB and Eco Action, which is another one of the boards I met with, we're talking about regional funding, finding ways in which there is a more equitable or consistent logic to the breakdown of how those organizations are funded. It has mostly been pretty boutique and one-on-one, where it is essentially a pay what you can method for it. Certain members of those organizations have felt like they have had to carry more burden than some other areas that have larger municipal budgets, larger amounts of citizens, larger overall emissions. And so we are working to try to figure out a more equitable way to come up with a funding scheme for Eco Action and SEB. That has not been easy. I think from the town of Telluride's perspective, a lot of the proposals are more or less equal for what the ask would be of us. And so it is getting some other regional partners on board with a scheme that would ask a bigger contribution of them. So we are working to try and figure out something that feels fair and equitable. And those of us who have more like the town of Telluride, I encourage us all to continue to look to step up. Right now, that's not being asked of us. This is my personal opinion that we, as one of the largest, as the largest municipal budget, the largest population of full-time residents, not the largest, but second largest emitter of our region of greenhouse gases, we continue to step up. Again, no specific asset at this moment, but another topic that I'm planting a seed of now as budgeting season is somehow already not that far away. So that might be something we discuss a little bit further as EAP and SEB work for a consistent philosophy for how funding is generated for those. One unfortunate piece of bad news with Eco Action, we now have formal confirmation that DOGE cuts have hit our region, and they did receive a letter of formal termination of an EPA grant. It was a 3-year grant for around $150,000. They had already received around $30,000, but meaning there's a 2-year shortage of around $120,000 for that organization. Now, the silver lining is I've been told that they feel fairly confident they have lined up a private donor to make up at least this year's shortfall on that. But it is probably the first of numerous cuts to come that we will feel in many different areas. So that is one piece of unfortunate news. There's not much more beyond that at the time, but hoping that we can make up for that both in the private nonprofit world, but we will all have to be looking at a balanced budget, and that's just one way. And then last but not least, Ecology Commission. Zoe already mentioned the recycling and trash bash this weekend. Again, just to reiterate, noon to 4 on Sunday in Elks Park for the trash bash. Great way to give back for all those who care about our community, make sure we want to keep it pretty and at its best light. Great opportunity just to hang out, give back, and it should be a beautiful day. So there will be food and drinks there, lots of donations for that. That'll make sure you're not going away hungry or thirsty from that. So do show up and give that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. That brings us to 10D, related organization reports. We do not have any. 10E, comments on payments. Please provide those comments by email. That gets us to agenda item number 11, Telluride Housing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Housing Authority, which then brings us into executive session, 12A. Town Attorney quarterly for a discussion of personnel matter under Colorado Revised Statute, Section 24-6-4024 FI and Section 4.6B of the Telluride Home Rule Charter, and not involving any specific employees who have requested discussion of the matter in open session, any member of this body or any elected official, the appointment of any person to fill an office of this body or of an elected official, or personnel policies that do not require the discussion of matters personal to particular employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
We have a motion from Dan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Elena. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. We will move into executive session. The time is now 5:20 PM and the executive session has concluded. The participants in the executive session were Geneva Shawnette, Ellen Levin, Dan Enright, Kevin Geiger, myself, Teddy Erico, Ian Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken. Me and Fee and Ellen Levin were not part of the entire discussion for the record. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is adjournment by mutual consent.